In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another splendid edition of the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. There's Johnny, just right in your face, telling you what the fuck is going on. He's getting after it. By the way, another day of long sleeves and, hold on, dry cuffs. Dry cuffs. Usually I get my cuffs all wet. Not to, oh, wait, there's a little, no, right there. I got, hold on, wet cuffs. Let me commence my roll-up. Welcome to the show, everybody. Oh, is it going to be an interesting day? Everybody wants to talk about, everyone wants to talk about that settlement conference. Everyone wants to talk about the possible last I don't know what you call it, the last night in the bunker where intoxicants may be allowed for years. They certainly seem to have taken advantage. We had a little bit of losing our mind and seething about old Aaron and the casino last night.
Uh-oh.
We also had a certain someone I guess endorsing pedophilic threats towards their former stepchildren. That was a good look. And then saying that I'm the bad guy. I gotta tell you, it used to make me mad. Now it's just so pathetic to watch that you're just like, instead of arguing your case, you just point to the person and go, guys, look. What was the old Blue Line ad? What did they say?
Oh, crap.
Do you see what I'm working with here?
Oh, Jesus.
That's kind of where I'm at this point. Do you see what... And you know what the internet's saying back to me? Holy shit, yes. Must be amazing to be someone who's never done anything wrong in your life and you're always a victim. It's very odd, very strange. I've never been in that position. I fuck up too much. I fuck up too much to always be a victim. Unfortunately. Sapphire said Ashton said something bad about Aaron. Have you ever watched Kino Casino when they talk about me? Ashton has said horrific things about me. Most of them completely true. So, yes, Ashton has said bad things about me.
Pay attention to the show. I'm not a good guy.
Yeah, pay attention, guys. I'm trying to think of that line. It's like, it's like, there's no redemption where I'm going. Or there's no, oh, God damn it, what is that? Where I'm going, there can be no, oh, fuck. It's like, it's an anti-hero speech.
Yeah, you have to know the movie in order to
I
pick it up.
know, and I wish I knew the movie. There's no, oh, you know what? This is going to be really nerdy. It's not a movie. It's a promo by the wrestler Raven, and not even when he was in ECW or WCW. It's a Raven TNA promo.
Where we're going, there are no roads.
Well, not quite that, but it was like there can be no where I'm going. There can be no survival.
No return.
I can't. Here's the promo.
Hardy, I want to like you. Really, I do. You're reckless and you're strange and.
I want to fast for you.
As perhaps the greatest military strategist of all time, Napoleon once said, "Glory is fleeting, but obscurity is forever."
Where's the line? I'm not saying this is like brilliant and this is amazing shit, but for some reason there's a quote in here that popped into my head, and now
you can't let it go. Now.
Dude, I have to hear the line, or I'm good.
You got it.
Where I'm going, because now you've got me thinking where we're going, we don't need roads,
right?
And now I'm like, I'm never gonna remember what the line is. It's not there can be no survivors. And
unfortunately for you, the glory in my future means extinction in yours. I know it's sad. Bad choice, perhaps. But bad choices don't seem so bad when we're making them. Until you look back and wonder why.
Boy, this is actually very appropriate for today. this promo.
He's talking to you.
Oh, my God.
Well, I stopped wondering when I was 12, and I started hurting people.
Jesus. I don't think they should let this guy wrestle in wrestling matches. He seems like he's got a lot of psychological damage.
I don't know that he should be in society.
I don't know if this man should just be walking around in a place of business. He's been hurting people since he was 12.
We're going to let him in like a giant stadium full of like hundreds of thousands of people?
Yeah. Especially when he's such a bad example for children. My God, he's been hurting people since he was 12.
Understand this, I want to care.
Who wants to care?
I want to care. But I've done and seen so much. I've hurt and beat and battered. Not just opponents, but family, friends.
See, this is like this man should be taken away.
So you're abusive to everyone you know? Again,
and the worst part is he knows and he doesn't stop.
Oh.
The man continues to just abuse people that he claims to care about.
Beat the crap out of your family. Why am I like this?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't get it.
He goes and does it.
Remorseful about who you are, but you're not changing it.
Right. He goes and does it, and then he goes up to people and he goes, "I've just been hurting the people I care about." And it's like, well, then why don't you stop? I got nothing to talk about if I don't. What am I going to talk about?
I already painted my nails.
Yeah. Ones. The caring is a luxury I can no longer afford.
Good actor, though.
Understand this. There is no salvation for me. Where I'm going, the only way to advance is to cause more pain.
That's what it is. Where I'm going, the only way to advance is to cause more pain. You know, you can stop going there. You could stop doing that.
Unless you left something there.
This Raven,
go back for it.
I got to say, this Raven fella seems a bit unstable. I don't know if you really want to be watching him.
And he always only pays $1.25 for coffee, never more.
Figured on. Oh, do you know about Raven, the pro wrestler?
No.
You don't know how he ended his promos?
Let me guess. He said never more.
Why would he say that? That would be fucking retarded.
I don't know. There's a weird quote from a Raven in a movie.
Why don't we play the end of this promo and then you can find out what he said at the end of his promos?
So it is written, so it shall come to pass. Quote the Raven, nevermore.
Oh, so it is written, so it shall come to pass. Quote the Raven, nevermore. You thought he would have snuck Lenore in there somewhere, but he didn't. Isn't that the girl's name in the Raven? It's Lenore,
sure.
Isn't it?
I literally, I just know that that's in the Raven. I don't remember.
I think the woman.
If that's the name of the lady that he was obsessed with, then I think so.
I think it was. I think it was Lenore. I'm just reading. I'm literally reading through the Raven right now. Hold on a minute. If it's not in there, then how the fuck did I come up with that?
Because it rhymes.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, what? Door, next door.
Lenore.
Yeah,
Hodor.
floor. Yeah, Hodor. A poem centered around an unnamed narrator's journey, or narrator's journey into madness after realizing he will never forget his lost Lenore.
There we go.
There. Whew. Thank goodness. I remembered my poetry from back in 11th grade.
It's not a book. It's a poem.
Yeah, it was a poem, The Raven. I remember very few poems. I took a poetry class in 11th grade. Actually, come to think of it, 11th grade was a gay year for me.
The first of many.
It was the first. It was a trend, you know. My gayness is like the Olympics, you know. Every 4 years, I come by and. But no, my junior year.
You're a leap.
Every leap year, I just all over dicks.
Gay it out.
I don't know what to tell you, but there was. I was in poetry class in 11th grade. And I was in a play in 11th grade. It was also the year I stopped playing football and basketball.
Good God, man.
Right? That was pretty gay. Like, I was a football player. I was a basketball player. And I went, I stuck with baseball. I played that till I was,
Hadn't thrown your arm out yet.
24 or so, yeah. And so, you know what, though? 17 is when I picked up boxing.
Because you were hating who you were inside.
It was. I wanted to be punched and beaten and punished for all the gayness. I was woozy from it. I was woozy from on account of the gayness. But it was poetry class, and I remember I remember two poems from poetry class. I remember The Raven, and I remember Birches by Robert Frost.
Birches.
Yeah. I didn't realize how appropriate the lines in that play would be. That was one of the lines was about being a swinger of birches. It's about going from one thing to the next thing to the next thing, and so I guess to me,
when have you ever done that?
Marriages are like birches to me. Just gotta find a nice big strong one, and when it starts to wilt and get addicted to cocaine, you go leave it for something else. I think that was the moral of the poem. I think that's what Robert Frost was trying to say.
Okay.
Robert Frost was trying to say, when they turn into dumb, retarded, brain-damaged coke whores, you got to go find something else.
But he's a clever wordsmith, so he had to be sneaky.
Right. You can't just come out and say it. That's not
classy.
This is one thing I've always hated about poetry. This is the gayness of poetry. Just fucking say your shit. Like, I don't know if poetry is really necessary. You know?
The ladies really like it.
I don't
Poetry's
care.
Big with the ladies.
They are dumb, though. Like, they can be tricked. And ladies don't, like, if the poem doesn't rhyme, women are like, hey, what's the deal? You know? So that's not, look, thing about poetry is this.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Just open your legs and let me fill you with goo. There's your poem.
Roses are red, violets are blue. You only like this because you've been told to by... Never mind.
By male-dominated society.
That's what I meant. Roses are red, violets are blue. Don't let Aaron in here. He'll eat all the goo.
That's just...
You have to laugh. Otherwise, people are going to think it's true.
It's a vicious rumor.
Oh, man. Maybe Gradient says maybe he was talking about trees. Oh, that would be funny if like a poet writes that, like at 25, he writes this poem and people analyze it for decades. And he's like 85 and he's on his deathbed. And they're like, so what did birches mean? He's like, nigga, I was just writing about trees. Like, I don't know what the fuck you wanted from me. The poem was about, they were cones.
It's like the South Park bit where everyone's reading into the story. Is like, well, what does this really mean? Well, clearly he's saying this is the struggle of the working man, and it's no. He's talking about we were just making a dirty book with all the nasty words we could put in it to do it.
Hey, Edgar Allan Poe, what did the Raven really mean? A lot of us feel that the dark symbolism is about your mental state at the time. I really was drinking a shitload of mercury. That's really all I can say about the whole ordeal. Chips and Dip, the poem Birches by Robert Frost. He said, You mean Swinger of Bitches. You got that wrong. Oh. Swinger of Bitches.
Now it makes a lot more sense.
That makes a lot of sense. S-word jockey says 17 was when Aaron was molested by an older man, upsetting and confusing him for years to come. Wow. I'm learning a lot about myself.
Some would say to this very day.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, he's commenting on the title of today's episode. Hobo says, bending the knee is an imholt term to tilt the penis in a downward position to get optimal cum spillage. I like these ideas because they're as plausible as the initial idea that was put forward by a drug addict. So but these people are trying to be funny. Oh, let's go to McBuster. Aaron is a blubbering child with low moral compass, but April is the total Amber Heard type. Well, thank you? Question mark?
Is that a condemnation or a compliment? Hold
I
on.
appreciate it. Love the Pie says, Johnny, will you replace Andy Worski as second chair on Keno Casino? Before Johnny answers, let me just say, I don't think Worski's going anywhere.
What's going on with Keno Casino? I have not.
We went over it yesterday. PPP.
I thought somebody was on a vacation or something.
PPP put out a big thing, talking about their Vegas trip from last year. And I don't know. I see the thing as a giant nothing burger, but to each their own. It's the internet. Everyone gets their takes and their theories, and that's part of the fun of the whole thing. As long as you go, like I've always said, as long as you go out and touch grass and you have a real life and you don't take this shit too seriously, as long as you take it like a soap opera, you'll be fine.
But what if the grass is virtual?
Is it a golf simulator?
No.
I can give you a pass. All right, a few bucks coming in here. Let's thank some people. Pizza Roll with $9.99. Jelly's cousin says, this purchase is for Johnny. Happy holidays. You can't purchase
Thank
Johnny.
you.
It doesn't. That's not how this works. $5 from BJ says, roses are red. Her coked out nose is red. Her bathroom tiles are red. It's all red. But wait a minute. That doesn't rhyme. Los Federales with $1 and a Facebook reel. All right, let's see this real quick because these usually can derail shit pretty fast.
I snap my fingers. You forget that you were ever gay.
I was never gay.
Exactly.
Wait, no, stop.
Yes.
No, stop. I was never gay.
Okay.
I want to watch this
I
again.
was never gay.
Sure.
You can't just state something, then snap your fingers, and then be like, I was never gay.
You say so. If I snap my fingers, you forget that you were ever gay.
I was never gay.
Exactly.
Wait, no, stop. No, stop. I was never gay.
Okay.
No, I was never gay.
Sure.
You can't just state something, then snap your fingers, and then be like, I was never gay.
You say so.
If you say so.
You say so.
I got it. I'm sorry, but I have to hear that one more time.
I snap my fingers.
Great, I'll fix it.
You forget that you were ever gay.
I was never gay.
Exactly.
Wait, no, stop.
Yes.
No, stop. You can't. I was never gay.
Okay.
No, I was never gay.
Sure.
You can't just state
dude
something,
should have his
then
own
snap
show.
your fingers, and then be like, I was never gay.
You say so.
if you say so. Africans don't play around with that gay shit, dude.
Well, it's funny the way he set the whole thing up. Again, this guy's my hero. When
Do
I
you
snap your
personally
fingers, you'll forget
dislike
you were ever gay.
homosexuals?
Of course, they're disgusting.
Oh boy. Well, thank you guys very much for that little startup this morning. 3:30 is the number for today. If you'd like to contribute to the show, there's the ways to do it. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. As you know, we get under 300 by 7 o'clock. I got to shut the fuck up about the money and everything. We get under 200 by 8, 100 by 9. You understand how it is. Thank you guys very much for a perfect day yesterday. We knocked them both out. It is our 4th anniversary this week. Friday is officially 4 years since we left radio and came here and did something that, and this is going to bother some people. If you hate Steel Toe, you might want to turn this part off. We did something that no small market radio show has ever done. We left the radio industry, we came to the internet, and our audience supported us to the point where we made it work and we survived. And just that survival has caused people to hate our guts. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Continue making them seethe, guys. Thank you for 4 years. We'll keep it going for another 4. Thank you very much. Again, 3:30 is the number for today. And since it is our 4 years of independence, every morning, so today and tomorrow as well, when we knock out the goal, we are going to do an hour of overtime rather than a half hour of overtime.
I can't do the extra half hour. I gotta.
That's
therapy
fine,
appointment.
and that's okay. Let's go to Mild. He says, "Hold on, I gotta get my drop ready." Roses are red. Graffiti artist tag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
It rhymes.
Tomatoes are red. Groceries, you will bag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
See, now we're just going with that one all the day long.
I could bring a date. I could also stag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
A cigarette on the ground. Perhaps I should drag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Play on the field. The referee is going to flag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Oh. You've got a nice throat. I'd really like to gag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Commit a crime in the military, they'll probably jag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
I see a nice ass and I just want to tag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Someone does something to annoy me, I'll probably nag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
I think we can be done. The audience will
If
come
he
up
ever
with...
asks for royalties, we're in trouble. Let's just say that.
You know, he's busy, He's a busy guy. Let's go to Doorman with $5 starting us off on PayPal today. Keep those coming. He says, roses are red, violets are blue. One thing is true, Aaron hates Jews. Now, wait a minute. First of all, the rhyme scheme was off. The rhyme scheme was off.
Hate's a strong word, secondly.
Third of all, we're not allowed to say their name on this program. Matthew Q with $2 says, you want to make some money here, and you need to get on the new fad selling Johnny O turkeys, not Jenny O.
Dude, no.
You might want to cut a promo for your boy. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. You reacted to that. What does that mean?
They started this yesterday.
What did they start?
Somebody asked, hey, what do you have to say to the rumors that you're selling black market turkeys or something?
You're selling black. That's actually really smart, though, for Thanksgiving to sell black market turkeys.
Right. It would be, except I'm not doing it, so I'm not prepared at all in the slightest, and I don't want to take on that responsibility.
So
they keep pushing this out there, and I'm trying to prevent people from making a woeful error and hoping that I'm somehow going to provide them with a Thanksgiving Day bird, which shouldn't be looking for that now. It's a little late. You should kind of have that arranged. If you're doing like a full turkey, you probably should have that by now.
So what made you decide to start selling turkey? Like, do they fall off trucks and then you sell them?
See, this is exactly the same problem they had. They came up with this rumor, and they asked me to address it, and then when I did, they completely ignored my answer, just like you are right now. It's weird.
Well, try being accused of eating cum and then setting the record straight and nobody buys it. It can be frustrating.
Well, that happens when you lie.
I have zero sympathy for you, sir. Mild See, now, do I believe you when you say, no, I'm not selling black market turkeys? Or do I believe Mild, who gives us details and says the black market turkeys are basted with the gorilla cum that you produce?
They're called jizz birds. No, they're not. I don't have these. This is a complete fabrication. I can't tell. I just want to make sure from a legal sense that everyone understands. I'm not selling.
I don't think there's anything illegal with selling turkeys. You're allowed to do that.
Oh, no. The illegal part might be where people are like, hey, we heard about all this stuff about these great cum-filled birds, and we came here.
You're allowed to inject birds with cum as long as they're dead. which is really weird. If you do it when they're alive, that's a crime.
Yeah, now suddenly it's an animal abuse crime. Like, what the hell?
But if you inject jizz into a dead turkey that's cooked, I mean, it's weird. People are going to judge you for it, but they can't. There's no charges there. There's no crime.
Where do thoughts like this live in your brain? It's weird.
This is the audience telling me these things.
Oh, okay.
I just run with it.
Yeah, I stopped having the chat, so...
Klopogram says, Johnny, you have to tell people about it being GMO turkeys. Oh, they're GMO turkeys. I thought that was bad. I thought people didn't like it.
Yeah, no, I'm not a GMO turkeys. No, I don't. I don't have any turkeys. There's no turkeys. I keep trying to tell people.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, roses are red, violets are blue. Aaron ate a breakfast pizza and another one, too. We're doing poetry on Steel Toe this morning, you guys.
Steel Toe Poetry Slam.
We're having a poetry slam. Stick around. Hang out with yous. They're saying that Johnny poached the poor little things. You poach turkeys and then sell them?
I don't poach turkeys and sell them. I have no turkeys. I keep trying to tell you there's no turkeys.
All right, guys. That's Johnny's official defense. So I think we got to put it to bed from there. You guys have accused him of selling black market turkeys. And that's it.
And as someone say, the jury is out.
Johnny says no. So we have the accusation. We have the denial. It's now in your guys' hands, the public. You get to give your take on the whole thing. Bigot on socialist media says, I believe Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. You got some defenders. Chips and dips.
I'm waiting for the turnaround. I believe Johnny, but I do have this delicious turkey in my hands. Like, I'm waiting for someone to say something to counteract it. So,
well,
there's no turkeys, man. I just think about all the people that'll be disappointed when they, and God, no, nobody better show up to my door.
We have more specifics here. This coming in via the text line.
Oh, Jesus.
Johnny's been raiding the turkey farm over by Paynesville. The catch is to black market turkeys have to be butchered first. Wow. That's pretty thorough. So you know the rules.
Like, no, I don't. And how would I do that? That's a lot of work.
I don't know. I don't do that. You've been accused of doing it.
I mean, you've taken down a cow. I've never taken a
I've watched a cow be taken down. I haven't actually done it. Los Federales says, I stand with Johnny.
Glad somebody does. Stand for me because I'm not going to do it.
Pizza Roll gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Gifted memberships are very kind. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all the money. Thank you guys very much. 320 away from this morning. Remember, if we get under 300, I got to keep my stupid little mouth shut until the top of the next hour. All right, well, look, let's get into some things. Let's talk about some stuff here this morning. Should we get the one that a lot of people want to theorize about out of the way, and then we can get into Neil deGrasse Tyson arguing with Bill Maher? And we didn't have a View clip yesterday. Chad Buzamok's going to be very upset about that, so I did bring a View clip today. Let's talk about the gossip that everybody wants to talk about. Today is the day. It is there
is no futon sale. So I just stopped.
What futon?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not.
There was no. Why would you bring up the futon? You see, you can't get mad about people bringing up the futon.
You said you were just going to talk about the gossip, and the gossip was the pre-Black Friday futon sale, and that's.
Now
is there other gossip?
If people start running with the fact that you're selling a futon, you can't get mad at me.
I'm not.
That's you set those wheels.
When have I ever been mad at you about it?
Right. When have you ever left the show and left me holding the bag to be called the biggest scumbag who ever lived because you got upset on the show?
Again, I didn't do that. You see, that's them.
You're the one who left. Meanwhile, I'm the one. Both times that you walked off this show or you left the show emotional, both times I had nothing to do with it.
Right.
And both times the comments and the discussion about the show are, boy, Aaron's a real piece of shit. Look what he did to Johnny. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and both times I said that's not true. You didn't do it.
Oh, well, then in that case, what the fuck am I bitching about?
Yeah, I know.
What a fucking pussy I am. Jesus Christ.
Oh, dude, not compared to me. I cried because Mersh said mean things.
Well, it was mean, and it does cut deep. I understand it. Honestly, you could tie me to a tree and Mersh could yell the most hurtful things at me, and I'd still just go, you have a lazy eye, you're fat, and you can't stop doing drugs. I can't. This person can't make me cry. I cannot. If I cry at this person, it will be for them, not because of them. I'm sorry. All right, let's get to the let's go ahead.
The actual gossip.
And get into the gossip. Nick Rekieta has his what do they call that? A settlement conference today. It's basically the shit or get off the pot moment. All the shit talking you've done, all the drunken and high ranting you've done on Twitter. Doesn't mean anything today. You can't run, you can't hide. You got to be put to a decision today. Are you guilty or are you not guilty? Now, this entire time, what you're supposed to do when these things happen is you're not supposed to tell people you're guilty or not guilty. You're supposed to shut the fuck up and let your lawyer work. He has not done that. He has maintained his innocence. He's not an addict. He's not doesn't have a drug problem. The recovery thing they made him go to get his kids back was all just performative. It was stupid. He doesn't need it, which all addicts go through that phase of, this.
Yeah, none of them have ever said that before.
Right. So it's all, he likes to look at himself as like very unique and an artistic bird, He's not. He's pretty boilerplate. He's pretty elementary, as it were. So he's got the big settlement conference today, and people are getting their predictions out. People are wondering what's going to happen. My God, dude, the amount of DMs I've gotten from people saying they know what's going to happen. They've got the inside track. You know what it proves to me?
Everybody's an idiot?
Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anything. So now we have this settlement conference and all the big talk. This is the problem with rich kids, with the silver spoon in their mouth rich kids. Talk a big game. But when it comes to, pushing through and actually getting anything done, falter at the finish line,
Well, you're used to someone buying you through the rest.
Here's what it is. Silver Spoon Kids is ever backing down. That's their motive. Is that from Clerks, right? Clerks, they say, that's your motive. That's your motif. Ever backing down. I think that's what's going to happen today. Is ever backing down. Now, I've heard from people have been everyone wants to give me the inside scoop, And the inside scoop I've gotten from some people is, I know for a fact he's pleading not guilty and he's going to trial. I also yesterday heard from some people were getting specific on me. They're like, he is pleading guilty to everything. There's not going to be any drop charges. And the thing I heard last night was, Aaron, I know for a fact he's pleading guilty and he's getting 5 years probation with drug testing. And I'm like, well, then you might as well throw him in prison. Why not just skip the middleman and throw him in prison? Because 5 years, sorry, it ain't going to work. Well, I've been thinking about it. And I'm like, you know what? And we're going to get to the chat, and I know a lot of people have their opinions and all that. And we'll get to Johnny's take as well. I've gone back and forth on this. I've flip-flopped on this over and over. The problem with narcissists and the problem with true lunatics, like true crazy people with serious mental damage like this, is that they don't know who they are. This is what makes them so unpredictable. They don't have an actual personality. Their whole life has been presenting and projecting an idea of themselves that they think people will find the most appetizing, that they think people will like. They need to be loved, but they don't know how to be loved. So that's why we've seen the dork, we've seen the anime guy, we've seen the lawyer guy, we've seen the drunk guy, the cocaine guy, the spite-filled rage guy, the wannabe tough guy, which is the most embarrassing version of these put-on personas. He's honestly gone through more personas than a professional wrestler. I think the closest one is the sexually frustrated dweeb, the guy with the gap tooth, and that's the real guy. This is a guy who never really got past, going to the grocery store and stealing the nudie magazine so he could look at boobies. Like that's the best version. I think the most authentic version. But we're talking about someone who can turn it off and turn it on at the drop of a hat. And I think what we're going to get today is guilty. I don't think there's going to be much of a sweetheart deal. And I think he's going to plead guilty and then snake on the whole thing publicly. He'll plead guilty and then he'll go, well, I had to. So he'll bend the knee. He'll bend over. He'll let the government shove the big red, white, and blue dick up his ass. He'll get sodomized by the government after all this big talk and everything else. He'll get fucked right up the ass by the government. He'll take a big load in the keister. He'll thank him for it. Thank you, miss. Thank you, massa. Thank you, massa, for the big dick in my ass. I is so sorry that I've done all these bad things. And I'm glad you has set me straight, massa. So he's going to play House Negro. And he's going to plead guilty to all these things. And he's going to get a shitty deal. Because going to trial will probably be an even shittier deal. Now, is that what's going to happen? That's what I've got right now. It's hard to predict because this is a person who has no authentic personality. Johnny, your thoughts, and then we'll go to the audience.
Well, kind of like you mentioned, he changes direction really quickly, so his compass is constantly spinning. I don't want to say I know what's going to happen, but off of what I've seen, I think he's probably going to, I think he's going to fight it, because even your way, if he pleads guilty, they're going to put him on, whatever his sentencing is. It's going to be probationary with no drinking or drugs.
Yeah.
And he can't have weapons and all that other stuff. So there's going to be too many caveats that he's going to have to fill. And I feel like either way, he's going to get sentenced. And if he's aware of that, he's going to fight it just in the last ditch effort to
That's
get
interesting. I want to ask you this then, because your take is fascinating to me. So are you saying that that he doesn't know what he'll do right now?
No, he doesn't necessarily know what he'll do right now.
Okay.
I'm going with the presumed chemical angle, where it's going to be giving those up is going to be a problem. Then, in my opinion, if he's looking at that, then even on a subconscious level, if he's aware of it, he's like, well, we won't be able to do that. That won't work. So we've got to try and get through this and not have any consequences. So that way life can return to the way it was. That's my only insight.
So let me see if I understand this. You're saying they're going to fuck him on the deal, so you might as well drag it out, do the trial thing. You're not going to jail anyway, and see if you can get lucky.
Yeah, on the off chance that you get through everything, some technicality comes through, the evidence gets thrown out one way or another.
Or you lose and you get nailed to the wall on the probationary stuff anyway.
Yeah, and you were going to get put there, in your opinion, if that went that way. So what are you going to do?
All right. $5 from Grand Poobah. He says, I'd like to complain. I ordered a 20-pound turkey from Johnny, but what arrived looked like a swan. Can't say for sure without the feathers, but the beak was black and flat, and the feet were webbed. Johnny, comment?
Again, I sold no birds of any kind. Turkey, parakeet, owl. I got nothing.
You don't sell any birds?
I don't sell any birds. I got no birds, man.
Well, 320 away from today. And
flipping pigeons.
If we get under 300 by the top of the hour, I have to shut my goddamn mouth about it. Let's go to Bigot on Socialist Media. He says, we'll go through your guys' thoughts on the matter, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I want to see Nick explain getting sodomized by the government. Look, you know that he'll be the victim somehow. You know that he'll be the victim, and everyone else who can see is wrong. Nick is the literal definition of who you're going to believe, me or your lying eyes. You know, I mean, this guy can't operate without being dishonest. So, however he's going to spin it. See, that's why I was thinking yesterday go to trial, because that way he can say, didn't do it, lawyer fucked me. But if you plead guilty, you have to admit what you did. You got to admit.
If you plead guilty, you have to own it. And if you plead guilty, like I said, you're going to have they might be like, all right, well, he pleaded guilty, so we're going to offer him this deal. But unless that deal doesn't involve like probationary testing, you're not going to pass. So what are you going to do?
Love the Pie says Nick utterly buck broken. That's a term that's been thrown around a lot too. Love the Pie also saying Nick's already in hell too. Yeah. Well, he's got to take care of his 5 kids. He hates that. Let's go to. I'm looking for takes. Here. I'm not seeing it. I got a lot of shit talking. I don't want to lean too much on the shit talking. I want legit takes from people. I know there's going to be some shit talking, but Sam Show says he's going to say not guilty and fight it, and he's going to act like you're a retard for ever thinking otherwise. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to cope. I mean, that's kind of the thing he does best, you know? I'm looking for takes. A lot of jokes, which is great. A lot of shit talking, which is wonderful. A lot of people shit talking Patrick Melton. McBuster says, please fight it, Nick. Day One Salt says he was coping until 3 a.m. Yeah, he was very upset at the old casino and me. Just can't get those two things off his mind. I think I think he's just it's fucked him up. It's fucked him up, I think. He's driven himself mad, as it were. All right, so well, tomorrow you and I will be on together.
Yeah.
We'll get to see whose prediction came true and whose doesn't. McBuster says body cam footage released immediately once he takes a plea. Well, you also have to factor in the fact that he's addicted to multiple substances. And if he pleads not guilty, he gets those substances for a little while longer.
Right.
Think about that. You plead today, cocaine and booze is going to be really difficult to sneak. It's doable, but it's going to be really difficult. If you plead not guilty, you can still do the coke and booze.
And you have the hope that somehow you're going to weasel out of everything and be free and clear by the end.
Maybe. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says he'll plead, attempt to grift on the back of being persecuted by the government, then spend the next year trying to get the probation gone so he can go back to blow and booze. And good luck. I don't think that's how it works. But you might, who knows? Maybe. I know that whatever happens, you're not going to believe this, Johnny, but no matter what happens, it won't be his fault.
Okay.
No matter what happens, somebody else did this to him. This was somebody else, that fucking snake Aaron, the jackboot of the government. Whatever.
So he has no agency over his life then. It's always somebody else that does this to him.
No. When something good happens, and granted it's been a while, but when something good happens, it was all him.
Oh, that's awfully interesting.
Yes. When something bad happens, it was always somebody else. That's the thing. It's like, it's embarrassing to watch someone not realize that everyone knows you're full of shit and you're not fooling anybody. It's wild to me. Nick will be free on 1-year license, says Kloppo Graham, and it's going to make Aaron have a mental breakdown. Yeah, I don't think so. But hey, that's a prediction too. Kloppo Graham's not a big fan of mine though, so that might be more of a wish than a prediction. A-Team says, I think if he has to do time, then he will overdose before. He's not going to do time. The sentencing guidelines are such that he's not going to do time, I don't think. Sapphire says, I want a Bubba to beat Nick half to death for abusing those kids. Jesus. Why does it always have to be a Bubba? Can't it ever just be a Steve that fucks you in the ass when you're in jail? Love the
got a Steve in mind, do you?
I love the Pie says, how hard is it to sneakily do booze or substances on probation? I don't know. I'm not a junkie who's ever needed to not do substances.
Yeah, I've never been on like a chemical probation and had to test. I don't know how difficult that is.
Love the Pie says lots of drugs don't show up. Well, I mean, I know
If they know what they're looking for, I'm betting they have a test.
Well, there is something. I have spoken to someone who has knowledge. There have been things consumed that are not illegal and don't show up on tests, but they fuck you up. That person has not decided to share that information quite yet, so I'm not going to share that information. I hope Andrew's son says, I hope Rekieta is held accountable for the electric trespass crimes. Moving forward. That's what I can say. Moving forward. I don't want here. No jinxing anything. Love the Pie says lots of drugs don't show up on tests. Well, I mean, again, I will defer to the audience on this one because I don't know anything about
All right,
drug
everybody,
testing.
let's get weird. All right, I don't know. I've never had to test.
Scram Person says 4 to 5 days, meth is out of your system. I feel like you're going to be tested more than every 4 or 5 days, aren't you?
Yeah, the meth might be out of your system, but once meth is in you, it's like it's not out of you. The rest of us can tell, oh, there's been some meth there. Okay.
Sapphire says bath salts. I see. I guess I don't know enough. I'm drug illiterate when it comes to that.
Apparently
stuff.
our audience isn't.
Yeah. Nick always weighed and measured anything I did out for me, so I never got my hands dirty, so I don't really know. Oh boy, this Jonesy cat boy, I've got him by the balls too. Clopogram, you won't be happy if Nick isn't destroyed. I don't care if he's destroyed or not. I think you can definitely see that we've covered this as a news story. I think if you look at the way he's responded to me, it's very personal and about destruction. I'm sorry, Clopogram, if your narrative doesn't fit, but I don't know. We just sit here doing a show. One thing I can say is we will move on in a couple of seconds here. I don't think we can say the same for the other party. All right, let's do this thing. You ready to get into some shit today?
Okay. What shit are we getting into?
We've got anger and hostility and fighting and disappointment and all kinds. Perfect for Thanksgiving. Everybody going back to their families. You know, it's absolutely perfect. All right, guys, here we go. Aaron's box says number 4 in the Nielsen ratings. Ooh, I love this one. I absolutely exposed Patrick Melton on something. And it was easy because someone just sent me a clip and I went.
And you go, oh, he's lying.
Yeah. So he said, Aaron's never been number 1 in radio ever. It's like, I was on from 6 to 10 a.m. We were number 1, 12 plus, 18 plus, 18 to 34, 18 to 49, across the board. And so he goes on his group therapy show, the Aaron Hurt Me show. And he goes, no, I have papers here that show he was never number 1. Now, first of all, you cannot get Nielsen ratings unless you pay tens of thousands of dollars a year for them. The one thing you can get online is the 12 plus 6 a.m. to midnight ratings for all stations. The way you can tell Patrick is lying is because on his ratings, it said Steel Toe Morning Show on it.
Which they don't list the shows.
Ratings don't do that. Radio ratings show you the radio station. If you look at Nielsen radio ratings, here's how they go. If we let's click on Atlanta, Georgia, for example. Here we go. This is all you can get. Is in the bigger markets, you can get 6 plus Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to midnight. That's all we can see. We're not allowed to see the rest. We don't pay for ratings. We're not advertisers. If you show those, Nielsen will send you, hey, take that the fuck down, or we're going to take action.
Cease and desist, I think.
Yes. When you pay for Nielsen ratings, you do not own them. And you cannot just go showing them. We got in trouble when we were on the air for showing the Nielsen ratings when we were number 1. And they said, hey, take that the fuck down, or your station. Basically, they threatened to take your station's ability to get the ratings away from you. But as you can see, they don't put any shows actually in the ratings. They go by station. So I'm sorry, guys. I know. Look, I always tell you, you're going to be able to get me at some point. You don't have to lie.
Just wait for it.
And if you're going to believe Patrick Melton, I'm sorry, but the guy lies about literally everything. So I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm sorry that his lies are so easy to expose. I apologize for that. I'm sorry that I enjoy it and that it's fun for me. But yes, the whole I have steel toe ratings thing. Oh, Jesus. It's fucking embarrassing. It's 12 plus. It's Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to midnight. Now, if you had the book from 2020 and you showed it and it was 6 to 10 a.m., you would see steel toe as number one. Yeah, people are writing in the chat, Melton is basic as fuck. I mean, dude, it's so bad. If it really is just a group therapy session, it's a group cope show, is essentially what it is.
You've watched him take the losses like just
I know
this many times. I feel like at a certain point, like you'd just be going there and he'll go off on his little ledge and you'd be like, I'm going to stand back and see how this works out.
Yeah, I mean, and every time. Aaron's Box with $1 says WHMH was listed in the ratings that were disclosed yesterday. Right. And they were Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to midnight. And yes, WHMH was number 4, 12 plus all day because of how strong our numbers are. So I will thank Patrick Melton for showing that our show was so highly rated that it took
that we carried an entire station to number
the
4.
whole station got into the top 5 on the strength of our morning numbers. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate it. I tell you this, if it wasn't for cell phones, the guy wouldn't have any owns. But I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for making it so easy for me to expose your lie. It's easy enough. All right, guys, let's go into something. Again, Aaron's Box, I apologize. Clopogram, I apologize. Everybody in the YouTube chat, I apologize. But I do kind of get off on this. It's kind of fun to watch that fat fuck flail. 73% of Americans think Donald Trump should make mass deportation a priority of his administration. And a majority of those believe all illegal immigrants should be deported. Now, hold on just a second. When I watch Morning Joe, and when I watch David Pakman, and I watch all these other shows, The View, you name them, when I watch all these shows, because I just love my gal shows, they all tell me that the American people find this disgusting, and that it's fascist, and that this guy's basically Hitler, and that they'll never stand for any of this stuff. And
I think they're lying.
It's interesting. 73% of Americans think Trump should make mass deportation a priority of his administration. Now, obviously, this poll had to have been done by some right-wing group, right?
Yeah, dude, this is that 2025 think tank people, right? The same Gilead thing is on its way.
Oh, yeah. This has got to be like, you know who this is? This is probably the Project 2025 people.
Yep.
Who took this poll. This had to be like Fox News, all those right-wing, probably OAN. They probably did this. Let's take a look. Who did? The CBS News and YouGov polling shows that the American people, despite media hysterics, have a generally positive view of the future in Trump's America and are supportive of his agenda. What's somewhat surprising, however, is how many Americans want the deportations to begin quickly. Now, again, CBS News, I don't think you can get more mainstream than that. They're saying 73% of Americans say President-elect Donald Trump should prioritize the deportation of illegal migrants. So not only are they saying that they're for deporting the illegal migrants.
We want it done now.
Immediately.
Sharpish.
Yes. Prioritize it, meaning make it done, one of the things you get done first. How are you going to spin this? How are you going to turn...
Because we're all racist?
That's the good one. They'll just say that this shows that America is deeply racist. This shows that America clearly has a white supremacist problem. But how are they going to spin it when we find out that it's like 2/3 of Latinos or 75% of Latinos want illegals
I
deported?
have no idea.
I mean,
I'm excited to find out. I feel like the honest reason is like how can people think this? Because it's only a few apartment buildings that the Venezuelan gangs are taking over. Like, so it's a few apartment buildings, but it never happened before. And we're like, how about we get rid of this?
Well, now here are the poll questions that they had. During Donald Trump's transition before taking office, how much priority should he put on developing policies and plans to try to, and we've got lower the price of goods and services. That's number one, 79% high priority. How about the 5% of people who say that that's not a priority? Must be nice to be them.
Yeah.
Deport immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally, 45% high priority, 28% medium priority, 27% not a priority. 59% say cutting taxes for individual taxpayers should be a high priority. That's the the second biggest.
I would like to see that. I don't know about a high priority. I'd probably put that in a medium slot.
Cut taxes for large businesses. The majority of people still think that should be a priority. 21% high, 31% medium. So that's even
Now
a
I'm
52.
questioning it.
Limit U.S. aid to Ukraine. This one's telling. 33% high priority, 36% medium priority. So 69% say that it should be
Get
a priority.
It fucking done.
Yeah, to limit aid to Ukraine. Wow. And that, like I said, that's a CBS poll that's coming out with that. Oh, and deporting all, the question in the same poll, should Donald Trump deport all immigrants in U.S. illegally? So all illegal immigrants. 57% say yes, he should. 43% say he shouldn't.
How many of people that voted on this poll were illegal immigrants, though? Because I feel like that 43% probably is a strong contingent of self-interest.
Maybe, yeah, perhaps it's skewed. I'm not sure. I mean, one thing's for sure, there is a big disconnect between the people who are supposedly in charge of giving us information
And the way we actually feel.
and the way people actually feel. So I don't know if you guys saw that that Axios guy, the CEO of Axios, blowing a gasket at a formal dinner thing when he went up to speak and he screamed about Elon Musk.
No.
Because Elon Musk said, we are the journalists now, meaning like citizen reporters, Twitter,
Right.
independent
I heard
journalists.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
He was
this
very unhappy to hear that the mainstream media is not the reporters.
this Axios guy was like literally screaming bullshit on a stage. Well, this guy was going off. Let me see if I can bring this up. Axios CEO. It should be one of the first things that comes up. Yeah, here he is, losing his shit about Elon Musk.
Everything we do is under fire. Elon Musk sits on Twitter every day, or X today, saying like, we are the media, you are the media. My message to Elon Musk is, bullshit. You're not the media. You
don't lie.
Yeah.
You don't mislead. You don't suffer corporate interests like we do. I have to listen to the corporations, and then I have to talk to the people. I'm a people person.
What the hell is wrong with you people? You don't take money from pharmaceutical companies and then do their bidding on the air and tell people to get an experimental vaccine. You can't be the media.
This is the literal definition of an echo chamber. He's
Yeah.
screaming to a bunch of media people, no, we're the media. And they're like, you're right.
This is
You're right, we are.
Yeah, it's the National Press Club. So he's going, he's like, bullshit, Elon Musk. You are not the media. We're the media. Right, guys? Yeah, we're the media for sure. I told you. They all say I'm right. This is the real life touch grass version of going to imright.com.
Mark, a Twitter handle, and 300 words of cleverness doesn't make you a reporter.
That's right. Taking money from corporate interests and then limiting the bad news that comes out about them. That's what makes you a reporter, goddammit.
Seeing something tragic happen in your community and putting up a post on social media doesn't make you a reporter. Turning a blind eye and lying to everyone about is what makes you a reporter.
I mean, that's, yeah, right?
That's the way we should spin this. Oh, man. Oh, that's. I'd love to see like Polachek or his buddy Ryan just do that. Like they come out like, look, guys, that doesn't make you a reporter. Blindly lying to the public. That's what makes you a reporter.
Yeah, come on. I think our audience could probably come up with some good things that, quote, make you a reporter.
A reporter?
Yeah, I think they could do a good job with that. Thank you very much to good old JR with $4.99 over on YouTube. Says, my priority for Trump was that no tax for overtime that he talked about while he was campaigning. Yeah, see if he can get that done. That's a good one.
Servers want the no tax on tips. Like everybody's looking for their tax breaks.
Well, that's how you get elected, right? You promise a bunch of shit to people.
Mm-hmm.
You hope that they forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
You just say, hey, you get this, you get this, you get this. And they're like, hey, what about that thing you said you were going to do? Fuck, you remembered that? Shit, my bad. All right, guys, we are 3:15 away from today's goal. So very slow start today. Sorry for us getting off to the slow start. Sorry if we talked about too much drama. We also exposed some people. But, what do you do? One thing I can always count on is that no matter how much we expose how much of a liar Melton is, his fans will always they'll hide right back in their echo chamber and go, no, it's not safe to come out. Aaron's being mean today. 3:15 is the number today. We are 1 minute away from 7 o'clock. So I do get to bitch. I do get to beg. It is a beggy day until we get under $300. 3:15 away from 60 minutes of overtime. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get in there. Leave a couple of bucks for the toe. And let's go ahead and throw in and make it go today. Why not? Go for it, guys. We appreciate it. Rally up. And once we get under 300, I got to shut my fucking mouth. And then if we get to 200 by 8 o'clock, it's another hour of silencio, boy. Speaking of Donald Trump, we have some more news that broke yesterday. This one was only a matter of time. We remember that Jack Smith filed for a dismissal in one of the Trump,
the federal prosecutions.
Yeah, I think the January 6th one, wasn't it? I think he filed for a motion to dismiss in the January 6th deal. Now, yesterday, Jack Smith announced that he's dismissing the federal election interference case against Donald Trump, and I can't imagine that the Kamala Harris contingency is taking this one very well. Or maybe they are. Maybe they're just so beaten down by all this shit.
It's just over.
Yeah, they're just kind of like, oh, yeah, here's this one. Because they knew this was going to happen. It had to.
No, they assumed he was just going to get arrested.
Well, they didn't have a choice. Like, Jack Smith either needed to wrap this thing up and get it done with, or he needed to dismiss because of the Supreme Court case that came out earlier this year that said, when the president's president, he can't be prosecuted for crimes that may or may not have been committed while he was president. So Jack Smith has to either shit or get off the pot on the election interference charge. He doesn't have time to wrap this thing up, so he's got to cut him loose.
I mean, he hasn't had time to put together a case over the last 4 years. So if they're not ready to just kind of throw this thing at the firing squad now and see what happens, then in my opinion, they were doing it all as a dog and pony show from the get-go. And they very much were hoping for a last-minute, last-ditch save if they were going to actually prosecute him. Yeah. But I think the whole thing was literally to focus on keeping him busy to prevent him from getting elected. If he didn't get elected, would they prosecute him? Maybe. But either way, I feel like after the election was over, we were going to see these charges go away one way or another, whether he won or lost.
And are they going to bring them? I don't know if they can bring them up again. I don't know if double jeopardy is attached or not, but I will say this. Are you really going to go after him 4 years from now when he's out of office and he's 81, 82 years old?
There's literally nothing you can do about it. Well, according to people, supposedly he's going to change the rules on the electoral system, and he's going to change term limits on the presidential office and stuff. So apparently he's going to change a lot of our fundamental rights.
Now,
from what people are saying.
Smith dismissed the January 6th case without prejudice. I think that means it can't be tried again. What does without prejudice? I think that means it can't be tried. Without prejudice is a legal term that indicates that a statement or offer is made without the intention of affecting the legal rights of the person making it. It's often used in negotiations to protect the interests of the parties involved and encourage them to settle a dispute out of court. All right.
That didn't explain a lot.
That doesn't help me at all. A judge might dismiss a case without prejudice if there are errors in the case that need to be addressed before it's brought back to court. Okay, so without prejudice, it can be brought back.
Okay.
So
how old will he be at that point?
80, I think 81 years old.
So we're going to try and convict an 81-year-old two-term president because he questioned the outcome of an election, which, by the way, he did. It's not like the guy who may or may not have stole that election served his term either way. So what does it matter?
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that no crime was committed to begin with.
Right.
And the whole thing was just a dog and pony show. But it's over now. Trump won the election. This was, I mean, you think about this. This was a very high-stakes election for Donald Trump. I mean, it was kind of win or go to jail.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
And there's a lot of people that were really hoping he'd go to jail, and now they're pissed.
Well, the majority of the country did not want him to. The majority of...
No, according to everybody else, it's because we all underestimated misogyny and racism.
That's what it... And you know what? One thing I always make sure I never do is underestimate misogyny and racism. If you know me, you know that I always give the respect misogyny and racism deserve. Look it up. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are reliving your and April's relationship right now. It's bad. What does that mean? Prince Harry... Tacky polo show. Issue statement after hosting Thanksgiving event without family. Awkward gesture to Prince Harry at public event. I don't know what... I don't... Meghan Markle releases statement after solo Thanksgiving appearance amid professional separation from Prince Harry.
Oh, boy.
What the hell? Meghan Markle has released a statement following her appearance at a Thanksgiving event last week, sans husband Prince Harry. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are reportedly in midst of a professional separation, with reports suggesting that their work relationship is, quote, in a very bad state.
Let me put that into layman speak for anyone who didn't get that. Harry's finally getting wise to the manipulative, gold-digging cunt that Meghan Markle is.
Right? That's okay. So now I see why they're drawing the parallels between Harry and Meghan and myself. Well, or Harry and Meghan and April and myself. I will say this. Everyone kind of knew what Meghan Markle was from the beginning. And the sad part of this was, of the two brothers of Diana and Charles, everyone kind of thought Harry was the cool one.
Everyone wanted Harry to be where Charles is now.
William. Charles is the dad. But yeah, they want...
Yeah, but you said Harry and Charles first.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I thought I said Diana and Charles, two kids. I fucked that up
you
then.
said Harry and Charles.
So most people thought that Harry was the cool one. And then when Meghan Markle came along, it seemed like she broke him, bent him to her will, had him do all of this social justice warrior bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Almost like, let's say you were with someone, and because they weren't getting the positive attention from the internet that they ordered, they made you stop doing, talking shit to people and having fun and going after shows and stuff like that. That can really affect your personal and professional relationship. All right, I'm starting to see where the parallels are now. I never wanted to do the Zumach stuff. Really? Never stop making fun of this guy, I believe was the quote. But Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, you can't, here's the problem. When you do this quote unquote professional separation shit,
you can't just walk that back.
No, you can't walk back the professional, attaching the professional and then the personal is okay. There's going to be too much resentment. There's going to be too much, look how much we put into this. And now this is why couples should never work together. And John Taffer has talked about this a lot, actually. He says the biggest mistake I made was going into business with my ex-wife, well, his wife at the time. He said you never have time to draw a line between the personal and the professional. They blur together. It fucks everything up and blah, blah, blah. And I know that now too, especially if the person is unqualified. I know how bad that can fuck shit up as well. Some of us learn the hard way. But Prince Harry's definitely learning the hard way right now. Markle recently hosted an intimate dinner for the Southern California Welcome Project through the Sussex's Archwell Foundation. The former actress has since shared a statement on their Archwell website following the Thanksgiving event in which she opened up about the heartfelt dinner she threw for Afghan women with their partner organization. Okay, so she was throwing...
Yeah, she's doing the same thing she's always doing, where she's like, look, I care about this social cause because racial injustice, whatever. And the rest of us are like, yeah, we don't give a shit.
Yeah. Well, boy,
so I'm very excited for this.
Boy, oh boy, this came out of nowhere, huh?
Mm-hmm.
This is really something. This is, you know what? This is good.
It's good for now, but I worry. But yeah, it's good for now.
I don't know.
I mean, Harry gets all the way out. I wonder if we have another tunnel incident.
Oh, God. I forgot about Diana and the tunnel. I'll tell you this. I can speak from experience. When you make a mistake and you pick the wrong person and they turn out to be not what you thought they were, and your family warned you because Harry's family warned him. Harry's family said, like, she's trouble, she's a problem, so on and so forth. And they had to basically wash their hands of Prince Harry. I will say this, your family will welcome you back. They will tell you, I told you so. I mean, they'll give you their I told you so's. But they will love you. They will support you as long as you admit, look, I fucked up. What are you going to do? They'll take you back. They'll love you like it was yesterday. Harry will be fine.
And they may or may not do some shadowy shit, too.
Who knows, right?
Deal or no deal, lady.
So look, man, I'm proud of Harry if this is true. And first of all, a professional breakdown in the relationship's going to mean a personal breakdown in the relationship. You can't. It's too late to separate the two.
I feel like the professional one, in a lot of cases, if you have a really strong professional relationship, would come after the personal one because you're willing to have the personal relationship breakdown. Nobody sees that. Nobody's going to judge that. But what everybody sees looks fine. And then when the professional one breaks down in front of it, now it's all out in the open. Everybody knows this ain't working. So
yeah. Most people in England hate them, says Sapphire.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not popular.
Meghan, well, that's the thing, too. Again, like you were saying, Harry was like this golden boy, and Meghan just ruined him with all of the, we have to start caring about. He literally, like some sort of pussy spell overnight, fucking went from the guy that's like, oh, I can't do this interview. I got to get in my helicopter and fight for my country. Or was it a jet? I don't remember.
Yeah.
But he, runs off to go fight in a war or whatever it was he was doing.
Yeah.
And then after that, like, she gets a hold of him, and it's like overnight. It's like, and we have to remember that the less fortunate and the disenfranchised, and we have to take care of all these people. And she just steered him off, and you could see the family be like, all right, we're done with this lady.
Well, don't forget the biggest one, like the biggest Chad move that Harry ever made. Remember when he dressed as Hitler for Halloween?
Oh, God, that was awesome.
Dude, he was in the full thing. He had the armband, the whole deal, and there's nothing they could do to him. He's a fucking prince. He's a fucking prince, and he dressed as Hitler.
He can afford Hugo Boss.
Yep, and he wore the Hitler costume, and I must say, those German uniforms still very sharp.
Yeah, dude. Tight as fuck.
A lot of people in the chat are saying, fuck the monarchy, fuck this, fuck that. I don't know, man. I'm giving Harry. I'm rooting for Harry to come back. So I think if Meghan's out of the picture, Harry can make a comeback, and that's what I'm. Look, man, I'm an American, and Americans believe in a redemption arc if people are truly sorry. And if Harry comes back and he dumps the broad and he starts to, wear the Nazi uniform first day, that'll be a good step towards making the comeback. Come out in the Gestapo uniform. We'll come back to you. I promise. Sapphire.
Lost a little bit of integrity with the whole you and your ex-wife constantly starting shows and things and then just bailing on them.
That's the other thing. They kept getting these big contracts from like Netflix and Amazon and, all these different companies. And then they do like one show and they'd fuck off.
Right?
But
and
they
Meghan Markle would put herself on there with her woke friends, and everyone's like, yeah, we don't care about you and your causes. We wanted you and your husband to dish royal dirt. That's all people have ever wanted from them. And then, like, Harry's let her sell that shtick, and she used it to promote herself. But when she promoted herself, we're like, yeah, we don't care about you. And she's never gotten that message.
McBuster says King Chuck is no Queen Liz. At least she smoked mushrooms and drank Beefeater and danced around Lindsay Buckingham Palace all day. I think it's Lindsay Buckingham Palace, but thank you. No, Queen Elizabeth used to cut cakes with swords upside down, and she would push on the blade.
She's a badass.
I remember when they brought that cake out for like her 100th birthday, whatever the fuck it was.
She just grabs one of the swords from one of the guards.
They give her a sword to cut the cake. She takes it upside down and pushes down on the blade. Like, this woman's hardcore.
That better be a dress knife.
They gave that bitch a legit blade. All right, guys. So, well, thank you. I can't remember who sent us that story, but thank you very much. I had no idea that was going on. Holy shit. So it looks like we're seeing the end days of Meghan and Harry.
We're in the end game now.
We're in the end game now. You go to Harry and you just hold up that one finger. Hold on. Now, I've asked you this before and I always forget. Was the one finger wait or was the one finger this is the one?
I think the one finger was this is the one.
This is the one scenario.
Because for all of his strength or whatever, like, Tony Stark isn't really a person of faith.
Yeah.
So he needed some sort of scientific backing to understand of all the probable universes, this is the one. And that's the last moment that you can reveal that without it affecting the actual future.
Because if you tell them too far ahead of time, yeah. But if you tell them at the right time, could you not take the wrong moment and turn it into the right moment? Here's a theory. Ready? I have an Avengers Endgame theory. It actually wasn't the one time. But Strange made it the one time by showing the one finger.
Right.
If he
that was the pinnacle moment. He had to let him know. And I'm just like, if you can do all this stuff, like, why isn't there a way we could have, I don't know, just gotten the message ahead of time? Because I feel like if we could just get what's his nut to not lose his shit about Gamora, we would be fine.
Oh, Star-Lord.
Yeah.
He pistol whipped the fuck out of Thanos when they almost had the mitten off him.
Right.
Yeah. It's too bad. Sapphire is informing us that Harry had to bend the knee after the SS stunt. He was hated for it. Oh, I was a kid. I kind of thought he just got away with it and people thought he was a fucking lunatic.
I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah. Just goes around dressed as Hitler for Halloween or well, I don't think it was Hitler. I think it was an SS guy. For Halloween. He didn't dress up as the big cheese. That's why they call him Harry No Balls. All right, boys and girls, we are $315 away from today. Ooh, today is not good. We need to rally it up. Let's do this thing. Let's get this knocked out. Let's get this this nastiness, this ugliness of $315 down a little bit. Corn Diff with $1.99 says, still can't believe you didn't film the anniversary. I don't know what that means. I don't know what
anniversary show or
the anniversary. Yeah, we never do. But I don't know. Corn Diff's a weird guy. Corn Diff is one of those guys who's a little too into all the podcasts. He thinks he's got a vested interest in it. Corn Diff, just enjoy, buddy. Just enjoy. All right, let's talk about Indiana being the coolest fucking state in the union today. Indiana wins the prize of coolest state in the country. You guys throw in 5, 10s, and 20s. Let's get that 315 down a little bit. We are sucking shit today. Sorry if it is our performance that is causing it. We've only got 3 goals left for the week. We got this morning, we got tonight, and we got tomorrow morning. We can't miss goals on our 4th anniversary week. Terribly bad look to miss goals on our 4th anniversary week. Go ahead, throw in. Remember, if it gets under 300, I have to shut the fuck up until 8. And then if it gets to 200 by 8, I don't do this. But now I can do this because I'm losing my ass on doing the show today. So 3:15 is the number. If you feel like throwing in, I promise we've got a good show today. All right, Indiana, coolest state in the country. This is why.
Well, the Indiana Senate almost unanimously passed a bill this week that would legalize throwing stars.
Dude. Of all the...
Almost unanimously. Like, everybody's like, hey, why don't we have throwing stars legal in this state?
Dude, this is a country where we can't agree on medicine. We can't agree on diseases. We can't agree on very basic things. But the one thing we can all agree on,
throwing stars are fucking cool.
Everybody should be allowed to have throwing stars and carry them around and I guess defend yourself with throwing stars. Somebody's fucking with you. You can just chuck them at them like you're Batman or something. Indiana almost unanimously voted.
About to go white ninja on your ass.
Yeah, like so many of these votes break down Democrat and Republican. This one broke down pussies and not pussies. And the not pussies won it almost unanimously, which sucks if you're one of the senators who voted against throwing stars, because now everyone's just going to knock your tray out of your hands in the lunchroom and go, what are you, gay?
I know what you're not going to do. You're not going to whip out a throwing star, you pussy.
Yeah, you fucking mo. Voted against the throwing star bill? Jesus. But what if they did it because it's seen as Chinese martial arts and they didn't want to bend to the commies? Then you kind of got to respect them.
It's cultural appropriation, you guys. You're fetishizing their ancient form of warfare. I don't think you understand how cool it is to just throw this thing and watch it stick in a wall.
Did they really throw those fucking things in warfare?
Yeah, dude. That's what throwing stars are. They're a weapon.
I know they're a weapon.
Thrown weapon.
I thought they were like a more domestic weapon. I didn't know that fucking Chinese soldiers were out there winging these things.
I don't know that Chinese soldiers were, but I mean, I imagine they could be used in warfare.
Holy shit. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for gifting a membership on YouTube. Let's go. Let's get a bunch of those coming in. We are sucking hind tit now. We're in 20 minutes into today's show. Contribute. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are my favorites. Go ahead.
Who's your money on for which one of these two is the first to get throwing stars? I'm going Lady in Red.
Yeah, Lady in Red for sure.
59 State House reporter Kristen Eskow shows us why some Hoosiers want the current ban tossed.
You're probably wondering why Indiana lawmakers are discussing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Batarangs count as throwing stars.
Yeah, dude. Edge that mofo and start playing.
Jesus Christ, those would hurt like shit.
Yep.
I know that they're making it legal, and the whole thing is like, the throwing stars thing is big at the axe throwing places.
Right.
Like you can throw the stars at the axe throwing joints, but like there's no like there's no rule with like in regards to like, hey, once you leave the axe throwing place, you can't have throwing stars. Like you can just have throwing stars now. Doesn't matter what the intent is, just carry them around in your pocket.
They look cool.
They look awesome. And are you going to fuck with a guy who pulls a throwing star?
No, because on the off chance he knows how to use it, you're going to get fucked up. And if he doesn't, he's already given you his calling card that he's batshit nuts.
Right.
So it's like, oh, no.
If you go to rob a guy and he pulls out a throwing star, you're like, look, the odds of this going well for me just went down drastically.
There's no win here.
Yeah.
Throwing stars. You'll find the answer at some businesses.
I hope they show this loser's face because he just threw a throwing star and he couldn't get it to stick in the wall. Dipshit.
Actually came from a constituent who owns it.
Yeah, I mean, but he missed it high. I mean, come on, loser. I can figure it out. I actually learned how to throw axes in like 2 or 3 throws because April and I went to this axe throwing place that wanted to advertise a couple years ago. And it's all about where your thumbs are when you release. Like just before your thumbs point at the board, you let go. And you'll always be able to stick the thing into the board. And you won't have to look like a fucking idiot.
A putt-putt golf course called Ninja Golf.
State Senator Linda Rogers is one of the lawmakers backing a proposal at the State House. Throwing
Can we, real quick, whoa, nice throw there. That one's stuck.
Yeah, dude, you fucking sank that bitch.
That guy's angry. You see this throwing star? That's a hostile motherfucker right there.
That's a dude that's in the middle of litigation, probably for a divorce. I don't know, just a guess, but
yeah, that guy's,
somebody pissed him off.
That guy's getting divorce R-worded, and those stars, I can hear how he throws those stars. He throws them like this. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Throwing stars are currently illegal in Indiana. Rogers wants to lift that ban.
Okay, this is not the face of the person I saw as the person who was going to lift the ban on throwing stars.
She looks like the chairman of the No Throwing Stars committee.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, those are fun and they're dangerous, and as a grandma, I don't support either of those
She looks
things.
like the head of the organization called You're Going to Put an Eye Out with that thing.
Star throwing is allowed in other states and frequently found at axe throwing businesses, like this one in Virginia.
Nearly everyone that I spoke with said, hey, look, if we can throw axes, we can certainly throw throwing stars.
There are...
Well, I mean, all right, then we can throw machetes, we can throw swords.
You can throw a wrench, you can throw a star.
Right?
Like, I mean, there's no rule here.
Yeah.
Where does that end? Like, you can throw a star, you can throw a midget. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
If you can throw a star, you can throw a warhammer. I don't really know what kind of damage it's going to do.
Can we start tossing like World War I grenades? We can throw axes. Can we throw explosives? Come on.
Yeah, as long as you keep a safe distance. I want to see how based Indiana goes with this. What else can we throw?
Safety considerations
How about non-cooperative spouses?
to be made since throwing a star is...
Holy shit.
Holy fuck. Throw it. Throw it. I don't care about this story anymore. I want to see you wield that big black star.
Whoa. What the fuck, man?
I want to see her with the big black star.
Okay.
That's what I want to see her play. I want to see her handle that massive, huge black star. Look at that meaty fucker. I'm amazed she can even handle it all she needs both hands.
She's going to get dates, dude. Hands that small, you just want to see those on your dick. You're just like, I always knew I was a big boy. That's actually a regular size throwing star. People don't know that. Jesus Christ.
She's doing all this on what, a soapbox right now? Could
you imagine someone like approaches her in a dimly lit parking garage and she pulls that fucking thing out?
My first question is, holy shit, honey, where were you keeping it?
Right.
Is different than throwing an axe.
It's a double-edged sword.
He's got that
Often
release you
more
talked
than
about.
two edges. Richard Deshane helps run Ragnarok Axe Throwing in Indiana.
That looks like a guy who runs Ragnarok. You know, it is nice to see people who look exactly like you need them to.
Both the owner and the customers. Thank you.
Yes. Real quick, I want to get these thank yous in before they get off my screen. Gray Duckling with $10 on YouTube says, not to be an ass, but the gravity of your mass is pulling your tits down. Thank you. Trekker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, who voted against this? Some punk ass. Look at the woman who brought the whole thing up.
Yeah, dude, you're more of a pussy than she is?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, everyone gift a membership and shoot Steel Toe some money today. Follow my lead. Thank you. I like the rah-rah attitude of Red Fox Mad. Very nice. Hendy with $1 says, did you hear about the Keno Casino rumors involving African hookers in Vegas? Yeah, there's been some wild shit about that party. I actually do believe PPP's take on the whole thing. And it was a pretty wild party, but what was the term he used? No black prostitutes. I can't remember what the official term he used for them was, but it did not sound flattering. 300 even away from today's goal. There you go, guys. Keep it going. Let's get this thing down to 200 by 8 o'clock. Let's do this thing. Rally, 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 so we can have a chance at keeping our week perfect today. All right, let's continue with Indiana legalizing throwing stars.
Indianapolis. He points out throwing star blades can get bent and hooked over, increasing someone's odds of getting cut.
I would say, the easiest way for that to have any kind of solution is to require like a Kevlar glove to be worn when they're throwing any other object like a throwing star.
The bill does include some restrictions. Star throwing would only be permitted at certain businesses.
Boo!
Oh, lame.
Boo! You just made it gay.
I want to be packed and loaded for bear. If anyone fucks for me, it's Ninja Star time.
Okay, but think about this. Can you look something up for me real quick while I have this up on the screen?
All right.
Can you look up, does Indiana have open carry?
All right. Yeah, we can look at
Because to me, if you're going to, it would be such a weird law to be like, we're going to allow you to carry guns in public.
But you can't have Ninja Stars. You might hurt yourself or someone else.
We don't want you to have throwing stars, though. What do you know about Indiana and open carry? Thank you very much to Mr. Me for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Even $300 away today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's go on a $100 rally in the next half hour here. Thanks, boys and girls.
Indiana's open carry laws, also known as permitless carry, allow people to carry handguns, shotguns, or rifles without a license or permit in most public places.
Christ.
Eligibility, you must be 18 years or older and not have a felony conviction. There are some locations where you cannot carry a gun. School property, school buses, aircraft.
So you can walk around with a rifle on your...
Airports, shopping ports, commercial airplanes, controlled sections of airports, riverboat gambling cruises, interesting one, the Indiana State Fair, courthouses, and the Indiana State House and Government Center.
So you don't even have to have a permit. You can just walk around with a rifle strapped to your back in Indiana. But we got, these throwing stars, they can only be in certain businesses. We don't want it to get too dangerous out there.
Look, guys, we can't let people just run around with throwing stars willy-nilly. They might hurt somebody. Hey, what's that? A full auto shotgun? Fuck happened.
And children...
You went through training for that thing, right? Nah, just picked it up today. No idea how to fucking use the thing. I think this is the end I point at people.
Now, a cold-blooded killer, a real merciless, thoughtless person, would immediately ask, what's the little red button for?
But, hey... No, throwing stars have to be concealed in particular businesses. We have to be careful, after all.
Guys, the tips might get bent and you could hurt yourself, so you have to wear gloves. All right? Special gloves.
Hey, you ever seen a gun before in your life? Never once. Would you like to carry it around the streets? Yes, I would. All right, sounds good to us.
Age 12 to 17 could only throw stars with the parent's written permission. There are also some requirements for fencing between throwing lanes.
They're a ton of fun, and I think as long as we are being safe and we are educating people about them, I think it's absolutely something that we should allow.
In Indianapolis,
I think
Kristen
you should just go
Escal...
back to singing for corn, okay? Just
wait a minute. That's not Jonathan Davis. What are you talking about? That would have been a rough couple of years for him if that was the case. My God. Dead Game says constitutional carry needs to be the law of the land. I know a lot of people they're for constitutional carry, and I don't mind it either, but I just really don't understand if you let people carry a gun wherever they want to.
Then why the fuck are throwing stars off the table?
Yeah. Chevrolet JB says, I love how they assume people are dumb enough to throw a fucked up star. Oh, the ones with the bent tips or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wouldn't you see that right away and go, excuse me, mine's bent. Could I get a different star, please? Ninja stars aren't a particularly practical weapon, says Landers. Yeah, but I think they're a psychological weapon. Like if you
can get really good at that, like 3-star throw where you tuck them in your fucking hand and you just go and you throw like all 3 at once, like those are cool.
Not only that, if you can make a really, really menacing face while you're wielding the throwing star.
See, I tried that, but according to all the Japanese movies I've watched, the face I do to mimic it just looks like I'm trying really hard to take a shit.
Which can also...
Nobody's scared.
People might be terrified of something like that if you're holding a throwing star while doing it. Andrew Sun says, will Johnny finally get held accountable if you don't reach the goal today? Oh, my God. Is that what we're going with? Is that what we're going with today, Andrew Sun? If we don't hit today's goal, it's all Johnny's fault? Well, I tell you what, we're only at $300 right now.
So fuck that cripple. We need to make this move.
Yeah, if we don't rally soon, you're right. We could have a decision to make here. I don't know. But 300 away. We got to get to 200 by 8 o'clock, or I get to beg my fucking dick off. And I will, because I need to. Leprechaun Blood, becoming a member for 29 months, says most stick people are people of color. YouTube wouldn't let me say black. What?
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
Well,
stick people?
We just thank him for becoming a member for 29 or 30 months and nod politely and carry on with
I appreciate
today's
the
program.
support, sir. Thank you very much.
Great to have your support. We'd love to have everybody's support. We'd love to have if everybody threw in just $5 right now. We could calm the fuck down and we could just focus on doing a great show. So please throw it in. Let's get a rally going today. We're a little slow this morning, but it's a short week. We don't have as many shows. It's not going to cost as much to support Steel Toe this week. So pretty please, $300 away. Let's get that a little closer before 8 o'clock so we feel a little more comfortable. Gray Duckling, thank you for becoming a member for 30 months. We appreciate that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it. Let's everybody get in on the act and, we team up. Makes it a little bit easier. Oh, boy. Here's another one that they're going to get mad about. Day one. This is a day one Donald Trump thing for his presidency. Banning trans people out of the military on day one.
Do we got a lot of those?
I don't know how many we have, but Donald Trump wants them out. Citing defense sources, the Times UK, you got the UK breaking news in the United States, claimed in a report Monday that President-elect Donald Trump plans to issue an executive order booting transvestites. There's a term you don't hear anymore.
Yeah.
I never hear transvestites anymore.
Yeah, it's always transgender. So are the transvestites ones, aren't those the people that just dress different? They cross-dress?
I always thought transvestites were just like RuPaul's Drag Race.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are we just bringing back old school terms because we're tired of saying trans?
It's more work. Trans is shorter.
Because I don't think transvestites are really allowed in the military as it is, are they? I mean, you all have to dress in uniform.
Right. Yeah, I feel like you can't, I don't know any soldier that's like, hey, I'd like a female uniform. Why? I just feel better in a skirt.
Yeah.
No, that's not how that goes.
Don't get to. A spokesman for the Trump-Vance transition team. It's kind of ironic that we're talking about transitioning while talking about kicking trans people out of the military. It's a hell of a transition. Told Blaze News that the unnamed sources in the report, whose claims have now been repeated by activists and other publications, don't know what they're talking about. The Times sources allege that Trump is not only planning to oust those transvestic, I'm not kidding. Let me put this up there.
Transvestic? Is that a word?
Here, let's highlight the paragraph. The Times source alleged that Trump is not only planning to oust those transvestic service members presently enlisted with medical discharges, gross, stating that they are unfit to serve, but is planning on altogether banning transvestites from joining the military. Well, I was today old when I found out that transvestic is a word.
I still don't think it is. I think someone made it up.
Might have made it up.
What the heck? I need clarification. We talking about trans people or just cross-dressers? Because I feel like you want to wear a bra and panties in your private time. I don't care if that I don't think that should, disqualify you from being able to carry a gun. In fact, I feel like the people you're fighting might freak out a little bit more if they realized under that uniform, lacy bra and panties.
There's the Shane Gillis joke where you had the general who was into puppy play. And when he retired from the military, he wore his dog mask. He said, "Officer, bow wow out." And Russia and China were making fun of America's military for having that guy. And Shane Gillis was like, "I don't know, dog general is like the scariest fucking general I've ever seen in my entire life." He's like, imagine that. Like, you got a guy who thinks he's a dog just deleting entire villages. He's just pushing a button. That is kind of scary. I mean, it is kind of wild if you got some guy who's dressed up like Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs and he's getting ready to go bomb your country. There's no reasoning with that motherfucker. Would you bomb me? I'd bomb me hard. Let's go to Coyote. Here's a little rally, boys and girls. This is what we're talking about this morning. Thank you very much, Coyote NV with $19.99 says, I would like to order 1 turkey, please. Johnny?
Who's he talking to? I don't have any turkeys, so I can't help you. There's no turkey business.
191 Redbird with $2 says, why the F is any of this the government's business? Well, because it's the military. It's literally the government's business.
The military doesn't let the civilian side do a whole lot of controlling him.
No. Hendy with $2 says, serious question, is it gay to do sex on a woman with a penis? I would argue yes. I would argue yes. 191 Redbird with $5 says the military has been paying for full surgical transition for military members on the taxpayer dime for the last 4 years. It's been abused nonstop. Oh, man. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that remember the Trump administration complained about with the Harris campaign. They said, oh, yeah, she supports taxpayers paying for transition surgeries in prisons.
Yeah.
And that kind of hurt her quite a bit. Thank you guys very much for that. There's a quick $20 rally, $280 away from today. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, and all that. Let's keep it going. And hey, like I said, let's get down to 200 in the next 20 minutes. And let's make this a happy day for the old toe. Wear out that PayPal. Wear out that Venmo. Andrew's son says that if we don't hit today's goal, it's all Johnny's fault. Right. So I don't want to have to hold Johnny accountable for us taking an L today. And
he's threatened to cane my legs. I might even feel it.
Not only that, but a lot of our audience likes to spite Andrew's son. So there's a double whammy in there for you. I don't understand the hang up with the term transvestite, though. I think they mean trans people, like Trump wants to get trans people out of the military. But
I'm not for or against that, really. I feel it's a case-by-case basis. I'm just not for paying for it. That's on you.
I don't think taxpayer dollars should go to any transition surgeries. I also kind of agree with Chris Rock where he's like, let them fight because I ain't fighting.
Right.
You know?
And this is, again, kind of the thing like we were talking about before. Are you worried about a soldier who became a Navy SEAL, or are you worried about a soldier who became a Navy SEAL and decided that wasn't far enough, so he cut off his cock and balls and got 2 breasts, and now he's carrying an M16. I'm a woman, hear me roar. Oh, I'm not messing with that guy or girl, whatever they identify as, Rambo, whatever.
You're right. You kind of want to turn that guy loose on your enemies.
Right?
The only thing is if you say turn that guy loose, they'll yell at you for dead naming and what is it? Misgendering them. So that's the only drawback.
In order to beat a war, you got to become a war. Just slapping on a bra.
You asked me, I didn't ask you. You can't just cut it off.
You got to bifurcate it and then you got to turn it inside.
It's over, Joanna. It's over. Nothing is over. You don't just cut it off. You assigned me male at birth. You didn't ask me. Out there in the field, I can kill people with piano wire. Here, I can't even piss in the bathroom I want to. We were out in the field one day, and a little kid comes up, and he goes, gender reassignment surgery. And he's got this little box of surgical tools. And my buddy goes, yeah, I'll take gender reassignment surgery. And he opens the box with the gear and it explodes and a bomb in it. And pieces over everywhere. And he's telling me about this car that we were going to go driving out of Vegas in. And then I'm picking him up and trying to find pieces. I can't find your legs.
I can't find your testicles. I can't put his penis back on or turn it inside out.
And I'm sitting there saying, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry that a man has to die this way. And with his dying breath, he says to me, I'm not a man. Don't misgender me, Johnny. And I can't even hold a job for a week. Rambo is a different movie when you throw the trans element in there.
Right?
What about
First Blood has a whole new meaning.
What about Delmore Barry? He's still alive, isn't he? No, sir. Delmore is Delia now. Turned into a woman in Nam. Didn't even know it. It was that shit they sprayed in the jungle. It's turned into frickin' frogs gay. Alex Jones is Rambo. Oh, boy. Los Federales with $1. Thank you, buddy. And he's got an Instagram reel. Let's check this out real quick.
If you're going after my guy, then you better remember to bring one thing. What's that? A good supply of hormones.
Clubbing in the 90s, but everyone's Gordon Ramsay.
This is creepy as shit.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, this hurts. See, this is why AI is the devil. This should not exist. Oh, Jesus. This hurts me on so many levels. Why is that a thing, and how did Los Federales fight it? This should not be real. Stop it.
That almost looks like the 80s more than the 90s.
Yeah, that does look a lot more 80s-esque. Maybe it's early 90s. Like, I don't know. How many clubs did you go to in 92?
That's true. Yeah, I was, the oldest I would have been is, at the very end, 13. At the end of December 24th, 1999, I turned 13 years old. So it was definitely just outside of my clubbing phase. That's for sure. You know, honestly, I never really had a clubbing phase. I was never a clubbing guy.
I hung at pool halls a lot.
Yeah, I always like to hang out at bars and have a place to sit, drink, and talk about football and other dumb shit with your friends. That was one of my favorite parts of being married, is no matter which marriage it was going out with your friends and then having your wife ask you what was going on with your friends, and you're like, I don't fucking know. What am I, gay? Like knowing what your friend does for a living, or knowing what's going on with their wife, or knowing what's going on with their life or anything, that's gay. Like, you might as well suck his dick. You know? She's like,
Did you just say one of your favorite parts about being married is, regardless of the lady, leaving your wife to go out with your friends? So one of my favorite parts about being married is when you get to go, nah, fuck off, cunt. I'm going to hang out with people I like.
No. The fun part is when you come back and they ask you about your friends. It's just fun when women find out that men don't fucking care about that kind of shit. And to
Great
watch
when you come back and you're like, oh, I had so much fun with them.
Okay, now you're
here.
making me look like Sal from Mad Men. And I don't appreciate it.
Am I making you look like it, or am I just pointing it
You're
out?
being a real Lee Garner Jr. right now. If I do
Look,
say
I'm going to
so
snap my fingers and you're going to forget you were ever gay.
I was never gay.
Right.
No, I was never gay. No, you can't just snap your fingers and say I was never something. Kirkland Red 100s. He's obsessed with giving Johnny money. I think he should watch Johnny's show and do it. $4.99 from Kirkland Red says, I know what you're going to say, but unfortunately, I'm not available at 2 p.m. Please give this to Johnny for his transition.
Thank you, Kirkland.
God damn it, Kirkland Reds. Can't you just watch Johnny's show for once in your fucking life?
On
and give him
silent.
Just give him some fucking money, for God's sake.
We do funny stuff.
Yeah, like they accused Johnny of selling black market turkeys.
Come tune in today to find out what the next business I'm apparently operating is.
So what have you done? You've done futon sales. You've done gorilla
sales,
cum
the
farming,
gorilla milking thing,
and now selling black market turkeys.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Those are
I'm having trouble keeping track. Jesus Christ, I hate to be the IRS. So yeah, I don't know what else I'm doing.
275 is the number for today, guys. Let's knock it out. Let's get moving. We are well behind for this morning, looking to get to 200 by 8 o'clock. We are quite a ways behind that. Let's keep the wins coming for today. I would appreciate it. Yeah, the thing I was explaining was not a gay thing. I was saying that when it comes to, like, you know, I love it when women ask you, like, what's going on with your buddy? Like, what's he doing with this? And you're like, I don't fucking know. Like, I have one of my best friends in the world. I still don't know what he does for a living. I have no idea.
I feel like, okay, there's a certain level of things you should know. Like, how long has he been your best friend?
Junior year in high school.
So since junior year in high school. All right. So we're saying the better part of 20 years-ish.
Yeah, about 20 years. He's been one of my best friends.
And in all that time, you've never figured out what the heck he does every day?
It's something to do with the healthcare industry.
All right. Well, you're at least close enough that I would say that's a pass.
Or health insurance industry.
Some vagary. You're aware he has a job.
Yeah, he's employed.
All right.
And it's something to do with health insurance.
Good enough.
The only reason I'm pretty sure I know that is like when I got into his car once, I think there was a folder from his work on the ground. And it was something about health insurance.
We don't talk, we just fuck, okay?
Well, it was something about health insurance or something like that. So I assumed he was either buying different health insurance or that's where he works.
I assume he's in the medical industry. He gave me a lot of great advice about monkeypox, and that's got to be like a doctor thing, right? Like
here's what I know about him. He does something with folders.
And he has a remarkably tight ass.
There's folders, and he does something. He goes somewhere during the day and works.
Coom tastes like pineapples.
Not it. Andrew's son says, Steel Toe Morning Show, Johnny is smoking drugs on your show again. Don't let him get away with it. I think if you're Johnny and you have MS and you live a life of pain, I think you're allowed to smoke weed.
Yeah, and it's totally legal in this state. And I'm medicinally prescribed. So, I mean, how many boxes do we need to check?
I thought you had to be...
Is it a problem? I can stop.
I thought you had to be an Indian outlaw to consume marijuana in Minnesota now. Half Cherokee and Choctaw. Your baby,
right.
She's a Chippewa. Oh, she's a one of a kind. Is it totally fine now? Is it legit?
It's totally fine now. In Minnesota, anyways. Some states, it's not.
I know Native Americans were the only ones who could sell it for a while. Can normal people sell it now?
Yeah, sort of. Not legally.
Oh, really?
Like, normal people can have it. You can get it. It's just who can sell it is still very much on. There's a whole lot of medicinally approved places like that I can go to because I'm a medicinal person. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, you have to go to like the reservation to get it right now.
I just want to let it be known that I just got Johnny to say normal people instead of Native Americans. I said it so casually that you just jumped right along with it. I said, I know Native Americans are allowed to sell it legally, but what about normal people? And now I knew what I was doing. I was purposely saying that to be remarkably offensive, but you just said it casually.
Yeah, I just co-signed it without even thinking.
You did. That's disgusting, man. I disavow what I said, but you.
I don't. They're not normal people. You ever met them?
Wow.
How many times you been to the res, my friend?
Wow. I mean, I've been to blackjack tables. I don't really know if it's the real
That's not the same thing.
Yeah.
That's not even remotely the same thing.
No, I don't think so. I remember we were driving.
Nice.
We were driving through the Indian reservation one time, and we were looking out the window. And I came to this realization. I'm like, because like all the land, even if it was for farming and shit, was full of rocks and hilly and shit like that. I'm like, boy, we really did
fucked them over hard.
We really did fuck these people with the shittiest possible land ever.
Right?
Terrible.
It's like everything we didn't want, we left with them. And then people are just like, well, they get casinos. Like, yeah, that really washes away the stain. We took away your mountains, your beautiful places. Oh, by the way, you live in a shithole, but hey, you can play blackjack and keep the money.
I remember The Daily Show did a segment where they told me that casino is Algonquin for, I guess this makes up for everything. It's true.
This makes us even.
Andrew's son says, Aaron, if Johnny is in so much discomfort that he needs to smoke drugs, maybe he isn't well enough to earn $100 from you either. Guys, let's see if we can earn $100 for Johnny. Let's see if Andrew's son is wrong. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, does my turkey order come with any side dishes? Johnny?
I don't know. You shouldn't be ordering a turkey from me. I don't want people to get their hopes up and then be disappointed in 2 days. I don't want people. I'm a big fan of like family gatherings being those wholesome Hallmark moments that you see on the cards because I've never had those. And I just thought, don't rely on me for a turkey, man.
All right, let's see if we can make $100. Andrew's son says Johnny can't make $100. He's not good enough. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Johnny, I would like to order a Photon. Black. How much
Okay.
for the photon, Johnny? So you're a photon salesman now?
Dude, a photon. How do you sell photons? That's moving beams of light. How am I supposed to sell
I
photons?
don't even think you can gather photons.
I'm going to put them all in a torpedo, and you can buy a photon torpedo.
Johnny is. Well, by the way, Dr. Michio Kaku explained that to me one time. He said
Photon torpedoes?
A photon torpedo, he said, is basically a flashlight.
Yeah.
So it's not a very impressive torpedo.
No, but it sounds awesome.
You're just launching a flashlight at somebody.
Yeah.
That's it. I think that's quite.
Guys, we're going to take him out. Shoot the disco ball.
All right, guys, $270 away, and Andrew's son says Johnny can't make $100. So go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. We are behind for today, but if we come up with that $100 rally that Andrew's son says Johnny can't do, then we're right back on track again. So thank you very much in advance. Let's see if we can keep going. Andrew's son says, your audience will prove me right by not giving you money because they agree with me about Johnny. You'll see. Oh, shit. Andrew's son saying that the audience is going to... so Andrew's son is basically saying their silence is complicity.
And it's no way in a facet of a bunch of people who are seethers and other people who are just too busy to...
Wow.
Okay.
All right. Andrew's son says your audience will prove me right by not giving you money because they agree with me about Johnny. Andrew's son, you are a terrible guy. Let's see if the audience responds to such
Even if he was
taunting.
telling the truth, why would you hope for that?
I mean,
and please help out, guys. I don't want to look like this horrible asshole that he's saying, and it's just mean.
It's going to be disgusting. New guy says the weird faces Johnny's making at you is funny. You making fucking faces at me, you motherfucker?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't make the lovey googly eyes that you make at me, and I know it bothers you, but I'm not doing it.
Wow, just making fucking faces at me all day while I'm trying.
Money better fucking be there.
Who was that?
I don't know. Some googly-eyed fuck that I let get to me, and now I'm wondering why.
Oh, that
But
was a
it's
merch thing, and it better fucking be there. And his eyes looking this
There
way.
was money promised in a lump payment, and that money better fucking be there. It just...
And you're trying.
That was the greatest thing. Like, I felt like I was so mean to myself after I watched that clip because I'm like, really? You were having a bad day, and that's all it took to push you up? That guy? Wow.
In fairness, that's what you should think.
Yeah.
To yourself.
That's what I think every time now.
That's for
I'm
certain.
embarrassed for myself.
But while he's doing that, he's looking into the camera, but you're also like, dude, over here. Come on.
Oh,
over.
man.
No, now get
It's
that
like
out.
when you
Okay.
see a car, and their headlights are obviously misaligned. You're like, all right, it doesn't need to be perfect, but can you fucking fix that?
Now,
please.
Hey, bring your other eye over here. Okay, one, you got that one. Now the other. It's like trying to get someone to get on a horse, and they get their foot in the stirrup. It's like, all right, now you got to swing the other one over. Come on now.
All right, someone find me another cockeyed fuck. If we put the two of you together and we bash your heads, will it fix the eyes?
It's possible. It's like I said, it's kind of like an Armageddon hitting the spaceship with the wrench.
Percussive maintenance is the solution.
Yeah, it could work. It worked for Nintendo. Who knows? 270 away. Andrew's son says that Johnny can't draw money. Let's see if we can prove him wrong here, boys
Please
and
help
girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, because right now Andrew's son is correct. We've got it. Chad Buzamok is going to be very happy that we got this. We've got a Daily View clip.
Uh-oh.
Applause. Johnny can't hear the applause, but it's going. We have a View clip today. The girls are still losing it on one another. They're still yelling. They're still mad. And they're not mad at
Trump winning? Or...
Well, they're not mad at the Trump people anymore. They're just getting mad at each other. They're getting snippy and bitchy at each other for the stuff they say. This is a classic case of maybe like some gals go on a girls' getaway for the weekend. A few of them are going to start snipping at each other by the end because they've just been...
I grew up with three sisters. This is a classic case of you put more than one woman in a room together. This is going to happen.
Yeah. By the way, Triple N with a line, he says, broke 1,000 crutches, never drew a dime. That is a line. This is going to be so nerdy. That is a line from the Rise and Fall of WCW WWE DVD. Mike Graham said that about Jeff Jarrett. Broke 1,000 guitars, never drew a dime. Do I deserve applause for that, or is that disgusting?
I maybe applause. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a deep cut to remember a line from a documentary about ECW.
No, WCW.
WCW.
Get it right. The ECW was a different documentary. Andrew's son says, I can mathematically prove that Johnny's presence on the show suppresses donations. Shit. I mean, we're still 270 away. The audience has not responded to Andrew's challenge.
Yeah, so I guess he's right and I suck. Uh-oh.
He might be right. Today's goal is riding on Johnny's, on the judgment of Johnny, essentially. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are officially, we're 2 minutes away still from being $70 behind. If you feel like contributing, please do. All right, daily view clip. This starts, lately it's been Whoopi Goldberg has been trying to be the voice of reason. Whoopi has been breaking the girls up when they start fighting about school choice. She's been breaking them up when they get a little too redundant on Trump. I guess yesterday there was another clip where she went, we're talking about the same thing every day, y'all. We're just complaining about Trump constantly every day. And then, instead of going, yeah, that's kind of true, we're kind of just bitching about the same shit, the girls got a little...
go at her.
They got a little defensive with Whoopi. Here's the clip. Does Mediaite give The View a 30-second ad or no?
Yeah.
Let's see. View's big money. That's what I say. The View's big business. Oh, yeah, they get a whole... Not only do they get a 30-second ad, they get a 30-second ad that you can't skip. This is the one where Wanda Sykes is a garbage disposal. This is kind of end-stage stand-up comic career, I think. I think this is... Oh, sorry, I had to mute you because of the commercial. By the way, 5-0 in the 320 with $10 says to prove Andrew Son's math. Oh, okay. Well, $10. He says to prove Andrew Son's math. We're going to get into this. There we go. Now we're unmuted. There's Johnny's clip. Let's throw an update up there. Thank you very much to 5-0 in the 320. That puts us at 260 away from today as we try to prove Andrew's son wrong on, broke 1,000 crutches, never drew a dime. Let's see if we can prove Andrew's son wrong and have that money come in. 260 is the number for today. PayPal empty. All right. Thank you. So Andrew's son, he's looking good right now. Let's go on to The View, our daily view clip of the day. Whoopi Goldberg trying to keep the gals in line. I've noticed more and more No Joy Behar.
Well, I feel like you don't even have to put her last name in it. No Joy. That's just, and that's a good thing.
The View in general, in more ways than one, has no joy. She's getting old. Maybe she's thinking of retiring. They said they want to get a Trump person on The View.
Yeah, I would love to see these 5 ladies sitting with a pro-Trump person on a regular basis for the next 4 years.
Guys, you think that we play View clips on the show now? We'll just be a View watch-along show.
Fucking Jesus Christ. It'll be like we never leave.
Yeah.
Their ratings will go through the roof if they put a pro-Trump person on there, especially if it's someone who can defend themselves relatively well, and the other 5 just kind of gang up like a school of piranha on him and just watch the battle.
If Ann Coulter ends up on The View, that's our show. That's what we're watching. So this is Whoopi trying to calm everybody down, and Anna Navarro apparently is having none of it.
I understand all the things you want to see him be. I understand all the things that he promised he would be and he wasn't. And now that he has been given carte blanche, I'm not going to waste a lot of time on what he might do. But at the I'm gonna wait because I need to see what he will do so that I know what I'm going to do.
I have to say,
that's called a stark raving reasonable idea.
I was just going to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have a View clip that starts out with a remarkably reasonable take by one Whoopi Goldberg. Incredibly reasonable.
Let's
watch how they fuck it up.
Okay.
in many ways my point, but we can sit here and we could be apocalyptic about what he might do, but I also think there's a moment for self-reflection. I felt as unrepresented by Biden when I would talk about, I care about the border. Why did you wait till 3 years in to do it? I care about the cost of living.
But
why aren't you talking about it?
Because we have to turn red states blue, goddammit. How are we going to turn red states blue if we don't flood in illegal immigrants and then tell them who to vote for? God, you guys.
What, you want us to actually make the people like us? What are you, high?
We just got to import more people and then yell at anyone who says we're undergoing a great replacement. Don't you know anything? God, Alyssa, you're so stupid.
We've done all of that, and we're talking about how this respect comes to you, how it comes to me, how it comes to you. We're looking at different things. You're hearing different things than I'm hearing because you're not listening for the same things. We just aren't. And that's okay.
Fucking Dr. Goldberg over here. Jesus. We're getting psychological on this bitch.
Look, I understand you're getting mad, and there's no reason to be mad. Look, we're hearing different things because we're not listening with open minds. We've got what we want to hear, and we're just waiting to be triggered, all right? Now, you got to let it go. You got to let the menopause just seep out of you. I see you're wearing the red dress. You're embracing it, but you got to let your womanness go for a minute. And sweet Jesus, is there a vampire sucking the life out of Sunny Hostin? I mean, she looks like a dried raisin.
Every time we pause and Sunny Hostin is in the frame, she looks like she's contemplating hanging herself.
And she looks like she's literally lost more years of life between the last clip we saw of her and now.
Yeah. You understand
the hair is graying remarkably quickly.
You understand that in the last week, we've watched her read 3 legal disclaimers because of shit she said on the show. She's had to come back after a commercial break and go, I just want to say legally, this guy, he doesn't eat babies. That was, I was being sarcastic. He is not a baby eater. Thank you.
I have a lot more understanding about what you're looking for than most people have what I'm looking for.
Yeah. No,
because,
we recognize
that. So I think what we're all saying is we're going to sit and watch. We're going to wait and see because we can't do anything else except.
I'm not going to.
Uh-oh. So Whoopi goes, we're going to wait and see. We're going to see what he does, so on and so forth. And Anna Navarro is about to not fucking have any of that shit. Get ready for The View to sync up the cycles.
Anything else except.
I'm not going to wait and see. I mean, this guy is told us he's a retribution. He's going to be a dictator.
There's nothing to be done until you know what you're fighting. It's pissing in the wind doesn't help. You just get a wet face.
But I mean,
That's actually, you know what?
She ain't wrong.
Pissing into the wind ain't going to help. You're just going to get a wet face. And I understand some people pay hard-earned money for that kind of business, but that just ain't me, child.
No, what I'm saying is I have no false expectations that at 78 he's going to all of a sudden turn into a benevolent human being. And I'm not going to spend. I spent weeks telling people that he was apocalyptic. I'm not going to change now because it's still the same man.
Not treating every single thing like a firework.
I respect that though, because like think about like what Morning Joe did and MSNBC did. Like he's Hitler, he's evil, he's awful. And then it was we went down to Mar-a-Lago to talk to him after he won.
Yeah, because we want to have access. We don't want to be closed off. We've been calling this guy Hitler, and we just want him to know that, hey, man, it was just, it was pro wrestling. It was just a work.
Yeah. Hey, this guy's Hitler. This guy's the most evil guy in the world. Oh, he won the election. Hey, guys, we're going down to have breakfast with Hitler tomorrow. It's fine. We just gotta. It's all's fair in love and war, I suppose.
We lose credibility.
Well, here's the thing. You lose credibility in many different ways. If you don't know what you're talking about and you accuse him of something, then they're going to blow
Listen to how bad the bosses want them to go to fucking commercial, and they're just like, let's just keep blabbing. Let's go for it.
Back. That's why I say we need to wait and see exactly what you're going to do. Are you coming after all the folks that come to this country for a better world, who come here to work? What do you want to do with all those?
She's still pissy.
They come here for a better world, that come here to work, and they work hard taking over those apartment complexes. Yeah, Sunny Hostin wants to say so much, but in the back of her head, she's like, they told me I can't do another lawyer thing.
They told me I'm not allowed to talk because they're running out of paper that they need to print my disclaimers on. They're frustrated with me.
Those folks, what are you going to do with those jobs when you take all these people away?
You're going to be able to give them to teenagers and other people who kind of need them. That'll be nice.
You talk about getting rid of folks. You better know what your back game is going to be before you talk about what you're going to do until you know what you can do. And you know what I can do. You know what I must do. Yes, right this second. What must I do?
You got to go to break.
I got to go to break. Got to pay the bill. We'll be right back.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
So there we go. The View can't decide whether or not they want to give Trump a chance and see what he does, or if just you want to write him off as a total piece of shit already.
Trying to do both, weirdly.
Which one are we going to see? Let's go to Triple N. He says, great, now we have to see AI art of Whoopi pissing into the wind. No, you don't. You don't have to see that. There is no, stop pretending you have to look at it. You will.
It's already in your Google search bar.
Yeah. I don't like this idea that you're sitting there going, oh, now I have to look at AI photos of Whoopi Goldberg pissing into her own face. You don't. Someone can say they have it, and you can go, stay the fuck away from me and don't show me anything you have.
AI modified version of Flashdance, and go.
Yeah, like you don't. None of
no,
that.
Jumpin' Jack Flash. That's the one.
Yeah, none of that needs to be seen, bro. None. The final boss with 199 says, Alex Stein plugged you on Fish Tank last night at 3 a.m. I saw this. Somebody sent this to me. Alex Stein was on Fish Tank, and he did throw Steel Toe a plug. It was not the kindest plug. Like, kind of fuck Alex.
It was an Alex Stein plug?
Oh, yeah. Now, you know Alex doesn't like Nick.
Right.
And I think I've gotten the idea that that, you know, Alex has always been very nice to me. Even when we haven't been nice to him, Alex has been very nice to me. I like Alex. Alex is one of the guys that actually gave me a phone call when shit was going down. He's a very nice guy. He's a very good dude and a very funny guy. I like Alex a lot. Alex was on Fish Tank. And Alex will admit openly, one of Alex's favorite things to do is watch Kino Casino _Mersh, the clip channel that shits on Mersh. And he likes to follow a lot of the internet drama. He loves it. It's like his favorite thing in the world is following that. And he was on Fish Tank last night, and one of the contestants on Fish Tank was talking about cuck and bull relationships.
And I don't know why he would think of you.
Fucking Alex. And you know what the other part is? This is what pisses me off about this clip. Alex knows how to pronounce my last name.
Right?
You can tell
so he
Alex
does it so well in this,
you can tell Alex has been watching a fuck ton of Kino Casino and a lot of PPP because he's doing the same thing that PPP does. He knows how to pronounce my last name, and
But he's calling you Imholt?
Oh no, it's worse than that. Let's go to Alex Stein talking a little Steel Toe on Fish Tank.
See a black man fuck his white pussy.
That's kind of man. That's not good.
This is called this is a fish called cuckold, cuck, bull, hot wife. There's several terminology for it.
Yeah, I know a guy that's into that. You ever heard of Nick Rekieta?
Oh boy.
I know a guy that's into that. And he is. I mean, I'm not. As Nas said, got in those shoes, tried them, wore them, wasn't a perfect fit, so I couldn't sport them. I think I was just unhappy and wanted something different. When I talk to people now, I'm like, I think I just wanted side pussy. I think that's ultimately what I wanted. But Nick is into the whole dynamic, like the cuck dynamic. Like he would always accidentally walk in on things.
Oh.
He would always
Oh God, don't gross me out.
He would always accidentally knock on doors.
Oh.
When things would be going on. It's so creepy. It's so fucking weird. Like the whole dynamic was degenerate and disgusting and awful, and I wish I'd never done it. It was really gross. I wish I would have just gotten a divorce. Or
every time
or started
we're at
cheating.
ground level. It's like you open a door and you're like, no, there's a basement. Let's go in.
Yeah. So he is into it. Me, I disavow what I did. I'm gross for doing it. I'm fucking disgusting for bringing anyone into it or involving anyone into it. It's fucking degenerate and awful, and you shouldn't do it. But it's kind of to me, it seemed like kind of a thing for him that he kind of liked. I don't know. Maybe after December 11th, I can tell you some things that were told to me about, his level of intrigue with the whole deal. Let's go ahead and so Alex, so this guy starts talking to Alex about cuckold and bull cuck and bull relationships.
There's a fish called cuckold, cuck, bull, hot wife. There's several terminology for it.
Yeah, I know a guy that's into that. You ever heard of Nick Rekieta?
I'm not familiar with who that is.
Oh boy, you're about to be.
And you know what? I love how Alex says this with a downward inflection. He's so full of shit.
You ever heard of Nick Rekieta? Like, I'm about to ruin your life.
Alex is so full of shit when he does that because Alex is like, you ever heard of Nick Rekieta? Meanwhile, inside, Alex is so
He's like,
fucking...
oh boy, Nick Rekieta.
He's so happy and giddy that he gets to tell someone this story. It's like he's like a missionary who gets to preach the word of Christ to a savage who's never heard it before. He's that fucking pumped. He's as happy as a preacher going to Sentinel Island. Alex Stein.
What about Aaron Imolte?
See, fuck you. That's how PPP
Imolte?
pronounces my name. And you have said my name right numerous times, Mr. Stein. Numerous times you've pronounced my name properly.
What about Aaron Imolte?
The name does not ring a bell.
You've never seen...
That would be dude. It would be so fucking awesome if Alex like, you ever heard of Nick Rekieta? The guy's like, no. You ever heard of Aaron Imolte? Oh yeah, Steel Toe guy. Yeah, that guy fucking rules.
Yeah, that piece of shit. I saw a news story about him on TV.
Ever seen Steel Toe Morning Show?
Actually, I'm not really knowledgeable pop culture and stuff.
It's just a really big podcast.
Thank you. Wow, thank you, Alex.
It's a really big podcast.
I mean, that is a complete and utter fabrication, you lying sack of shit, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, hey, no matter what, these two people think that Steel Toe is a really big podcast. And
no matter what he says about Aaron Imolte, like, did us a favor. He's a nice guy. You can't hate him.
You got to love Alex.
It's just a really big podcast.
On this podcast, the things with my auditory thing, it's kind of hard to keep up. With podcasts unless they have subtitles.
Well, they do that. They do swapping. They swapped.
I think that's slightly different what I'm doing. I don't have a wife or partner myself to swap with the wife. I mean, they just get me to fuck the wife in front of the husband.
So this guy is like, well, no, that's not what I do. It's not swapping. It's just I don't have a partner. I just go and I fuck girls.
I fucked the wife of the husband.
And by the way, Alex knew that when this guy started talking about it.
Yeah, but he couldn't bring up the other stuff if he.
Alex wanted to shoehorn in Rekieta and Steel Toe into Fish Tank. God, that is fucking funny. If you can't laugh at yourself, what the fuck is wrong with you? Leave the internet.
Just fuck the husband from the wife or fuck the husband and wife at the same time.
That's nice.
I mean,
Alex, that's even fucked up for Alex. He was done. Alex was done with that conversation the minute he got to ask the guy, do you know who Nick Rekieta and Aaron Imolte are? After that, he
just wanted to call you Imolte.
Imolte, yeah.
Imolte.
Zenman Builds with $1 says Stein should have said Bubba instead of Nick. Bubba's way more of a cuck. I don't know. It was the Hulkster, dude.
Dude, we got a promo or drop or whatever you want to say from Alex Stein on that. No, thank you. He nodded to the show and said it was a really big podcast.
Yeah.
What more do you want?
Alex Stein was on Fish Tank and dropped a Steel Toe promo. I appreciate it. Even if he said my name wrong and it didn't really say like, hey, it's a funny show. It's you should listen to it. They do a good job. It was wife swapping. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, guys, we are way behind for today. We are getting our fucking asses kicked, no doubt about it. $260 away from today's goal, and we are trying to stay perfect for our 4-year anniversary week. This is our 4th year of being internet independent and you guys supporting this show and keeping it on the air. Please keep throwing us a few bucks or start throwing us a few bucks because, as I said, we are taking a high, hard one today. So if I could beseech you, please, to drop us a few bucks, at the very least, get this thing under $200 and give us a fighting chance to win. As I said, Andrew's son said it's all Johnny's fault.
Yep.
If we don't,
it's all my fault.
Said that Johnny can't even make $100. Johnny can't raise $100. So let's try to help that out a little bit, guys. Please and thank you. Links are in the chat. I will admit, I'm starting to get a little nervous, but I'm still upbeat. I'm still positive. Let's help nail this $260. Please. All right, let's go ahead and check out this is my favorite one of the day. This is my favorite story. You know how we've made fun of Neil Degrasse Tyson in the past for not, how do we put this? He's not the best at taking criticism.
Yeah, he's not a graceful loser.
If you question Neil Degrasse Tyson on anything science related, he gets rather pissy about it. Neil is not one of those guys who throws out a position and then hears your position back and then respectfully responds. Neil is one of those guys who throws out a position and then if what you throw back at him in any way threatens his position, he acts like a condescending dickhead. And there's a difference between being really, really brilliant, which he is, and being really brilliant and secure with yourself, which
he's not.
I really don't believe he is. This is Bill Maher and Neil Degrasse Tyson talking about vaccines. Now, the last time we checked in with Neil Degrasse Tyson and vaccines, he was arguing with Patrick Bet-David, and he was having a bit of a meltdown over it.
Yeah, he got very, very animated quickly.
Let's see the Patrick Bet-David, Neil Degrasse Tyson thing first, and then see if Neil did a better job this time. Neil Degrasse Tyson, Patrick Bet-David. There we go. The vaccine thing. Here we go.
Have you looked?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
Well,
it's an interesting one. It's on. I don't know where it's at. You can find it
I'll go
somewhere
watch it.
online. Yeah,
Okay. Mhm.
it's got 30 million views. I think it's worth watching. Actually, would be curious to know what you say about it once you watch it. The statistic then showed, like pre-COVID, 29 people, athletes in Europe died suddenly from heart failure. Pre-COVID, pre-taking the mRNA vaccine. Okay, post-taking the mRNA vaccine last year, 1,500 people suddenly had heart failures in Europe, and 2/3 died. That's documented. That's not like it's a hypothetical, right? Okay, you read statistics like that, then one has the right to say.
Well, just to be careful. You have to be careful how you speak information. So
listen.
Fuck you.
Right?
Be careful how you speak information, because if you just put it out there and let people come to their own conclusions, they might figure out I was wrong.
Neil deGrasse Ricardo over here.
So you
see, if your need for a vaccine is this high, but your ability to handle a vaccine is here, if you get vaccinated,
it goes up there.
It's funny how that's become a meme also. Like people just kind of do that for fun.
Are describing two events, okay? You're describing events that had a temporal relationship, okay? Before you've established a causal relationship. Just be clear that's
100%. I'm not doing that. All I'm doing is the following. Here's all I'm doing. If somebody all of a sudden starts having a breakout, okay?
A breakout of what?
Meaning their skin starts breaking out. You're 26 years old. You never had a breakout. All of a sudden you start breaking out. And the doctor says, listen, man, what have you been doing differently? Well, listen, for the first time in my life, 6 weeks ago, I started doing DECA, steroids. Well, okay, that's why
It
implicates it, right? Okay. Hey, if somebody all of a sudden, is having a hard time sleeping at night, I'm having a very hard time. So let's watch your diet. Well, then they notice at 10:30 at night, you're having iced tea and, lemonade, and you added with this. Well, listen, if we've been doing it for 6 weeks, that's why you're having a hard time. Just drop that. Don't drink that after 2 o'clock. I'm just making, saying, but all I'm saying is, What I want to know is I want to put everything on the table versus saying, no, there's one thing we can't put on the table, and that's the cause of the vaccine. There is no way there could be any negative impact because of the vaccine. That's ludicrous.
Has ever said that ever about any vaccine?
If you say that, then the question then becomes back for you to say, when COVID first got started, I invited so many.
I don't think this is where Neil, I think this guy kind of dominates the conversation on this one. I wanted to find the one where Neil
loses his shit.
Yeah, gets really pissy.
16,000 that signed that.
No. The system in place to test vaccines, there's an entire system that's in place.
They skipped
with review boards and all of this.
And the average
that's in place. Now you can say
Operation
what you can say is
warp speed.
I have a better idea than all these review boards and all these agencies and the CDC. I have a better idea. Here's what you should do, and that would have made everything better. Okay, you can put forth that idea.
So we're not allowed to criticize something that clearly underperformed on what was promised, unless we come up. What if I don't invent a better
come up with an alternative first?
Yeah. So you come out with a shitty product, and because I didn't come out with a shitty or a better product, I can't criticize the shitty product that was forced on me. Interesting.
And it's really weird how he's sitting there going, we have systems in place to study these vaccines, tests and boards. And that's part of the problem that people had with this. Operation Warp Speed was a blank check for them to skip all of those and fast track this thing. Yeah. That was the whole reason we needed the government approval for that, is because we don't have years and decades to wait while we test this.
Idea.
You used us as guinea pigs.
What I'm saying is, in a case where you can contaminate someone else, it's not about you. It's about the collective health.
You're assuming because somebody can take the vaccine, won't get COVID, which, by the way, I don't need to play the clips for you to see it, where everybody said, hey, if you get it, you're not going to get, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to get a Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden. I can give you Fauci. I can give you, and you've seen these clips before. It's not like you've never seen it before.
Yeah, what happened
They were wrong.
Hold on. So
hold on.
The strain evolved.
It's my
They
favorite.
promised, but the strain evolved, guys.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they were wrong. The strain evolved.
Optic Nerve becoming a member for 17 months says 4 years. Isn't that longer than either marriage? No. My first marriage lasted 6 or 7 years, I think.
How long are we hoping the third one's going to hold for?
I hope that's the good one. I hope
third time's the charm.
I hope that's the all-timer, I hope that's the I will say I picked right the first time in terms of like a decent person, like a good human being. I didn't do that the second time, but the first time was a good human being. It was just a bad fit. Like, how was she supposed to know that she married a guy when he got a little bit of radio attention? He'd fuck girls. How was I supposed to know?
I've never had pussy before. I've always been into dudes.
What's pussy about? This is weird. Oh, this feels fantastic. No, it
smells strange, but it's a great time.
I got fucking pussy before, bro. I got pussy. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, Johnny, where do you want me to deliver that special load of turkeys? I removed their webbed feet as you asked.
One, turkeys don't. I don't think turkeys have webbed feet. I could be wrong on that. Pretty sure they don't. And two, what are you talking about? No delivery. I never asked. This is not
I thought you were in the turkey selling business.
No, I'm not. I keep trying to I'm trying to distance myself from these horrible rumors
that you're
selling.
That you're selling turkeys. Yeah. Bootleg turkeys at that.
Black market bootleg turkeys.
All right. Thank you very much to Camel Toe for $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much to you guys for breaking that drought a little bit. But right now we are 250 away from today's goal. Pretty, please help us out. Please. We are getting our fucking dicks kicked in this morning. 250 is the number. Without sounding too desperate, I really don't want to lose on our 4th anniversary week. So please go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Let's knock out 250. Really, it's not, we don't need one person to drop in $250. We need everybody to just throw in a little. and we'll knock this thing out. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, where's the begging monster? Free the begging beast. I'm trying to free the begging beast, but I also know we have a great show going, and I don't want to fucking ruin that. Let's, come on. Everybody chip in. I love PayPal and Venmo. Those are my two favorites. Rumble's great. YouTube's great. Everybody throw in however you can. Let's support Steel Toe and keep this thing going. 250 is the number for today. Let's get a move. We haven't even, we're 2.5 hours in. We haven't cracked the $100 mark today.
Uh-oh.
Yikes.
It's all my fault, guys. We got to do this. Come
That's
on,
what
please. Please.
Andrew's son says, that it's Johnny's fault if we don't make money and that Johnny can't make $100. So far, Andrew's son is winning. So now let's fast forward to this weekend. And Neil Degrasse Tyson was on with Bill Maher again. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about the vaccine again. Let's see if Neil has done a better job at being disagreed with as we watch him talk to Bill Maher, who, let's be honest, Bill Maher can be a little tough. But
he's never condescending.
Bill Maher can be kind of a rough bull to ride, if you will. All right, let's do this clip. This is Bill and Neil in a good 3-minute fight on the vaccine.
Can I make one more point here? Please. You can make all the points you want.
Thank you. I've come to recognize that the human brain is not wired for thinking statistically or probabilistically about anything.
Good. It's always good for Neil to start with a little condescension. Very good.
This really makes me think that you are okay with people disagreeing with you when you immediately just demonize anyone who doesn't think the way you do.
Well, and anytime you say that, anytime you go, the human brain is not designed for this, that, or the other, you're usually implying that yours is, and that you've figured this shit out and other people haven't. And it's like, okay, dick.
And then I looked at the history of math. Do you realize the first time anyone took an average of numbers and figured out that that was a good idea was after calculus had been invented? So that tells me that it is not natural to think that way anyway, and there are entire industries that have risen up to exploit that fact, and they're called casinos. Because people say, yeah, it's due. Yeah, no, it's not due. You don't understand probability.
It's not, no, okay, come on. The fact that people gamble is not people going, I don't understand probability. We know that the house wins. That's why they build those giant buildings. There's
all sorts of things set up to it about making you feel excited for the win, including the chimes on the fucking slot machines. Like, the whole thing is about beating the odds, being the underdog and winning against everything. That's where the excitement comes in.
We know, hey, buzzkill. We know we have a better chance of losing than winning, but it's fun, it's entertaining, we like it, and as long as you don't spend too much money doing it, it's harmless. It's a good time. It's social. You know, you can party a little bit. There's nothing worse than fucking dorks who are like...
Of course, this autistic asshole is like, you guys don't realize the probability. No, we're here to have fun, dickbase.
It's there's nothing worse than a fucking dork who goes out there and goes, actually, you don't really have a chance to win when you do. It's like, shut the fuck. I know that you think I'm retarded. I know you think I can't think statistically, or maybe I've thought statistically, I've given it some thought, and I've decided this still seems like a fun thing. I'd like to do it. But actually, do you even know that you're not probably gonna? Thanks, Neil. I bet you Neil was a hoot at parties growing up.
In statistics. But again, so in that, so that means we're incapable as a species of truly understanding risk. And this goes to vaccines, okay? I don't want to poke the bear here, but
wow, so he's just a cunt right away.
This goes to vaccines, something we're not talking about, but I got to fucking stick my big-ass dick in this. Oh, no.
Well, not only that, he pokes at Bill, and he goes, I don't mean to poke the bear, meaning already telling Bill, I know I'm going to piss you off, you anti-vaccine guy. And he's going to criticize people who criticize the COVID vaccine. One thing that I really hate about the COVID vaccine defenders is they've now done this sneaky thing where they've tried to sneak the COVID vaccine into the club with the MMR vaccine, or the hepatitis vaccine or diphtheria or any of that stuff. They're trying to sneak the COVID vaccine with it, kind of like what we used to do with subprime mortgages. We used to take these really shitty mortgages, bundle them together with good mortgages, and sell them as a group of great mortgages. So when a guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson faces criticism on the COVID vaccine, he'll go, oh, so I guess MMR and polio and diphtheria and all that, that's not worth doing. It's like, no. Those have
We're not talking about that.
Yeah, those have a proven track record of doing a good job. The COVID vaccine does not. So don't go
And
fucking
the other
lumping
thing that
them in.
pisses me off with this is like, they'll always be like, well, look, we test these vaccines and we make sure that they're safe or this, that, that. Like, yes. And that's, again, the big issue we have with this one. We ignored all of that to get it out quickly. And we're saying the people that made it should be held responsible for some of the after effects of that. And we should talk about what the effects are because we didn't study it or test it properly.
No, we got it out there as quick as we could in warp speed, as they say.
But what I'm saying is, the bear believes in vaccines, just being skeptical of all medical interventions, as everyone should.
Well, except wait, except
Yeah, see, Bill wasn't taking that shit. He wasn't like, I'm just gonna let you come on my show and be a condescending prick to me. Let me set the record straight since you brought it up. And that's another thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson does. He'll poke the bear, he'll start the shit, and then he'll get defensive. He's a lady.
Except 99 out of 100 medical interventions, you're not saying, I need a second opinion. If you have tuberculosis, you don't need a second opinion. If you have polyps in your
Well, I mean, wouldn't hurt.
Motherfucker, do you think I just went, oh, one doctor says you have multiple sclerosis, we're calling that good? No. You get a second opinion, especially when it's something serious, and all it takes is them looking over the records and going, yeah, no, this stuff is legit, these tests are accurate, and yeah, you got a fucking problem. Like, No. One doctor told me I have cancer, so that's all I'm doing. I have cancer.
Yeah, because what if it's not the right thing, and now you're getting the wrong treatment, and you're gonna die? You got to get a second opinion.
You have polyps in your colon.
It's not close to 99%.
It's easily 99%.
It is not.
If you break a femur, you don't get a second opinion on that.
You don't get a second opinion on a broken femur because a broken femur is a thing you can just stare at. Hey, your femur's poking through your skin. Well, it's clearly, I don't think it's cancer.
Look, with the parallels you're trying to draw, Neil, you're saying, look, when you have a broken femur, you don't get a second opinion. Yeah, but when you get a vaccine, you might want a second opinion on whether or not it works if you start getting a broken femur randomly when you never did.
George Will had a great name for people like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Don't. George Will had a great a great phrase for people like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a pyromaniac in a field of straw men.
Oh,
Neil deGrasse Tyson loves to build up these straw men. Like, no, when you break your leg, you don't get a second opinion. Why do you need to question vaccines? It's like, dude, that's recklessly retarded. Those two things are not even remotely related to each other.
But that's not most things that happen to people. Lots of things that happen to people, and I'm thrilled that you don't ever have this happen in your life. But and I hope you never do. But trust me, most people at a certain point in their life will need a second opinion.
The second opinion, yes, but that's after you've been through 99 other. I'm trying to put credit.
What?
A second opinion, yes, but that's after you've been through 99 red balloons.
Did he just abandon his own point?
Yeah, because he was trying to, again, make some sort of weird tangent into the 99% of situations where you won't need a second opinion. Yes, you will need a second opinion, but 99 of them are not what?
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. Perfect. That sounds right to me.
Second opinion, yes, but that's after you've been through 99 other. I'm trying to put credit back to doctors where our life expectancy is 3 times what it was 150 years ago, and everyone before 150 years ago,
but lower than the rest
organic, and half of them died before they were 35. Yeah, science matters.
Of course it does.
But they ate. Okay, their idea of eating organic is not today's idea of eating organic. I mean, they ate food that animals just openly shit on. I mean, they don't have.
They didn't have anything regarding sanitary preparation. Also, let's not forget the people you talk about. They ate organic and they died of horrible shit. Yeah, they also didn't have things like penicillin or doctors. These things also affect life expectancy, not just the eating.
The peak of medical treatment was putting a leech on your body to suck the bad blood out. Come on, Neil. Come on, Neil.
Guys, in the 1600s, they said GMOs were gay, and look how badly they lived. Dude, they didn't have GMOs.
Is Neil stupid or is he shilling?
I think he's both. I think he's shooting himself into a work.
Sometimes you don't sound that way. That's what worries me.
Well, actually, you're the guy. You're the guy who doesn't understand why the NBA team can't beat the Lakers. So I don't know. You're supposed to be the scientist, and you couldn't even admit that. But and as far as medicine goes, I could talk to you this about all day. But again, we do have a party to get to. But this is not your field. You're not a doctor.
No, but I'm a scientist. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's.
Whoa! Bill poked a bear.
This is not your field. You're not a doctor. But I'm a scientist. You can't disagree with me, you guys.
I love the freak out, the patented Neil deGrasse Tyson freak out. As soon as somebody tells him an uncomfortable truth.
Truth?
Welcome
to Earth.
I can't afford THs today. I've got to limit my letters. We're not making any money. I've got to practice letter economy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, we're fucked today. Come on, $250 away. But Bill Maher going, you're a scientist, you're not a doctor. He's right, but Neil hates to hear that shit.
It's true.
Because his whole career, people have just been acquiescing to whatever he says because he goes, I'm the science man. It's like, well, yeah, but a very particular part of science.
I'm the cool physics guy. Like, yeah.
What does that have to do with vaccines, though, bro? Come on.
But this is not your field. You're not a doctor.
No, but I'm a scientist. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's not a doctor.
No, hold on.
That's not a doctor.
I'm a scientist who knows probability and statistics.
When I get a goiter on Uranus, I'll call you.
When I get a goiter on Uranus, I'll call you. Excuse me. No, but I'm smart. I'm smart. Now I'm waiting for him to do Fredo. I'm smart, not like everybody says, like dumb. I'm smart, and I want respect.
No, don't call me. But when it's time to assess risk.
Yeah, you're right. Don't call you. Call Michio Kaku. Call the smart one.
That's something that comes out of the world of probability and statistics, and scientists are trained in that. And so there's a documentary on PBS.org right now that talks about what it means to accept a risk or to, like in a vaccine. If you don't.
Didn't he start by saying people don't understand probability and statistics? And did he just say, I understand probability and statistics?
Right.
So you're all retards, and he's the only one who gets it, bro.
Want to get a vaccine? That's like walking around with a baseball bat, fine. But if you hit someone with it, that's bad. There's a social contract to not.
There's another straw man from old Neil deGrasse Firebug. If you have a baseball bat, it's fine. If you hit someone with it, that's bad. Yeah? What are you trying to relate this to again at all?
Social contract to not infect other people.
He's into
Bill's fucking exhausted.
He just doesn't even want to do it. What is the point of this, too? Where do we get with this? Is like where Bill's at. I think. Like what?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think the vaccine's super duper awesome. We've all kind of moved on.
Yeah, they didn't even really get into it because Neil was protecting himself from Bill's scurrilous attacks about his profession.
Nice moment. I'm ready to drink wine.
Thank you, everybody.
That was the end of the show. That's where he decided to wrap it up. It was like, Jesus Christ, get me the fuck out of here. I'm done. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a guy who likes when the commoners decide they're gonna, bow up to him a little bit. All right, guys, let's see what we got here. Zenman builds with $1, says it's clearly sarcoidosis. Dr. House taught me that. Well, it's not lupus. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, is it too late to add a pumpkin pie to my turkey order?
I don't know who you ordered your turkey through, so you'd have to ask them.
Well, they say that you're the turkey guy. You're the turkey man. All right, guys, I'm going to take myself a little break here, and Johnny will take over. I'll be honest, I'm a little discouraged. We're at 245 today. I feel good about the show we're doing. I don't think it's garbage, well, compared to any of the other days. But we're currently 245 away. I'd like to see everybody chip in and us knock it down, but that's what we've been asking for this morning. It hasn't worked. So if you want to be a big bad whale and drop in a big drop on Steel Toe, take some pity on us because we have not made $100 today. And we're about 3 hours into the show. So go ahead. Throw us a few bucks. I would appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are my favorites. But, of course, beggars can't be choosers. So anything you could throw at us, we sure would appreciate. Johnny, you take over. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and hopefully our fortunes have changed up a little bit.
All right. He's popping off to have a squirt. I'll be live at 2 p.m. today. I'm going live for a full show from 2 to 5:30. I don't know what we're doing Wednesday because my daughter doesn't have school, and I do kind of want to spend time with her. So I'm still trying to figure that out. But we are also coming back on Saturday in the mornings for the 10 to noon game stream. I believe we're doing Destiny, Helldivers, and one other game I want to have ready to go. The idea being you guys can join in and play those if you want. Again, if you want to. That'll be over on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. So you can get all three of those there. And if we could please knock out that goal between when now and when he gets back. Like, I'm not worried about the, if it fails, it's Johnny's fault. But I'd really like to not fail this week. It'd be nice to have a good week. So if you can help out, we appreciate it. Get the show fully funded for the last, we have 2 goals left today. Oh, no, 3. Today, tonight, and tomorrow. I won't be here for one of them. I don't know if I'm coming in on Friday. I don't know how long he's going to be doing that. Friday, they're doing we're doing an envelope kind of show where you guys funding it is determining how long it's going to run. So the more you throw in, the longer it goes kind of thing. And I'd like to see some real run times on there, but I don't know if he's got an 18-hour stream in him. So plus, I don't think we can.
What's that?
How much would that cost? Oh, I was talking about how you're going to be letting people pay to keep you going on Friday.
Yeah.
And how long that'll run for.
Well, if we miss today, we'll have to make up today first. So if we're going to lose by $200 today, we'll see if we can. Who knows? We may not make it to 7 o'clock on Friday. Who knows? We'll see how generous everyone's feeling. ... Thank you for the $3. Let's see if we can rally up here. Thank you to Lab Glass for $20. That's big. We need
huge. Thank you.
We need a few more of those, boy. I tell you what, a few more of those 20s sure would be nice. 2:25 away from today. Let's see, 9 o'clock. We're 15 minutes away from 9 o'clock. That's usually $100 we like to. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And we are offering 60 minutes of overtime this week for the morning shows. Thank you guys for keeping us on the air for 4 years, through the fat years and the thin years. We do appreciate it. 225 is our number right now.
On camera, I think I'm approaching a fat year. I got to start working on that.
Well, I tell you what, 225 away from now. Andrew's son says, Johnny spent the whole time plugging his own show, Aaron. What a jerk.
Yep. Yeah, what a dick, plugging his own show, talking about what he's got going on this week, and then mentioning how we can fund this show and
what
the
a
Friday
fucking
stuff.
asshole.
Asshole.
I'm glad that I have Andrew's son to fucking tattle on you when you're being a cunt.
Turncoat piece of shit.
I really like that Andrew's son will let me know when you're taking advantage of my fucking kindness and using it for weakness. Thank you, Andrew's son. Enough of this turncoat bullshit. I really appreciate that, buddy. You're a good man. You don't deserve all the shit Johnny puts you through.
He's a monitor Andrew over here just fucking ratting everybody out.
No. You're right, Andrew. Johnny's a fucking piece of shit, and he deserves to burn in hell for the way he's treated you and this program with such utter contempt and disrespect. Johnny, I hope you feel properly chastised.
Not even a little. Andrew doesn't threaten me at all.
Oh, fuck. Andrew, you see he's smoking drugs on my show? Can you believe that shit? Can you believe this fucking guy is just smoking drugs on my program?
Damn.
I don't go for this smoking drugs on my show shit.
I'm literally only doing it to annoy Andrew.
Wow. You mean Andrew, my friend, Andrew, the guy who has my back when you sit here and disrespect my family.
Your buddy, your pal.
Yeah.
Old hall monitor Andrew.
I'm about to start calling him Andrew, my son. Because he's just a good fucking man. He's just a good man.
It's my boy.
Yeah.
My boy Andrew.
Andrew's trying to tell me what a piece of monkey shit you are, and here you are, shitting on him. I don't like it. I'm not even going to ask you to apologize because I know if you did, you wouldn't mean it.
Right?
You wouldn't mean it.
Not a little.
All right, here we go. Thank you very much to Chris with $25 on PayPal.
Thank you.
Says, here's some bones. Thank you, buddy.
That is huge. Thank you.
Oh, we're not done yet. D-Luke with $10 says, Johnny, I hope it isn't too late to order a smoked turkey. Johnny, wait, there's going to be applause. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Oh, my goodness. Johnny, is it too late to order a smoked turkey?
I don't know who you're ordering it from. People got to stop coming to me for these turkeys. I got no birds, man. I even told I'm doing ham this year, I think. I'm not even doing a turkey.
$5 from Hey, that rally we ordered, I think it started.
Okay.
Matthew Q with $5 over on PayPal.
Thank you.
Johnny O, turkeys are the best for your Thanksgiving.
They're not. It's not a real thing. If it is, I have nothing to do with it, and it's just complete random happenstance.
Thank you guys very much for that. So that puts us down to $190 for today. Look out. Let's go to 209 with $20. Says, go, Johnny, go.
Thank you, 209.
Thank you very much. Carnell with $20 says, Neil isn't dumb. He knows exactly what he's doing. A man once said, people like finding excuses outside of themselves to account for their reprehensible behavior. That man was Neil deGrasse Tyson, JRE 1658, 250, 550. I might just start calling him Neil deGrasse Ricada at this point. I mean, they seem pretty similar, simpatico. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad says, Aaron, give me an Oz dad joke for old time's sake. Well, first of all, thank you for that 30 that just rallied in. 160 away from today. Johnny, that was a $100 rally. Wait, no, that was an $80 rally. We're 20 short of a $100 rally, something that Andrew's son said we couldn't do.
Mm-mm.
Give me tips with $5, says, aren't all your years fat, Aaron? It's mean-spirited.
He's doing great. He's looking svelte. Wait until Thanksgiving's over before you throw that at him.
Dude.
Dude, you're going to be so plump.
I got to go to the gym today, too, because I'm trying to I had a bad weekend. I had one of those weekends where I went in at like 221, 222, and I'm like, oh, I'm only like 5-6 pounds away from fighting weight. I can go a little nuts. I went way nuts. And I went way the fuck up there, and I went, oh, boy, now we got to be at the gym every day in the run-up to Thanksgiving. Ruh-roh.
I kind of worked the same way, but visually, and I was like, I'm looking great. And I can skip leg day for a couple of years, and now it's really catching up with me, and I'm like,
look at that.
Fuck.
That's all it took was you just being arrogant, skipping leg day. That's all. Zen Man Builds with $5. Look at the rally continue. Thank you, guys. Zen Man Builds says, all my money went to Johnny's black market turkeys with surprise gorilla injection. They are delivered in a mini futon. Oh, wow.
No, they aren't. These are a web of lies.
Mild with $1 says, I'll take a brown sugar ham, Johnny.
I'm not selling any hams.
You're the Yeah, Johnny sells turkeys, you guys.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. Johnny doesn't
You
sell
heard
turkeys.
it. He just
or
said, yeah.
ham.
Johnny sells turkeys, guys. Put in your money and put in your order, and Johnny will get you taken care of.
No turkeys, no pudding, no pumpkin pies. We got none of this stuff.
Cranberry sauce, then.
No, not even a little. Not even stuffing.
He cuts
with
it
or without raisins.
I got a
which,
secret.
by the way, I found out about that, and that grosses the fuck out of me.
The reason why Johnny, his cranberry sauce is so good, I don't mean to give away the secret ingredient. He cuts it with period blood. All right, Mr. Me.
I could have swore you were going to say jizz.
Oh no, I didn't buy
That's
it.
on the mashed potatoes.
I didn't buy any of that. Mr. Me.
My own.
Gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy. All right. Now we're 150 away from today's goal. If you guys put 55 more dollars in the next 10 minutes, I have to shut the fuck up about money until the end of the show. 100% the way it goes. That's the way the deal works. You guys get under 100 by 9 o'clock. No Beggy Monster for me. What a rally. A $90 rally. Thank you, guys. Keep it going. We appreciate it. We're just 150 away. All right, what's the update from my boy Andrew's son?
Mm-hmm.
He says it's a testament to Aaron's skill as a broadcaster that he is turning the show around despite Johnny's dead weight dragging him down.
Oh, no. I'm a boat anchor. Gotta cut me loose, man.
It's all those drugs you're smoking.
You know what wouldn't help if I did that some more?
Let's do a little more drugs. Works for Mersh. Go ahead. Go ahead and lock up like Mersh does. Go ahead and have a fucking seizure.
On air.
Yeah. Lady cop, gun. Lady cop, lady.
Gun. Like,
Mersh, when he seizes up like that, he really dies like the little black kid in Role Models when they're doing the lair role play.
It's a real shame, too, because if you could take his glasses off for just that moment, his eyes go straight while the rest of his body goes crooked.
Isn't that amazing?
It's great.
It's really something. You got to give up something to gain something back. Jesus, Lost Tejas Synthesizer even says that. Tejas, take it back. That was mean. That was really fucking bad. I don't even want to read that one. It's fucking nasty, my man. I think you even feel bad about that one. Dig Bix. It's my favorite. I love Dig Bix. With $5 says, happy please giving. Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't get that at first. Please giving? Plea? A plea deal?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. Well, you got it when I said it one time. I had to say it 4 times to remind myself of what it means. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Johnny and I disagree. I think there's a plea. I think he's going to bend over and take the big old cock of government right in a fucking asshole. And Johnny says his pride will not let him do that.
Nope. That's my opinion.
I think he'll take the big old red, white, and blue cock up the poop chute, and he'll swallow the gravy. After all, it is Thanksgiving. And I think he'll surrender. He'll wave the white flag, and he'll have to be tested, and he'll go on probation. Johnny seems to think, and this is fair too, because who really knows the fucking guy? He's a chameleon. But Johnny thinks that he's going to take this thing to trial and fight it that way. So it's to me, it's interesting either way. Meg with $20 says, I have an appointment and have to stop listening, but here's $20 to hit the goal. Need a win today. Wow. Thank you very much for the $20. Grand Poobah with $5. Look at this. Look at the rally. Now it's a $120 rally. We've cut it in half. First Turtle with $2 says, I'm poor, which means y'all can rally. Let's go toe. Turtle,
Thank you, Turtle.
That $2 helps too, buddy. Grand Poobah with $5 says, Johnny, I tried to exchange the swan for a turkey. What you sent back was 87 pounds of cranberries, a can of pumpkin pie filling, and a sweet potato with stuff this in your turkey hole carved in it. What the fuck?
Again, none of this is true. There are no turkeys. There's no birds, no swans. Swan.
Yeah, swan. What are you, a fucking Haitian immigrant? It's not going to be any swans.
There's, you know what it is? I bet there's some goddamn Haitian running around using my name to sell fucking swans and people's pets.
Maybe Johnny is like a Haitian thing, and they're going to... Oh, I'm sorry about that, man.
Yeah, man. First Johnny Somali, like, I was getting so much flack from North and South Korea, and I'm like, no, same name, but different people altogether.
Silverwolf with $25. Now, wait a minute.
Hold on.
$25 puts us at $95. I got to shut my fucking mouth till $9.55. They got us under $100 by 9 o'clock. Holy shit. Thank you guys for a crazy rally and proving Andrew's son wrong.
Yep.
Wow. That's amazing. So 95 is the number, and I can't beg you guys for money until 9:55. So you know what? Fuck it. Go finish it.
And we proved Andrew wrong. This show sucks because of both of us.
Right. Exactly.
Not just me.
So thank you guys very much. Silverwolf with $25 says, hey, Johnny, Silverwolf here. hey, listen, I got the shipment of turkeys here for you. Now, I know we agreed on a 10%, but considering I had to avoid every way station and my buddy in his Trans Am had to distract the cops, I think 20% is fair.
Again, no. You and your bandit can go eastbound and down, rolling up in truck.
Clopogram, that's very, very funny. Clopogram says, I wish Nick was my dad giving out free Coke. Thank you, Clop. He's an equal opportunity hater, that's for sure. By the way, guys, that means your rally was $145.
Thank you.
Holy shit. And they're not done yet. A-Team with $1 says, I hear Aaron sells swallows. Like cum. Get it?
Oh.
Buffalo Jockey with $5. They're not done yet. Says, with Aaron's garbage diet, it's possible that God's broken toy, old noodle legs, will outlive him. Jesus.
I like that. God's broken toy. I need a
hey, you're not just any broken toy.
God's broken.
You're God's broken toy. Jesus. That puts us 90 away from today. Jesus, guys, thank you very much. It's a shame.
I always thought that was the choir boy with the bleeding butthole that was God's broken toy, but I'm wrong.
Well, God's people broke it. He should technically have to buy it. You know. All right, thank you, guys. That rally was insane. We appreciate it. Now it's a $150 rally.
Crazy.
That you guys
Thank
went
you
on
so much.
in the last 6 minutes. Unreal. Thank you, guys. 90 away from a W today. Appreciate it. Andrew Sun says, if people keep donating to shows with Johnny, I will be forced to boycott the show.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Wow. Clopogram, I agree. What's up with the double comments on the chat today? Lots. Yeah, Rumble chat is doubling up a lot of people's comments. That's very weird. I guess somebody said that Rumble went through some kind of an update recently. And that's probably...
Well, I hope it's still working by this afternoon.
Right. We got some text to go through.
Okay.
Here's one coming in. The heat was on about the turkey theft, so Johnny started selling black market hams.
Again, these are vicious, untrue rumors that I'm not selling any hams, turkeys, or anything. I have no hams, no futons, no gorilla milk, nothing. I got none of this stuff. This is all vicious lies.
I got another text here if you're ready.
Okay.
For my jizzed glazed turkeys, how long until it's 160 internally? Asking Johnny, the former chef.
That's what a meat thermometer is for. And what do they get? What do they say? Like about 12 minutes? No, not 12 a pound because that'd be ridiculous.
I think it's 10 minutes a pound.
Yeah, like 10, 12 a pound.
Yeah. Let's see. Another person writing in, how long should I cook my gorilla milk basted ham? It's a good question.
I don't know what the gorilla milk does to it. Like, this isn't something I'm involved with. I'm tired of people asking me to be the gorilla milk expert. I don't know what this stuff does under heat. I don't even know where you get this stuff. I have nothing to do with this.
Well, guys, your questions have been answered. Whether or not they've been answered to a satisfactory degree, I suppose, is up to you. All I know is we're $90 away from today's goal, and I got to shut the fuck up about it because you guys have kept us under $100. And it's the top of the hour. Hey, you want to go to Portland and see how they're doing out there?
Yeah, sure. How's Portland doing?
Great. I mean, Portland is doing fantastic. I mean, just a liberal paradise, if I may. I mean, a little chilly this time of year, but an absolute liberal paradise. Would you like to see a woman who calls herself a progressive activist?
Okay.
Try to rationalize with a couple of homeless men who stole her phone?
Oh, God, yes.
So remember, all this crime and all this problem that the homeless cause and everything else, that's all just a bunch of Republican propaganda from a bunch of people who don't want to live in a more inclusive society. So let's see how this progressive activist handles her phone being taken by the homeless. I would guess the homeless that she tends to advocate for. Here we go.
Basically, Basically, I am not. If you stole it from rich scum, by all means keep it and sell it. But I'm like a really And I want to say, if you guys come up with my iPhone, I will give you more than, I'm an honest person.
Wow, did you hear what she fucking said? If you stole it from a rich person, then by all means go ahead.
Yeah, because again, also you forgot a word she put in there. If you stole it from rich scum. Again, if you're rich, you're apparently scum. So by all means, keep and sell the phone if it's rich scum.
What if
but
you
I'm
got
like
rich?
A decent person.
What if you got rich running a charity that helped put homeless people in apartments? Are you still? Well, then I guess you profited off the pain and the suffering of the homeless. So that's still, I guess.
Man, when you talk about rich, you talk about a state of mind. And compared to us who are sleeping at a literal bus stop, you having a house with lights, electricity, and cat food, that seems pretty rich to me. You can part with a phone.
Yeah, everyone is somebody's rich scum.
Yeah.
And to these homeless people, this woman with her freshly washed hoodie definitely seems like rich scum. I want to hear this one
Ma'am,
more.
you don't reek of urine. Clearly, we don't float in the same social circle.
What? Yeah, you don't wear clothes soaked in your own shit and piss. What's it like up in your ivory tower, 1%er? Let's go ahead. I want to hear this again because to me, this is peak Portland progressive. This is like, hey, when I say it's okay for the homeless to just sit around and live, I don't mean it's allowed to affect me negatively. That's not what I mean. That's terrible. These are like Portland populists and Portland progressives are the very definition of not in my backyard.
Mm-hmm.
They're fine with anything as long as it does until it starts affecting them. Let's one more time.
Basically, I am not. If you stole it from rich scum, by all means keep it and sell it. But I'm like a really And I want to say, if you guys come up with my iPhone, I will give you more than, I'm an honest person.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, do I feel stupid? I didn't know you were an honest person.
I didn't realize the back of your phone said, warning, this belongs to an honest person. I thought I just stole it from some rich bitch who has an apartment.
Well, I got to tell you, me as, a good, decent homeless person who with scruples, if I would have known you were an honest person, I never would have taken your phone. I mean, that's just now I feel bad. That's what I mean. What is she expecting them to say? Hey, listen, you will never know how terrible the depths of the bad feelings I had because I disrupted your day for 1 second, knowing you're a nice person, and now you don't have a phone. I mean, I imagine the things you could have been doing with your phone in the time I stole it, like tweeting about what a great person you are, or retweeting some cause, or posting on Instagram about how you gave us a bacon cheeseburger. I mean, with a couple bites out of it, you just turned out not to be hungry that day. But boy, you really could have been doing some good out there in the world if I hadn't stolen your phone. And by God, am I sorry that I did it.
Look, I wouldn't take a phone if I thought it hurt even one honest person.
Yeah. Here we go. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, Johnny, can you bail me out? I got arrested grabbing geese at Lake George. I didn't rat you out. Hey.
What do you mean you didn't rat me out? I have nothing to do with this. Disavow.
Wow.
I have nothing. 383 Novocaine is doing something without my consent or knowledge. I'm not going to take ownership of that.
You're just selling this fucking guy down the river?
I have nothing to do with this, and he gave me $2. You want me to incriminate myself for $2?
I mean, I would rather an honest man, like a decent, hardworking man who's just trying to gather geese for you, doesn't, rot in jail because you couldn't
Again,
be a man.
I didn't ask him to do this. This is not a thing. What am I supposed to do with geese? I don't want any geese. These people are running afoul of me. I just want you to know.
God, I hate that. God, that really upsets me.
There's your dad joke.
Now I'm really mad. Now I'm really upset. Now I'm having a bad day. I appreciate that $150 rally you guys went on, and I know you're going to close out that last 90, and boy, do I appreciate it, but that joke, that made me sad. That made me sad. Oh, somebody
flocking to the next story.
Somebody found the website where they sell your turkeys.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No,
Yeah.
there is no website. I don't have...
Here it is.
I don't have turkeys.
There it is.
What are you talking about?
Exoticmeatmarkets.com. There you go. Black turkey.
Exoticmeatmarkets.com.
Yeah, look at that. 25-pound turkey. $499?
Yeah, dude, I'm selling turkeys for $500 a pop, but I get up at 6 a.m. to do this fucking show. Right.
$20 a pound for a turkey? What is it? Cure cancer? Actually, yes, the turkey, it did cure cancer, and that's why it's so expensive.
It looks like a big fucking bird.
You want to know how much alligator meat is?
Yeah.
All right.
Better be
Alligator
cheap.
meat on Exotic Meat Market. Oh, God, we need to know. Here,
We want to go with tail meat.
You want to go with tail meat?
Yeah, I heard tail's the best.
All right, what's alligator tail meat run you? 10 pounds,
Holy
$1.99.
shit.
$20 a pound for alligator tail meat.
Damn.
Everything's $20 a pound. Let's go. How about sirloin? Alligator sirloin meat. What are they getting for that? 2 pounds, $39.99. So yeah, $20 a pound. Is everything just? How about the heart? One heart, $30. Okay, so there you go. There's something a little different.
Yeah, but is that thing gonna weigh more than a pound?
How about ground gator?
Okay.
1 pound package, $30.
Yeah, so again, you're paying $20 or more a pound for all this stuff.
Oh, because they have to ground the alligator.
Yeah.
So you're paying for labor, really. How about hot dogs of alligator meat? 2 pound, $20 a pound for fucking gator dogs. Jesus. Armadillo? Armadillo's got to be dirt cheap. You fucking run them over, for Christ's sake. $50 for the tail?
Oh my God.
Armadillo
Why do you want the testicles?
Armadillo balls, one pair, $49.99.
$100 for the shell? I could go hunt them myself
Well,
for cheaper.
No, that's fair because you can make helmets out of those and soup bowls.
Really?
They're versatile. Yeah. $100 for an armadillo shell. Look, I'll bust this website's balls all day long, but this, 1 pound of
stew meat.
Armadillo stew meat is $99.99. The whole armadillo, you want the whole thing? $250 for a 5-pound armadillo.
Is it alive or dead? What if I want it?
You just buy
I
it
want
as
it
a
alive.
pet.
Does that discount it or raise the price?
Yeah, let's haggle a little bit here. All right.
Can I save some money if I'm willing to kill it myself?
All right, camel meat. What are you interested in? What do you want to see? We'll look at a couple more of these.
I kind of want to see bison just out of personal curiosity because I've worked with that
See,
before.
like bison you can get at the supermarket.
Right? All right. Well,
They got
wait a
squirrel
minute. We
meat.
saw testicles, Rocky Mountain oysters. Wait a minute.
All right, bull fries, bull nuts. Let's see what bull balls are going to run you. 1 pound of bull balls are just $20. That seems like a deal.
$20 a pound again, even for testicles.
Yep.
Jesus,
even for the ball meat.
That's nuts.
Wild boar
testicles.
testicles, $20. Lamb balls, $20.
$20.
Ooh. Rooster balls, 8 ounces, $20 for a half a pound.
So that's $40 for a pound.
Yeah. Rocky Mountain sausage, $20 for a pound. Duck balls, $15 a pound. So duck balls are a little cheaper. Guinea pig testicles, $30 for a pair of guinea pig nuts.
One, why do you want to eat them? Two,
Actually, shouldn't the guinea pig be the first exotic meat you eat, seeing as it's literally the guinea pig?
I mean, look, we're going to test out exotic meats. Bring in the guinea pig.
Yeah, unless they have canaries that they got from coal mines, there's no more fitting thing to try first than the guinea pig.
I feel like if you get the testicles from the guinea pig, are you then going to finish the meal with the guinea pig? Like, is the starter the balls, and then we work into the rest of the pig?
Right. Alpaca balls, 1 pair, $30. whose job is it? You know, somebody for their career, when someone asks, what do you do?
I harvest nuts for dinner.
They literally have to say, no, not the people who harvest them. I price testicles for exoticmeatmarkets.com. And he's he's the laziest fucker in the world, too, because he just throws $20 a pound on everything.
Yeah, I guess that's what it's worth.
Look at this one. Lamb, Rocky Mountain oysters, and pizzle set. You know what a pizzle is?
No.
It's their dick.
Why?
That's balls and dick. You got some lamb.
Why?
You're going to get some lamb shaft with your oysters.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pizzle. Well, now we know that Snoop Dogg is doing the pricing at exoticmeatmarket.com.
Yo, my shizzle, come buy this pizzle.
Yo, you want some lamb pizzle? That means lamb cock, dude. You're not gonna upsell me with your fancy gangster talk. I don't know, and no, I don't want lamb pizzle. Thank you very much.
Don't sell me cotton dick and tell me it's dinner.
Don't sell me sheep cock and tell me it's pizzle. Trucker 18-wheeler with $9.99 says, Johnny, I'm ordering a Gorilla Jizz glazed ham for Aaron and a Coke lace turkey for Nick.
Again, I don't have either of these things.
Give me tips with $1, says Johnny, your bald eagles are in. Where do you want me to ship them?
That would be highly illegal. Those are like
be.
a coveted endangered species and, a national bird. No.
Buffalo
nothing to do with this.
Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, how much is sand meat? No, why? Why? $80 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep chipping away. We appreciate it. You guys are the best. Hell of a rally today. Thank you very much for your contributions. We are now $80 away from hammering this out, and you can be part of that final solution for today's goal. Oh, man. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Visit our friends at Midland Armory or the website, midlandarmory.com, when you're thinking about something for personal protection, something for hunting, or something for sport shooting. They have it all the good sticks at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They also have knives, optics, parts, and gear, and so much more. Plus, Derek and Tracy are so knowledgeable. They can answer any questions you may have, no matter what your experience level. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Of course, our friends at All Care, it's getting colder. It's getting a little more slippery. When it gets wet out there, the water's going to freeze. And look, man, you might go in the ditch. It happens to the best of us. You might. Whoa. This is interesting.
What's that? What's going on?
Wow.
Wow. What's going on?
You know what? This is fascinating to me. I'm going to have to read more of this a little bit later today before I bring this to you guys. I just saw something that was really interesting that I might talk about this on tonight's evening show. This is fucking fascinating. But before, I wanted to get to this message before I respond to that. Los Federales says, I ordered a fresh turkey from Johnny, but I got a canned chicken instead, and he sent a picture of it. And not sure it's fresh. I want my money back.
He sent a picture?
Are you sending?
No, I'm handling finances.
You sending canned chicken to people?
Oh, no. I don't have canned chicken. Gross. Can't.
Los Federales. Yeah, Los Federales, that's the message I was getting to. I just had a couple more messages that were before yours that I had to take a look at. But I don't know if this is a gimmick or a gag or something that somebody sent me. So I want to make sure before I bring it up, because they could be playing a little joke. Otherwise, it could be something very fascinating for the evening show.
Going pee-pee
tonight.
in your coat.
I really hope they don't. But who the hell knows?
Way to shut the... I almost said something I don't know if I can say on air. Way to shut the door behind you, Sarah Silverman.
Sorry. Yeah, I really did, Sarah Silverman, everyone. South Carolina town's entire police force resigns. This is, we haven't seen a story like this for a long time. Back after the George Floyd stuff and all that.
Yeah, there were a lot of them.
Yeah, there were a lot of police forces that were like, we fucking had it. This town doesn't have our back. We're leaving. We're done. We're going to go find jobs somewhere else. And it was usually in bigger cities. This usually is indicative of like internal local politics more than like anything national going on. But before we get to that, Chips and Diff with $5 says, Johnny, please remind your customers of the fire hazards with deep frying their turkeys. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is Johnny warning you guys of the hazards of deep frying a turkey. $75 away from today's goal. Thank you.
Deep fried turkey. I want a moister, tastier turkey. I want a deep fried turkey. I want a moister, tastier turkey. I want a deep fried turkey. I want a moister, tastier turkey. I want a deep fried turkey. I want a moister, tastier turkey. It started as a hunger. I was young and arrogant. I was young and arrogant. Blinded by my hunger, I ignored safety. I want a deep fried turkey.
I don't know why you sent us that.
I didn't.
No, I meant that guy. He wanted us to.
Oh.
He wanted you to warn us.
Yeah, that's just a song that someone made of William Shatner telling the story of the time he did a deep fried turkey and it got wildly out of control.
Fascinating.
Yeah, started a fire and everything.
I cannot tell you how fascinating that story was, William Shatner. Thank you. All right, let's get to this South Carolina story. Let's go ahead and hit play.
In the PD, the town of McCall is now bracing for a future without a police force, and that's because tonight the town's police chief and all 4 of its officers have officially resigned.
Okay, so we're not dealing with the largest police force out there.
The chief and all 4 of its officers, ironically enough, they're all related, are all leaving. It was a family operation.
The sheriff's department will also end its lease with the local Piggly Wiggly for renting out their storeroom as their police headquarters.
Our Logan Skijano was in McCall today to learn more about what prompted this mass exodus and how the community's reacting.
Mass?
McCall's police chief Bob Hale.
What the
Holy
fuck?
Jesus Christ. Is he on work release from high school or what?
Is he? Yeah.
Dude, Alex Stein make this one? It looks like one of his.
Is he getting college credits for this? Like as an AP course? Oh my God, this town is. So you got 4 cops and they all just resigned. And you have 1 news reporter and he's a high school junior doing this for college credit. This is a tiny little town. McCall?
He is the only one in the AV class in that high school.
Oh,
literally.
His acne hasn't even cleared up yet. He's caking on the makeup. Jesus.
Took to social media yesterday to explain his resignation. He claims an unnamed town councilman fueled a hostile work environment and facilitated funding cuts to the town's police department.
What the fuck? Dude, I can't get over this town.
I can't stop listening to this boy, and I'm waiting for his voice to crack because I'm like, dude, there's no way your nuts have dropped yet.
Suffer and succotash. This is a catastrophe here in this small little hamlet. I love how they're like a city official. Well, there's only 3 of them, so keeping them nameless. Most people can just kind of guess.
To speak with me today, but I did catch up with another member of the department who's resigning, and she shared her side of the story.
I'm not going to stay where I'm tolerated. I'm going to go where I'm celebrated.
I'm not going to stay where I'm tolerated.
I'm going to go where I'm celebrated.
But like, isn't that like most people with their jobs? Aren't they like happy if they're tolerated at their jobs? Like,
yeah, I don't know how many people are celebrated. I see what it is. She just wants to be on the street, doing the beat. And then she's got, a guy down off his feet and they're all screaming, yeah, choke that. And you're like, I'm being celebrated.
I just don't want to work in a town where the main crack reporter investigating problems is a 14-year-old whose balls haven't dropped yet.
I want to be in a place where I'm celebrated, when I'm doing my job, people are like, we, give them the knee. Like just something pro police is what I want.
What are you going to do? Go further down south? Jesus.
Investigator Courtney Bolasan says Chief Hale didn't force officers to leave the department with him, but Bolasan says after deep consideration, they all decided change was needed.
At the end of the day, I have a family, And when my job's constantly, you know, getting threatened and certain things are getting said, I'm not going to stay somewhere and tolerate that.
She claims the department hasn't gotten the funding it needs from the town's council to upgrade their technology and make critical repairs.
And I was on my way to a call when that one just stopped working. We need cars.
I spoke with the town's mayor, George Garner.
This town just keeps getting smaller and poorer. So we've got 4 cops resign. That's the entire police department. Then we have a child doing the news report. And then we go, we just wanted some cars, man.
Look, we don't have the equipment we need. Oh, yeah, like what? You don't have your fancy, high-tech crime buster? I just want a vehicle that starts when I turn the key. All right, that does seem kind of important, a little.
We've been pursuing all of our suspects like we're the Flintstones. We just cut holes in the floorboard and we start pedaling the car. That's...
Dispatch, he got away. Explain how that happened, officer. Car died again.
Yeah. Goddamn fucking battery that we can't replace.
Who claims council hasn't made any recent cuts to the department's funding. He didn't want to address the specific allegations made by Chief Hale and the other officers.
I hate to see them go.
Okay. Best town ever. The city official looks like an old Guy Fieri, and he goes, "Oh, I ain't want to see him go. Ain't no way. Nope. I ain't want to see them take off and ski-daddle like they done did."
Look, it ain't Fat Fred Durst's problem. He didn't create this.
It's not Guy who brings his grandma's shit to Pawn Star's fault that this happened. All right, I got to listen to this guy.
The other officers.
I hate to see them go. They was a great group.
He's a town official.
Welcome to diners, drive-ins, and dirtbag.
Oh, he's the fucking mayor, dude.
Oh my God, this is even better.
Mayor George Garner of the town of McCall. I hate to see him go. They was good folk.
Chief Hale and the other officers.
I hate to see them go. They was a great group. But we're going to continue on.
Garner said,
y'all, what I'm trying to say, y'all, is we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish there done without a fight. We gonna live on. Because today we gonna done declare our Independence Day. And thank you very much.
He's received assurance from the Marlborough County Sheriff that his office will be able to provide coverage as McCall retools its police force. But the staffing shakeup has still left many residents on edge.
It's a sad situation, and it's kind of devastating, man, because of the consequences that could happen.
I love these fucking
It doesn't
people.
stop.
This town is the greatest town ever. Oh, the consequences that could happen. And why do they talk about the consequences that can happen and immediately cut to B-roll of black people?
It's so ingrained they don't even realize they're doing it.
Yeah.
The consequences that could happen. Look, they're being allowed to talk and communicate out in the open without anyone keeping an eye on them. Next thing you know, they'll be up to something. Like, oh, Jesus.
Here's a Negro wearing a baseball cap of a team that ain't even from round here. What you think he's up to? Probably signaling gang colors.
We can't call the cops. Got to wait on some Marlboro man to get here.
It has people wondering what response times will be like if there aren't any officers dedicated to McCall and McCall only.
Say if someone was stabbed or shot or whatever without police enforcement, and they would have to come from the sheriff's department in Bennettsville, you're talking 10 or 15 minutes and somebody could possibly aspire there.
Again, why are we talking about stabbings and shootings and then showing B-roll of a black guy?
Is that a black guy or just somebody with a lot of a tan? I can't tell.
That's a
with the
black
sun
guy.
and the light.
That's a black dude.
All right.
Jesus.
Apparently they are super duper racist down there, or they just have a large black community and all their
They don't
B-roll
know.
footage
They have
is
no idea
important.
they're racist, though.
Look, somebody could be stabbing, somebody could be robbing, somebody could be stealing, and they're just showing black guy, black guy, black guy. Or some person having a heart attack, white lady. Like, oh, come on.
Or somebody could be ripping the town off out of lots of money in a financial deal, and they just show a guy going,
And you guessed it, a Jew.
No, that's not what
Or
I said.
Tiffany Henyard.
Yeah, right.
But Garner says he's confident his community.
Oh, that is a small fucking town right there. Look at that shit. Wow.
Dude, whatever that store in Red is doesn't even have a sign or a display. It's just like, hey, we have stuff.
Yeah.
This is obviously a place where you get stuff.
That's the shit store. That's where you just go get shit. There's the furniture store. There's Spencer's, whatever the fuck that is.
Dude, I'd like to think that that's like the world's only like solid Spencer's gift store that's not in a mall. It's like that's where you can go get your fucking fart spray.
Yeah.
And your...
Please be on your best behavior so we won't have to call the law. I understand.
We won't have to call the law.
Look, y'all behave yourselves and we won't have to call the law. Otherwise, I'm going to come down there with my back and I'm going to solve this thing.
Can we, let's spell how he said this. Hold on.
Best behavior so we won't have to call the law.
Call the law. COWDELLAW. Caudalaw.
Caudalaw.
Let's see if my spelling was correct of Caudalaw.
Confident his community can step up.
Please be on your best behavior so we won't have to call the law.
That's pretty close.
Caudalaw.
I feel no need to change my spelling of Caudalaw.
Understand stuff's going to happen. Let's pull together. Let's show that we can.
It would be great if they cut to a white person right now and we knew it was racism. Let's all pull together and be a community that understands that there are rules.
Act responsible.
And former...
It cut right to the white kid. Where's your B-roll footage of the blacks on that one? Come on.
Investigator Bolasan identified the unnamed town councilman in Chief Hale's social media post as Councilman Harry Benjamin. Now, I did give Benjamin a call and ask for comment, but...
He said, must be, you must have an ID to get in the building. And they said, sorry, kid. Jesus.
Have not heard back. Reporting in McCall, Logan Schijano, WNBF News.
Whatever you say, fucking middle school Ben Shapiro.
Did he say Schijano?
Logan Schijano.
Oh.
That was maybe the greatest town of all time.
I think I need to move there. I'll tell you this. They're not going to get mad at me if I break any laws. And even if they do, who's going to arrest me?
There is quite literally no better town than McCall, South Carolina. It fucking rules.
My God.
Coltrane with $1. Oh, a link to the Daily Wire. Wait a minute.
And the Washington Commanders?
Hold on a second here. Thank you for the $1. I appreciate that. $75 away from today's goal. Thank you guys for being so generous. I can't beg you for money for 25 minutes because you guys you've done so well today. Thank you. Washington Commanders agree to uncancel the Redskins logo.
How about we just go back to calling the team the Redskins?
One step at a time there, Johnny. One step at a time. I'm sure this was...
Sorry, I'm not patient.
I'm sure this was difficult enough for them. The censorship of the former Commanders logo was a classic case of woke gone wrong, said the Montana senator. What does a Montana senator have to do with...
You realize it's Washington is for the D.C. area, which is why like the Redskins thing always kind of, well, I suppose. I guess that was their area first.
We had to kick them out of somewhere, you know?
Right? Like, I keep thinking, like, there aren't any, and then I'm like, oh, but that was because of us.
No, the reason that they're called that is because of the, I think the founder of the team was a Native American.
Oh, really?
And I think he named them that.
That inconsiderate, racist, culture-stealing asshole. Who does he think he is that he has the right to fucking name a team after something just because he happens to be a Native American, that fucking dick?
George Preston Marshall was the first owner of the Washington Redskins, founding the team in 1932 as the Boston Braves. All right, hold on a minute. Who named the Washington Redskins? Here we go. There's a story behind this. Looks like... Okay, George Preston Marshall, the co-owner of the Washington Redskins football team, changed the team's name from the Boston Braves to the Redskins in 1933. His reasons: to avoid confusion with the Boston Red Sox baseball team, to honor the team's coach, William Henry Lone Star Dietz, who identified as Sioux.
All right. So we finally figured it out. This whole thing is because of Mr. Dietz.
Mr. Dietz, yes, goes to Washington. To honor the team's coach. So they had a Sioux coach. And so they decided, we're going to honor you. So I assume he had to approve the name.
Look, you change the name or we're going to sue.
They could have been the Fighting Sioux. They missed their chance. They missed their opportunity. Well, I think what this means is that obviously they're not changing the name back.
Right.
But I think it means they can now do like throwback jerseys and shit like that.
Okay.
In a post on Facebook by Republican Montana Senator Steve Daines, the congressman wrote that the censorship of the former Commanders logo was a classic case of woke gone wrong. I applaud the Commanders and the NFL for their commitment to never censor the logo again, and for working with the Walter Blackie Wetzel family to restore the logo to a place of prominence and to honor and benefit Indian country. He added, mentioning the Native American artist who used Blackfoot Chief John Two Guns Whitecalf as the inspiration for the logo of the team that was used for 50 years. So everything about this is a big problem with woke culture, is they don't study the history of anything. They see everything through their own lens. And in this case, you have a team that was named after their Native American coach, the logo that was designed after a Native American Blackfoot chief. And then you had, the irony of it is, you had a bunch of white liberals protest against it to have it shut down.
So you have a whole bunch of Native American people be like, hey, this is a way we got to kind of put our culture, our history or whatever into football somewhere you'd never expect to see it. And you have white people, this is wrong, shut it down.
Well, here's the details on it.
We were calling out leaders on a case of really woke gone wrong. The irony that they were canceling Native American culture as the DEI movement went way too far. Look, this is honoring a Blackfeet chief who was born in Montana. He's highly esteemed. The Blackfeet tribe of Montana, their current chairman and the tribal council signed a letter in strong support to bring the logo back.
So, and you know, this is also true when they were trying to get rid of the logo and trying to get rid of the team name. They would do polls of Native Americans, and 90% of them wouldn't give a shit.
Right. And the ones who did were in favor.
This was just to make white people feel more comfortable, when they could have just looked the other way and not worried about it, because Native Americans weren't worried about it. I remember ESPN was interviewing people, Native Americans, outside of a football game. Washington at the time, Redskins football game. And they asked them about the name change. He's like, no, I'm a Redskins fan. And they're like, well, don't you want the name changed? Isn't it offensive? And the Native Americans' response was, look, my community has its own problems. We're not worried about this. They're like, if they want to do something for us, you know, how about food? How about money? How about housing? How about, you know, programs? How about shit like that? Like,
my community has its own problem. I don't know if you heard about this. There's been a firewater epidemic for a while.
She tied me to that bar and let that fire water rise.
Honors Indian country. So we've had good discussions with the NFL and with the Commanders. There's good faith negotiations going forward that's going to allow this logo to be used again. Perhaps revenues going to a foundation that could help Native Americans in sports and so forth. We're making good progress. And based on the good faith negotiations, I made the decision to support this bill yesterday in the committee.
I know that they put a plaque up at Northwest Stadium honoring Wetzel and the logo. It'd be great to see it back on the helmets again. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. Really.
Yeah, I don't think
it'd be great to have the team called the Redskins again. I just feel like we'd all grow up as people.
Yeah, I don't
move on.
I don't think you're going to see the name come back, but the fact that they can't use the logo for what do you call it? Like throwback jerseys or shit like that. That's stupid. They ought to let them use the logo again. That's the right thing. Okay, so this is real, but I can't say much about it.
Okay.
Well, I can't say where it came from. Nicholas, this is about Nick. Nicholas, a well-known internet personality, has been the victim of recent swatting activity, likely initiated by Aaron Imholt, who has a recent falling out with the Ricadas. Is that actionable? Should I be calling an attorney about that?
Possibly, if they're saying that you
likely initiated. I don't know their fucking address.
And plus, like,
wow,
what would you do to initiate?
Wow, that's fucking horseshit. Yeah, Death Beholden says they didn't even say allegedly. Zenman Build says, yeah, I'd be calling a lawyer.
Well, they do say likely. They don't accuse you specifically, but
likely.
They say it's highly probable or likely. So I don't know if that's
and plus
necessarily.
Nick fucking whinging and bitching about swat. I mean, I'm not going to be able to prove that takes money out of my pocket.
Right.
You know. Wow. That's you know what it is? It's pathetic and it's low, and it really shows kind of just a lack of taking responsibility, and also the continued obsession with Aaron Imholt. The continued inability to let Aaron go. Unbelievable.
You know what they say? Once you go a multi, that's where you stay.
Is that I didn't know that was the phrasing.
Yeah, apparently.
I didn't know that was it. Oh, no.
Somebody having a breakdown?
The reason, okay, Nick is now saying that, you know, the Coke stream where he had the Coke on his nose, he's an actor and he was performing.
Oh, my God.
You know what?
Guys, it was a powdered donut.
Take the plea. Take the plea. Call it a day. It's over. It's over, Johnny.
No. It was fake. I was acting. Like, you know, because, again, I'm such a great actor. Like, people don't realize I'm the Daniel Day-Lewis of LawTube, and I thought, why not?
Oh, my God. I'm seeing people tweeting about it. They're saying, yeah, Nick is saying that he was acting. Remember when he was all fucked up on Coke and he had powder on his nose, and at the end he went, and scene. We all forget that part. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, same thing with North Dakota State University. The Indians want to keep the logo. Yeah, I mean, they did. Actually, the what do you call it? Oh, God damn it. What's their name? The Fighting Sioux, the University of North Dakota Fighting Sioux. When they had to change the name of that to, I don't even remember what they started calling themselves. But when they did that, there was like, again, nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted to change the name. Where the fuck did this come from? There was just some kind of weird crusade that a bunch of people who probably aren't even sports fans went on. And they had
White ladies on the internet are like, this is insensitive to these people, and I can't believe that anyone would let this happen. Meanwhile, the people that you're claiming are so insensitive. Like, no, we don't give a shit. In fact, we think it's fucking awesome. We're the Fighting Sioux, motherfucker. We're going to crush you.
And Fighting Sioux is one of the more badass nicknames in sports.
If they were the namby-pambies, like, all right, look, can you not do this to us? But no, dude, the Fighting Sioux are just...
You know what? That's where you and I disagree.
You'd love to be a namby-pamby?
The namby-pambies is a cool name. Because it's so fucking out there, dude. It's like so wide out there. All right, we got to get on to some other things. I will say that contribution just brought us to $65 away.
Thank you.
From today's goal. Thank you guys very much. 20 minutes left in regulation now, because this is our 4th anniversary of going independent from the radio. We are offering 60 minutes of overtime for the morning shows. So thank you guys very much. If you want to throw in the last bit to knock that out, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you very much. You know, this show isn't really, like, when it comes to the goal and everything, it's not really a matter of if a rally is coming. It's just that they always keep us guessing as to when they're going to do it.
Right.
I feel like it's almost a conspiracy because, like, remember yesterday, we're like, oh, shit, well, you got off to a great start. Like, the first hour or two, awesome. And then it died. And then two people back to back, boom, 50 and 50. And you're like, that's a conspiracy.
Now we just swung around.
Yeah, it's like, that's a conspiracy. You guys were holding on to that. Like, it's a torture game, I feel like. They're like, okay, how hard are we going to turn the screws on this guy until we finally, there we go. Perfect.
As soon as he starts sweating clarified butter, we're in the green.
It has to be clarified butter.
Well, your body's going to naturally process a lot of it out. I mean, if it's coming in, like, it doesn't go in clarified, but it's going to be heated up and it's going to come out your pores. The clarified stuff is what's going to come out the cleanest. I mean, that's what
I actually didn't consume the butter, and it didn't it metabolized in my body because an officer put his glove hand on my head and then rubbed the butter into my hair. That's how it happened. Just wanted to clarify that. And in no way am I completely full of shit and a scumbag. Lyle Menendez's wife announces separation. Look, I feel like if you marry a convict, I feel like women really need to be held accountable for their dog shit behavior. I feel like you should have to sign a contract that says you're married for X amount of years because you did such a fucking stupid thing that you married a guy who's in prison for murder. Hey, how do you possibly get to know someone well enough as they're behind bars for killing their parents that you can marry them?
And she wants to be separated now?
Divorce. No,
she wants divorce. No, they're going to get out of.
They've announced the separation. They want to get divorced. I mean, isn't he already a convict? Aren't you already separated? Like, do you really need to separate from a guy who's in prison?
Isn't he possibly going to get out now? And now you want to get away from him?
I don't know. Some chick made a fucking documentary again about how murderers are
and now they're talking about new evidence. I'm like, is the new evidence just our heartstrings got pulled by a documentary?
Yeah. Just like Making a Murderer, it was a bunch of chicks who made it, and they're like, oh, this poor slovenly retard. He couldn't have. No, he did it.
Yeah, but they're not going to F him, even if they get him off.
Poor choice of words. Stephen Avery, if you look back at the case and the evidence they have and not just the documentary, Stephen Avery 100% had something to do with that murder. Brendan Dassey, I'm not really sure. Brendan Dassey, I think that thing got confused because of how the cops investigated and interrogated him at school and all that. And they're like, well, he's this fucking dumb. It's like, well, it's not the cops' fault that they're talking to a dumb guy. Mark Sloan with 199 says, how do you not know the address you showed us on Zillow? That's a different listing for a different house, my man. Sorry. Lyle Menendez has a major life update to share that has nothing to do with his possible release from prison. His wife, Rebecca Sneed, has confirmed their separation. Oh, so even if he gets let out back into the cold, cruel world, it's going to be very, very lonely.
She doesn't want to admit this, but she's already found another beau. Like, that's why this whole thing's happening. It's a guy named William Cope. They're going to be Cope and Sneed.
I was wondering where William Cope, I was wondering where that was going, but wow, bravo. Bravo. Rebecca, who married Lyle in 2003, posted the relationship update on her husband's Facebook account Friday. Nope. Sharing accounts. Who cheated? Was it somebody fucking a balloon knot in jail, or did somebody get a little lonely at the crib? Which
I'm
one
thinking
was
the
it?
second one, more than likely, but you never know.
Sharing that she and Lyle had been separated for a while now. Well, yeah, I would say quite a few years.
I mean, when was the last time you guys went out together?
Yeah. When's the last time you went to dinner that wasn't, from the commissary?
When's the last time you boned and there wasn't a security guard right outside the door?
When's the last time you had a birthday cake and it wasn't just a candle put in a cosmic brownie? Oh, man. You marry a murderer, you marry a Menendez brother, you get what you have coming. I mean, going to prison and marrying some guy who's in jail, are you fucking high? Guys, this is not a cheating scandal, she wrote. Let's put this up on the page there. Guys, this is not a cheating scandal. Lyle and I have been separated for a while now, but remain best friends and family. I hate it when people do that. Then stay married, fuckhead.
Then what's the problem?
Right. I continue to run.
Like I said, the problem is he's going to get out of jail now. She's like, oh, he's going to expect like an actual relationship. I was great when it was plutonic and you were just on paper. And I could be like, I'm married. But
yeah, but he's probably
now
going to
it's
get
real.
some sweet book money when he gets out, right? I continue to run his Facebook pages with input from him, and I am forever committed to the enduring fight for Lyle and Eric's freedom, as has been so evident over the years. Please keep this page as the abuse survivor support page Lyle wants it to be. I'll continue to update you all on the progress of the case because I believe we all have the common goal of seeing the guys walk free. I will never stop fighting for them. Please continue to join us in this fight.
I will never stop fighting for them because, again, they were just in it for the money. I'm sorry.
This is Lyle and Millie just September 14th. So she says they've been separated for a while now. This was 2 months ago, this picture.
This is 2 months ago, and again, he's super duper happy. She's kind of like, oh, this is okay, but I like it because we're only married when I'm here, and then I get to leave.
The shine of the marrying the popular felon kind of wore off, I suppose.
Especially if he gets out. Like I said, she doesn't want to actually spend time with him. She likes that their entire relationship is watched over by a security force and she can escape at any point if she feels unsafe.
I tell you what, they got nice backdrops in prison for pictures.
Yeah, but they can't pan down too much lower because you'll see the very obvious
The ankle chains. You'll see the manacles that he's got on, the shackles on his ankles. Yeah, it's kind of takes some of the romance out of it, if we're being honest. Oh my God, are you serious, Digbix? I'm gonna have to take a look at something after the show.
Uh-oh.
Some of the stuff that is being alleged right now is fucking insanity.
Who's doing the alleging is, I guess, my big question.
I think it's Nick is alleging. I don't know. Does this mean he plans to fight the thing? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm still holding by that he's going to bend over and grab his ankles for Big Daddy government. That's what I say. Somebody saying in the chat that looks like a mini golf backdrop that they're posing in front of. Maybe that was a date night.
Yeah, there was a hole in one there.
By the way, people really enjoying your Cope and Sneed joke. I'm noticing.
Yeah, I know, right?
A lot of love for Johnny's Cope and Sneed joke. Very good. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're $60 away.
Mm-hmm.
I got to pee one last time because I'm going to operate under the assumption that we're doing overtime today.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is my little bladder's filling up and I got to pee like a little racehorse, like a little pony. I'm going to go do that. You guys go ahead, chip in if you want to. We're only $60 away. Otherwise, when I come back, we probably got time for one more story, and then we'll rattle the cans a little bit and see if we can't knock this thing out. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, take over for a bit, and you and Andrew's son get along, please.
Okay. Well, I will be honest. I'm not reading the chat. It's not up there, so Andrew's son is just going to have to cope with whatever. I'm going live at 2. We're doing a full show today. I am hopefully doing a full show tomorrow. I don't know. We're doing a show tomorrow, but my daughter doesn't have school for the second half of the day, and I'd really like to hang out with her a bit. So we'll see. I'm not quite sure if we're doing a full show tomorrow. Saturday, we'll be back for a game stream, and if we can knock the goal out before he gets back, that would really be awesome, because then he has to do the whole overtime thing, which I won't be here for because I have to go to a therapy appointment. So it'd be really great if we could knock that out and he gets left with all the work, because it's just, I don't have to do anything. Be nice. Be sweet. Oh, I'm sorry. I fucking think that the Menendez brothers thing, and she married him thinking he's going to be in jail, and I'm just going to get all that money at the story and everything else, and now it's like, uh-oh, he might get out, and I got to worry about this wanting to choke me to death. It did seem like he was very excited to have her arms around her neck, and she was very much like, all right, we're safe, because there's a guard right there with a taser. Things get serious, they'll put this big elephant down. I wouldn't trust him. Again, I'm pretty sure it was all for money that they took out their parents. So I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. How long is it taking him to go to the bathroom? 10-1, he comes back with food. He comes back with food. The question is what food? Now we're talking. I'm guessing cookie, bread related. Definitely something with carbs. He's going to need energy. He's doing a whole extra half hour. And we need to knock out that 60 for that to happen. So please do, because then I get to leave a little early to go to my appointment, and he has to stay extra long. And that's hilarious. So that'll be a great time. This is really difficult to do without stories up or the chat up. I'm about to go grab the chat windows just so I can see what people are saying, as opposed to just sitting here and talking off the cuff with nothing planned to a blank screen by myself. It's really, really weird. All right, let's do this and pull up the Rumble chat. There we go there. And boop, so we've got one up at least. Oh, Andrew, son, at Steel Toe, shouldn't you at least establish some KPIs for Johnny to stop him taking advantage of you? Oh, I'm taking advantage of Aaron? That's the first I'm here. Dude, Andrew, son, can you start hanging out on my show? Because you really, really would be helpful there. There are a shit ton of people that keep telling me that Aaron is taking advantage of me, and I would love it to no end if you could hang out in my chat and tell those people that they are full of, and I'm taking advantage of him, apparently. Because that is the first time I've ever heard that. It's a refreshing change of pace. I love it.
I want to firmly apologize. That got away.
Did you give yourself a poop?
That got away from me a little bit.
Like a fire hose? Like you couldn't hold it down?
Like it started standing, but it didn't stay that way.
All right, yeah. Yeah. Somebody did a 1.5.
Yeah. Somebody had to,
2.5.
somebody had to do a spinneroonie. Somebody had to do a bit of a spinneroonie. So what were you and Andrew's son getting along while I was gone?
Oh, I think so for the most part. Like I was just kind of talking out my ass, and then it was taking longer than normal, and I'm like, all right, like spitballing and flying off the cuff, that's one thing, but at a certain point I'm like, all right, I need actually something to go to here or do. So I had to start pulling up the chat, and I noticed that Andrew's son said something to the effect of, let's see if I can just scroll up and see it. Oh, there it is. At Steel Toe Morning Show, shouldn't you at least establish some KPIs for Johnny to stop him taking advantage of you?
What are KPIs?
I have no idea.
Oh, I have no idea.
I was just very, very excited because normally everyone says you're taking advantage of me.
Oh.
And I was like, dude, hang out in my show and tell the people in my chat. They're like, oh, when are you going to let Aaron, or when are you going to stop letting Aaron just take advantage of you and walk all over you? You could be like, hey, guys, you're full of, this guy is taking advantage of Aaron because there's no KPIs. And
I don't know what a KPI is, but Andrew's son says Johnny used the time you were away to promote his own show again and smoked more drugs. He also made an excuse not to do overtime. Wow, smoking drugs. I can't believe you. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $4.99 says YouTube chat gets pissed off when I donate. Oh, guys, don't be so pissy. Fred Fox Mad with $4.99 says, here is my fake donation for the chat to flip out about. It's really easy to take a steel toe hater and get them all worked up. It is nice. $60 away from today. Johnny, let's take these last 5 minutes to knock out this goal and call it another win for the toe. I really appreciate you guys being so supportive that for this last hour, just been doing a show, my man. Just been doing a show. Oh, boy. Let's go ahead and throw a couple of bucks our way. Let's knock out that 60. I say once we get inside of 50, we see if we can do it $1 or $2 at a time. By the way,
we should totally do that.
I think we did it yesterday. I think we finally did the
full bit
on the evening show. We finally did. We got it down to like 70 cents, and someone gave $1 on YouTube, and that was it. We got it done. So, all right, looks like 4.5 minutes left to go. Go ahead and throw in. We're $60 away from today's goal. It is a small one, but even those small ones can be very, very girthy and effective. $60. Throw in a couple of bucks.
Bang the shit out of the side so she feels me at all.
MSO says, save your money. 29 days until Christmas.
Dude, MSO Black Friday is like this Friday.
Yeah, bro.
How could you miss that?
Come on, get all your Christmas shopping done and then give the rest to the old toe, huh? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's knock this thing out. Let's call it a W. We've got 3.5 minutes to go until we're done for the day, or $60 away from an hour of overtime. Get inside of 50. We got to keep going.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and throw in and start this rally. I don't mean to be flippant, but I believe you guys will do it with relative ease, but that does mean somebody has to start the rally. So 4 years of media independence, only supported, only beholden to our audience and your money, of course. 3 minutes away, and there's $2 from BobTube.
Thank you.
No, BobTube. I can't believe, like, of all the crazy shit you could come up with, that's some of the craziest shit I've ever heard. That is fucking wild, my man. But thank you very much. All right, $60 away from knocking it out. That's, well, here, let's start the small bills countdown. $59 away from getting this thing hammered out and calling it another win for the toe. Thank you very much. 2.5 minutes left to go. Let's get this thing taken care of and call her a W. I'll be honest, when we got down to 60, I kind of just let her go.
Yeah.
Because it was
Just
looking
kinda felt
like
we're just going to float in there. And
yeah,
just
just
have
kind
fun
of
doing
a
the show.
fait accompli today. But we'll make up for it here. We'll get some begging in. 2 minutes to go. 2-minute warning. $59 away from knocking today's goal out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Throw it in. Let's see if we can catch a little victory here for the old toe. Nothing, nada, Nathan. Are we going to get an hour off today? Off of $9? This is fucking wild. We are at an absolute standstill. 1.5 minutes to go, $59 away. So far, this rally has raked in $2 Australian.
This rally's got my legs. Jesus.
Oh,
come on.
my God. Minute 15 left to go. Chips and Diff says, if I order an Asian from you, Aaron, will you throw in a free turkey from Johnny? Well, it is the holidays. I mean, it depends on how stingy Johnny wants to be. 1 minute. 1 minute remains. No overtime. Dig Bix with $2 says, I'm putting up some sheetrock today. I'll be tired after doing that job. All right. That means we are 57.40 away from today's goal. And we have 45 seconds left to go. And we may miss. We could miss today after being, this would be the ultimate steel toe choke job if we miss today after being $60 away. Trucker 18-wheeler with $199. Yeah, I guess that's the accusation they're going with. That puts us $140, so $56 away from knocking it out. Will steel toe choke? $56 left. Chips and Diff says 1 penny until we get to 50. I don't know, man. We're looking at an L. We've got 15 seconds left. Holy shit, you guys. You've got to be 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, you know what? Like I said last night, and we ended up getting the win last night, my pride will not let me take a loss on our anniversary week. It won't let me. I'm extending things. We're very close to this fucking overtime. And plus, if we don't make this overtime, if we don't make this goal to... Oh, Trucker 18-wheeler with $9.99 says screw it. Oh, well, then in that case...
fuck. Well, now we're good.
$49 away from knocking it out. $2 from Mr. Me. $47.60 away from knocking it out today. There we go. 47. Okay, never mind. So you guys did get inside of 50, so we're not doing this on a technicality. Thank you to Trucker 18-wheeler. Thank you to Mr. Me.
And I can only be here for another 20 minutes, and I got to get out to a therapy thing.
So for the next hour, should we try to see if they can do it $1 and $2 at a time?
I mean, we've got the time to do it. Well, you do.
Yeah. We got now.
No, I mean, I do. Technically 20 minutes.
You guys are set up here for an hour of overtime. So why don't we see if we can knock out this 4760 small donations at a time? The ones and twos at a time. If you guys want to throw it in. Everything is pinned to the top of the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, if you'd like to contribute. Let's go ahead and watch the mainstream media is really getting salty about this Elon Musk, we are the media now shit. Like, they're really getting worked up about it.
Axios was one, but you tell me everybody else is getting mad too? Who else is losing their shit over it?
Well, over the weekend, Elon Musk made, I don't know if it was a joke or if he was really inquiring, but he asked how much it would cost to buy MSNBC.
Uh-huh.
Now,
Yeah.
I would say that that's a joke because you usually don't start negotiations by
with how much
on Twitter, right? But that's kind of how Elon Musk buying Twitter got started. He was basically like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I did this?
And everybody said, yeah. And he's like, all right, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah. And then voila, there he goes. He did it. He bought Twitter. So there's a chance that he just ends up buying MSNBC because fuck it, he's bored. And here's the two reasons why Elon Musk has bought media in his life. One, he's bored. Two, he thinks it would be hilarious. So if Elon finds it funny, because to buy MSNBC and then put like Rogan and Alex Jones on and a bunch of fucking lunatics, that would be great. Have like at 3 a.m, have like a flat earth show where they just go on and talk about flat earth. We never went to the moon starring Joe Rogan. They're turning
just cut to the security camera outside the building once in a while to see Don Lemon banging on the doors. Please let me back in. I want legitimacy.
You've got all kinds of possibilities if Elon runs the joint.
Which would be great.
MSNBC is not taking it well, though. Their on-air personalities do not find this funny. As a matter of fact, Colby Hall had some tense words for Elon Musk about buying MSNBC. Apparently, it's causing a lot of, quote, anxiety amongst the staff. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is a clip from News Nation, I believe. Oh, wait, we got a little 30-second ad first. Hey, guys, we are about $47 away from today's goal. If you would consider contributing, I would really appreciate it. Throw us a couple of bucks. Let's knock out that $47 and call this thing a win today. Another win for the toe. It's our second to the last morning goal of the week. So if you'd like to contribute, please do. Rumble, YouTube, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's do the damn thing.
Me now, News Nation media contributor Colby Hall. Colby, good morning to you. What do you make of this billionaire brouhaha?
It feels like a megalomaniacal superiority complex. Like literally,
Imagine that. The guys who have dozens of billions of dollars and continue to try to make more money have giant egos that can't be fulfilled. I can't imagine.
Right? And it's weird, too, to say, like, if Elon Musk comes in here, he's going to do that, and he's going to control the narrative, and he's going to use his ego to just say, no, we'll do what I think is right. Because that's not like what Soros does with us.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, it's a couple of megalomaniacal billionaires who are just having a dick swinging contest. And George Soros says, hey, wait a minute, that's my fucking job. By the way,
you're not supposed to do it out in the open, guys.
Is there anything douchier than a white guy named Colby? Look over his shoulder. What does he have over his shoulder?
The album? Is that an album and a football?
Yeah.
Or a book?
What album is it?
No, that's a Nas album.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you displaying a Nas album? You're white.
He's got a copy of Illmatic on his dresser. It purposely in the shot of when he does news clips. Why? Because the News Nation audience is going to be like, oh, I really trust this guy. He's rad. He likes Nas. Now, am I a Nas fan? I'm a huge Nas fan, but I know that I don't look the demo. So I'm not going to sit and have his fucking album behind me and act like I can hear Nas. I
don't believe he's read those books.
Well, the Obama one probably. I can listen to Nas, but I can't hear Nas. Just like you can listen to Jimmy, you can't hear Jimmy. But to have it in the background of your fucking media appearance, gross, dude. Overcompensating white guy. At least white women just get septum piercings.
Whose is bigger? And it's complete with rocket ships into space. Elon Musk is a provocateur. Online language would call him an edgelord. He loves to be sort of contrarian and sort of edgy just to sort of get people's attention. And, he's the richest person in the world right now by a pretty wide margin.
So you're saying it's working out for him? Like he's doing.
They're having a dick swinging contest, complete with rockets. Because these rich people swinging their dicks at each other are advancing human civilization. So of course we should mock the fuck out of them.
Well, I will also say that it is pretty on the nose that these two are designing things shaped like dicks to have their little back and forth. I mean, a rocket ship is about the most phallic symbol you can make.
You're literally fucking the universe.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with him on that one.
And Jeff Bezos, I think, pushed back appropriately. But, you have two big egos. And right now, Elon Musk is, sort of first buddy to the most powerful person elect in the world. So got to think that SpaceX has a big advantage right now to leap the field against Blue Origin.
Yeah.
Guy's fucking
What the heck
boring.
does this have to do with the...
Yeah, why did Mediaite put a 5-minute clip up
about
where we're talking
Blue
about him
Origin?
buying MSNBC and shit like that? I don't really fucking care. I can handle this part on my own. He said, and if you look at who jumped in onto this joke, it was Matt Gaetz and Don Jr. And you know what it does? It causes anxiety amongst the people on the progressive side of partisan media, especially at MSNBC, who frankly are probably freaked out right now because it's not clear. I wrote a column last week that the spinning off of MSNBC feels like a death knell, at least for the first iteration of MSNBC, who painted themselves into a severe partisan corner. So it's tough times ahead for MSNBC and how they pivot. I don't think trips to Mar-a-Lago is going to get them out of the mess they've painted themselves into. Well, it's not going to be a joke if Elon really does buy it. And if he becomes like the highest bidder, then yeah.
And for all the but then he's controlling this stuff and rich people. Yeah, George Soros does the same shit, only he does it in the shadows through proxies, whatever. He doesn't do it in front of you going, look, guys, I'm going to buy this one too. So now you know who's controlling this message. We'll know, whether you believe it or not, whether you trust it or not, you know who's who owns that station and who's controlling that message. But like you said, they can take away the rights and just not broadcast it.
Yeah, that's just it. Will they let Elon Musk use the name MSNBC? That's the other thing. Casey with $2 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Casey.
Thank you.
We are now 46.50 away from today. Come on, boys and girls. Everybody throw in a little bit. Let's knock out this last 46.50 as we do an hour of overtime for you on today's show. Please and thank you. 46.50 away from today's goal. Throw in. Let's knock this thing out. Dude, this was honestly, I think the worst rally we've ever gotten. Because we got down to 60 before the rally. I'm like, I don't even have to worry about it. I didn't even think we were going to have to rally today. And
Right.
I think that was my arrogance talking.
Yeah.
And then in my arrogance, I end up going, come on, guys, you got it. And then we ended up at $49, just barely under the wire. So knock out the rest of that 46.50. Let's call it another win for the toe. Yeah, somebody texting in, Elon buys MSNBC and then hires Alex Jones to run it.
That would be hilarious.
That's obviously what they're going to do, though, right? If he did buy it, that would obviously be.
I mean, you think that they wouldn't renew the rights or whatever, but I want to ask you now, just thinking as the people who do the math at the places that give the rights and air these stations, knowing that there is a shit ton of money to be made. If if Alex Jones has like Joe Rogan as a lead-in or vice versa on like a regular like Friday or
Yeah.
you'd greenlight that network, right? Like just
in a fucking heartbeat. You might have a hard time finding like advertisers, because some advertisers might want to stay away from it, because there'll be people protesting and talking about how these guys are evil and they're terrible and they're bad and all that. So I think you might have a problem in that arena, like the advertiser part. But as the guy running the show, I put that on the air. And plus, I take my TV network and I stream it also, so I can get another source of revenue through the streaming part of it. So just set up a MSNBC YouTube channel, stream all your shows so you can watch them on the computer or you can watch them on TV. Enable super chats and all that shit and just let her buck. Why not? That's the future. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, heard you were on jizz probation. How do they test for that? It's a taste test, buddy. It's a taste test. All right, that puts us $43 away from today's goal. We're trying to do it a little bit at a time. This $43. Let's go ahead and knock it out and see if we can get another win for the toe. Vagrant J with $2 says, Johnny, enough small talk. Let's see your yams.
My yams?
I think he means balls. No. You don't want to show him your balls?
No, they're not ready for display. I like to have some time to prep them. It's a work.
Yeah, people like to primp a little bit. I get it. That puts us 41-40 away from today. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's knock out that 41-40 and call it another win for the toe. Everybody jumping in. Oh, boy. Yeah, this story. Miss Universe is in a little bit of trouble.
For what?
Well, she's from Denmark, and they went through her TikTok. And they went through her TikTok after she won the Miss Universe, and they found that she was maybe using some words that some groups of people might find offensive.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I see what she looks like?
Well, here, let's hit play. And, so here we go. This is the video in question. Here she is.
Thing? Fuck her.
But yeah, I mean, that's gay, but like, did she say, was there a word in there? That they said there's a racial slur in there. I know there probably is one in the song, but did she lip sync
She say
it?
one? And again, what's our problem other than the fact that she's amazingly gorgeous?
Yeah, well, that's a lot of people's problem. Is that she looks
Why?
really good. Let's take a look. I gotta. How great would it be if while she leaned back to film that fucking crown fell off her head and all the way down?
But she's wearing the Miss Universe sash on that, so that's after. I thought you said this was before she became Miss Universe.
No, this was after. I said they should have checked it before if this was going to be such a big problem. Let me see. Miss Universe. Never forget woke culture. Crown Miss Universe. She's a woman. She doesn't have a penis. Well, that's a plus. Okay, so let's try. Let me see.
Oh,
again.
you know that video you enjoyed earlier?
Yeah.
With the person snapping their fingers saying you're not gay?
Yeah.
You can pull the same thing with ladies, too, especially if they're very pro, like, trans movement. Be like, yeah, I mean, your transition looks like it went great. And then they'd be like, no, I'm a real woman. Like, yeah, of course you are.
Right, of course. Oh, see, the Daily Mail one censored out the word. See, that fucking pisses me off. If your whole article is about the fact that she mouthed this word and she's so then you got to include the word. Otherwise, we don't know what we're watching if you mute it out.
I'm sorry, but I'm telling you right now, like, line of dudes around the block that would let her call her that if she's doing stuff. Like, I mean, or let her call them that.
Right. In fact, they'd prefer it. She doesn't even get all the words when she's lip syncing. Did you notice that?
She just cares about the New York part.
Yeah. She fucked up. Although she did remember the N-word part. She nailed that one. The rest, that would be awkward as a white person if you like mumble the words to a rap song, but you nail that one. I don't know. That doesn't seem like much of a controversy to me.
No. And I'll be honest, I could watch that video a few more times. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll be honest. That just sounds like trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Somebody's just pissed that she's a really, really pretty lady. And just
Dig Bix with a great point. He says, when the supply of racism gets down to near nothing, you have to manufacture some. That's really what this boils down to. Is that, I mean, giant nothing burger. And there's like Johnny said, it's a pretty girl, and they don't want to see the pretty girl just get away scot-free. And again, nowadays, I guess you don't even have to say the word.
Right. You just have to play it in a song. She didn't say anything, and so what? She mouthed it.
Yeah.
God, I would like. But yeah, so dude, big deal. Like, oh my God. Ooh.
Now, Approachable says, I've been around this long enough. I consider myself an expert. She definitely did not mouth it with a hard R. There you go.
But she mouthed it with me having a hard on.
All right, you're out of here.
Yep.
You got to get
Bad
going.
jokes and all.
Again, Andrew's son is going to be very upset. He said, you did not clear this with me before the show. That you could leave early.
Well, to be fair, you didn't clear it with me when you promised extra half hour all week long. So,
Suck on that, Andrew's son. He's hear that? He's
goes
talking
both
back.
ways, motherfucker.
Andrew's son, can you believe he's talking back to his boss like that?
Yeah.
Can you believe he's talking back?
Cuck.
I mean, it really just makes me feel like shit. It's really just a giant bummer. All right, Johnny, take it easy.
Bye.
All right, goodbye. And there we go. Fare thee well. All right, let me move over a little bit. And boom. There we are. There we go. All right, guys, we are 41-40 away still from today's goal. We got to get this knocked out. Fuck the dollar or two at a time thing. It's not working. We finally got it to work last night, and now it's a non-starter. We got a hit today. We're doing the overtime on credit. Let's knock out that 41-40 and call it another win for the toe. Throw in what you can throw in. We'd appreciate. Actually, getting this thing done $5 at a time should be relatively easy. Go ahead and fire away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. The links are pinned to the top of the page, so go ahead and chip in. And then I'm not going to be distracted during the rest of the overtime period. We got 40 minutes left in the show, and we got to knock out about $40. So that means about $1 a minute from you guys to knock this thing out. Off we go. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour stories we go. What do we have here? Okay, good, and we're set. Bad news if you're looking to buy a house in the next 2 years. It looks like the mortgage rates will not be coming down. That is the newest analysis from CNN Business today. They're saying bad news. Now, this is kind of dumb if you're CNN because they don't like Trump. They're not big Trump fans there. And if you say like, hey, bad news for home buyers, If you're looking to buy a house in the next 2 years, don't expect those interest rates to go down. Well, now if they go down, Trump looks like the guy who did it. Trump looks like the conquering hero, and now you look like a dick for being so negative. I think if anything, like if you don't like Donald Trump and like you're the media and you're trying to hamstring this guy, then for sure, shouldn't you be like shooting the moon on expectations? Shouldn't you be saying, oh yeah, the country's projected to go way up in the next 4 years? And that way, if he doesn't go gangbusters, well, then talk about like, oh, the budget is going to be balanced and all this other shit. Yeah, shoot the moon expectation-wise, and then if he doesn't hit it, you can say that he was a disappointment. All this shit, like, haven't they learned from the last 8 years? They keep doing this bit where they go, oh man, here's how we're gonna fucking get this guy. They really are the Snidely Whiplash and Wile E. Coyote of politics. So like, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna tell everyone that it's gonna be dog shit under this guy, and it's gonna be awful, and it's gonna be like the Third Reich. And then when it's not like the Third Reich, they're just gonna think that you're all full of shit. Instead of going like, we're going to tell them that it's going to be milk and honey, it's going to be amazing, it's going to be incredible, and everyone's going to have an unbelievable life. And then when that doesn't happen, I'm sorry it didn't happen, guys. Trump must be a fucking asshole. Thank you to Coyote NV for $4.99. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to put us at 37.90. Away from today. Keep going. Let's knock this thing down. What do you say? 37.90 left to go. Coyote NV in his super chat says Vikings -4. Okay, so we're opening up as 4-point favorites over the Cardinals. And the Gophers are 2.5-point underdogs against Wisconsin. I think we should be bigger underdogs against Wisconsin. They're giving us a lot of credit for playing Penn State tough at home, but moral victories are still losses. I don't know if we should be getting too much credit for that. And then the Vikings -4 against the Cardinals. I think that's fair. What do they say? You usually get 3 points for being at home. I'd favor us. I'd favor us by 1. I'd say that's pretty good. 37.90 away from knocking out today. Hammer it out. Get it done. Let's all chip in together. Atomic Ray says, reality doesn't work like CNN wants it. Trump already made an announcement that credit card interest rates will be capped. Can he do that? Can Trump just unilaterally lower credit card rates to 10%? I don't think he can. I don't think he's allowed to just arbitrarily set credit card rates. Plus, I don't know if you know this, but you start fucking with the banker's money. I mean, look, man, I commend him. I think there's a lot of predatory shit going on in the banking industry. And it's something that like the Democrats could actually run on, and they might be able to grab a little bit of Trump support if they took that tax. The problem is the Democrats take so much corporate banker money at this point that they can't turn on these guys. I mean, they could and they'd be fine, but they don't think they can. I don't know if he can just take credit card rates of private businesses and go, oh, by the way, they're 10% now. 37.90 away from today's goal. Zenman Build says, now I just need Trump to lower this Parents Plus college loan interest rate. Oh, man. I don't, somebody too says they also said Biden's economy was the best economy in years. And when he dropped out, they bashed the shit out of him. Well, yeah. That's a given. They were going to suck anybody's dick who was running against Trump. And then the minute he's out of there, it's, oh yeah. Remember like when we would say that he's senile and he's crazy and he's out of his fucking mind? And the media would go, that's terrible. I can't believe people are saying that Joe Biden has lost his mind and he's crazy and unfit to serve. Then after that first debate, when it was clear that Trump was going to fucking trounce him, they went, I think this Joe Biden has lost his mind. I think he's going crazy. I really don't think he's fit to serve. Really? You don't say. Chips and Diff says, does Trump have the ability to lower the goal too? I mean, if he would donate to the show, then yes. Trump does have the ability to lower the goal. Right now, the goal is at 37.90. We could use some help, guys. I'd appreciate you chipping in. It doesn't take much. Everybody just throwing in a little bit. We'll knock this out. It's our 4-year anniversary week. We cannot take L's in front of our haters on our anniversary week. That would be fucking disastrous, kids. So let's knock that out. I'm gonna stage a little rally at the end of the show if we don't get there by then. But everybody throw in 5 or 10. Forget doing this 1 or 2 at a time. It's not going to work today. We're not going to do it that way. It's not working. We got about a half hour left. Let's knock this thing out. It hasn't been a beggy day today, and now it's getting beggy. That really sucks. So hammer it out for us, and we'll just focus on these 5 or 6 stories that we have left. Let's do this one. You know, we did that South Carolina story, and it ended up being the funniest fucking thing we did all day. This one is from Prince George's County, Maryland, and it's about a cop who ended up pleading guilty. Or, no, he was found guilty after they're calling him the what is it? The kissing cop. I don't know exactly. I'm sure it's something to do with sexual harassment, but what the fuck the guy did, I'm a little nervous.
News
Let's
now
check it out.
involving an on-duty Prince George's County police officer who was caught on video kissing a woman before going with her into the back of his patrol car.
Oh, I remember this guy. This guy did this to multiple women. There's one where he's like at a park and he arrests some woman, and then I don't know if he was busting them for prostitution or what, but he would put them in the back seat of the cop car, and then he would go in the back seat of the cop car, and yeah, he'd just start making out with them. It's a fucking weirdo. I don't know if it was consensual. I don't know if it was against their will. Well, I guess if you're a police officer and you're arresting someone, it's never totally consensual. There's a bit of that authority dynamic.
Car. Our Brad Bell is reporting Francesco Marlette has been found guilty of 22 different charges by an administrative hearing board. And the hearing board also determined the officer should be fired. In this video, you may remember from last...
Well, it's very controversial. Guys, we investigated the cop who kept making handcuffed women sit in the back seat and then made out with them. We really don't think he's fit to be a police officer anymore. You don't say.
Last year was recorded behind the Oxon Hill High School, and the person who shot the video told 7 News at the time Marlette and the woman were in the officer's vehicle for roughly 30 minutes.
Oh, they fucked then. He fucked her in that cop car. She didn't look like she wasn't into it, but then again, when you've got a cop that can arrest you for whatever reason, I don't know how much of a choice you have.
The board found that Marlette's response to calls was delayed during these times.
Oh, really? When his pants are down around his ankles and he's balls deep in this black chick, you're saying that he can't get to calls on time? I mean, whatever happened to this country's ability to multitask?
The chief of police, who is required to follow their direction and terminate the officer. Marlette does have another appeal, which he can make, and we will keep you updated on.
What appeal can you make? You were caught red-handed from multiple camera angles bringing someone into your squad car. Hey, I want to appeal. Why? I don't think I did it. It's like that scene in Role Models where the guy's saying his own name out loud while he's stealing TVs. Seems pretty open and shut. All right, guys, we got to do something about this. I'm clearly distracted. I'm clearly we're halfway through overtime, and we started the 9 o'clock hour. Yeah, we started the 9 o'clock hour down by 80. We only had $80 left. An hour and a half later, we're at $37.90. Fuck! Come on, boys and girls, everybody, throw in a $5. Let's get this thing taken care of. Let's call it another win for the toe. We got a half hour to do it. I ain't too proud to beg, but I'd like to see us get a win here. Gift memberships, throw in on PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, whatever. Let's make this a less clunky show. I got that pit in my stomach. My heart's beating a little fast. I'm like, okay, go focus on the content. But I'm like, yeah, this is getting close. Helgi says Alex Stein is on fish tank. He's asleep in the penthouse. Wake him up with sound effects and text-to-speech. Well, we did watch the Alex Stein clip from Fish Tank where he gave Steel Toe a shout-out to the black guy. That was very nice of Alex. All right, guys, I'm going to hang around with you for a little bit here. I need you to throw in a couple. Get this thing hammered out. We're It's our 4-year anniversary. We're getting our fucking ass kicked today a little bit. Actually, you know what? We're not getting our ass kicked. We were fucking hammering it out right around 9 o'clock, and it all just, poof, went to shit when we were right there, and now we're about $37 away. I could use your guys' help. Everybody throw in just a little bit. Let's get this thing hammered out. I don't know how else to say it. Let's make the steel toe great again. Liam Payne, the One Direction guy that fell to his death off the balcony in Buenos Aires. They're learning more about his death. He died as he tried to escape from the hotel balcony. I don't really know, like, escaping from a hotel balcony. There's only one way to escape from a hotel balcony, and it's, down, all the way down. So I don't really know. Sources are saying that the hotel is to blame. So a guy starts acting like a crazy crackhead asshole, and he had a bunch of drugs in his system, drugs I've never heard of before. He had a bunch of drugs in his system, and from what I recall, he was either running from authorities or hotel staff, ran up to his balcony and just jumped off. Or, as they say in this story, attempting to escape his balcony. Which, again, there's really no escaping a balcony. There's just jumping off of your balcony. Liam Payne was trying to escape from his hotel when he fell to his death, and the hotel knew he was threatening to use the balcony as the means to escape, but left him by himself. This according to witnesses, the police report, a 911 call, and surveillance video. Here's what we know. Liam hated being locked up in hotel rooms. Well, then why don't you just not stay at a hotel? Get a fucking RV or something. You were a One Direction guy. You've got a couple of bucks. Buy an RV, stay in that. He had used the balcony escape plan before, most recently in mid-September, when sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Liam's bodyguard was concerned he might have been on a drug binge. No way. And forced him inside a room in a Florida rental house. Liam escaped from a balcony using a garden hose to reach the ground. I mean, creative, right? It's pretty creative. God, he was either just really fucked up on drugs or being in those boy bands, man. What percentage of those boy band guys just end up a fucking mess? At least this one. Looking at the surveillance screenshots from the Casa Sur Palermo Hotel in Buenos Aires, Liam, who was disruptive in the lobby and clearly under the influence, is splayed out as 3 hotel workers carry him to his room minutes before he fell to his death. Liam is clearly conscious, and although they blurred his face, he is holding his head upright. Okay, so there he is. Wow, they really are carrying him. They've got him hands and feet, carrying him through the lobby. Honey, who is that? Oh, it's just a One Direction guy. There he is. He's upright. Wow. So this guy had a history of being afraid of hotel rooms. And so he used to climb balconies and then use the garden hose like he was Zorro or something. What the fuck?
We put a story up on the website this morning about Liam Payne's death. And I don't think this is an overstatement. I think we know exactly what happened. And I think there is something really shocking behind this, that the 3 people charged, I'm just going to give my personal opinion, are patsies. They are an excuse to cover up the real offender in this case, and the offender is the hotel.
The hotel. So a guy goes on his balcony, drugged out of his fucking mind. He goes up to the balcony and jumps the fuck off, and this is someone's fault other than the guy who jumped off the balcony. This is wild, dude. So now every fucking smackhead who comes into a hotel, the hotel has to be responsible if this guy hurts himself. I mean, what do you have to do? Start drug testing at the door? Start frisking people so they don't bring that shit in? This doesn't seem right.
Where Liam Payne died, because we know, based on all the evidence we've seen, and we've looked at police reports, we've looked at screen grabs of surveillance video, 911 calls, and other evidence, including talking to witnesses, Liam Payne was trying to escape from his balcony when he died.
Right, was trying to get out of that hotel.
Okay, so he was crazy. A crazy guy went crazy and jumped off his balcony. Someone needs to explain how that's the hotel's fault. What are they supposed to do? Child-proof a hotel room every time a boy band member comes in? Actually, that doesn't sound like a terrible idea.
And the first clue that sent us down this path was a still from surveillance video in the hotel. And it shows hotel staffers carrying Liam through the lobby.
Now, we should say, Liam was causing a disruption in the lobby.
He was being a drugged-out asshole is what he was doing.
Something that happened in the last 40 minutes of his life where he had gone up and down to his room. It's apparent he was drinking. He might have been using drugs, and he was getting erratic in the hotel.
The other guy's like clearly using drugs, and meanwhile Harvey Levin's like, "Look, my people are very particular about this shit. Let us say possibly, please."
Hotel lobby. He had smashed his computer. So when you go back to that picture, they are carrying him. He's conscious.
Forcibly carrying him.
And by the way,
conscious,
this is so important to know. He is conscious. His head is upright. And we can further show you
why. He's struggling with them. And just minutes before, he's standing.
Right.
And so he's upright. This is not, he's unconscious.
Now, there's more evidence that he's conscious because go to the hallway outside of his room. On the upper left of the screen, he is struggling with the hotel employees because he does not want to go in his room.
Right.
Well, this is where they're like, oh, it's the hotel's fault. What are they supposed to do? Put him in the janitor's closet until he chills the fuck out? I don't understand. Like, everyone keeps trying to say that this is the hotel's fault. It's the hotel's fault. It's the hotel's fault. What's the alternative here? Call the police, have them take him away. Okay, that's fair. Call the police. He's causing a disturbance. Have him go to jail for the night and sleep it off. Okay, that's fair. But anything short of that, you just send the guy back to his room. You don't know that he's going to go to the balcony and, fucking do a half gainer and jump out of the fucking thing. West Coast Patriot Girl says, so they drugged him and threw him off the balcony. Lots of stories like this in the past. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they drugged him and threw him off the balcony. Lucky Limes with $2 says you could always try getting a job if you need money. Well, shit, man. I mean, this isn't necessarily a need money thing. It's more of a like, Jesus Christ, we're so fucking close. Can we just hammer this thing out, please? 3650 away from today's goal. Somebody put us out of our fucking misery. We got about 15 minutes until we rattle the cans for a second time. President-elect Donald J. Trump with $5. Wow. He says, steel toe is tremendous. Big fan. When I'm back in the White House, we will put the toe all over 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. No taxes on super chats. Make the toe great again. Thank you, President-elect Trump. I appreciate that. And Chris says, happy anniversary. Enjoy the rest of your day. $40 from Chris. Thank you very much, buddy. Speaking of putting us out of our misery, that's going to do it for that's going to do it for the goal today. Another win for the toe, and we're $5 into tonight. Never mind, we're $20 into tonight. Vamped with 1999 says, not trying to be a dick, just don't want to hear you blubbering about the goal. Well, there you go. That's how you get it knocked out, my man. Thank you. And you're not a dick at all. You gave us $20. What a fucking dude. That's not being a dick at all. And now you guys are $20 into tonight, our final evening show of the week. Thanks, boys and girls. We appreciate your contributions to the program. Why would that be being a dick? Never give us money and think you're being a dick. Even if you're being a dick, you're still giving us money, which means we're totally fine with it. Let's do this Tulsa City Council thing. I can't believe in Tulsa, of all places, in Dwight Manfredi's town, that they would do something like this. Oh, Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says hotels will probably take out all doors or screw the doors shut that lead to decks. I don't know what the answer to this is. Again, outside of calling the police and just, telling the police to come take this crazy asshole off our hands for us, I don't know what you can do. Because it's amazing that the media is all blaming this hotel for this guy being a crazy, drunken, drugged out asshole and falling to his death. This to me seems like common sense. The guy was on drugs and K'd himself. I don't see why this even needs to be considered controversial, to be quite honest. Lander says Aaron can eat or fuck his way out of anything. Approachable says half gainer. That was obviously a full gainer with a half back twist. Well, here's the deal. I only know things that I saw in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 movie. And they said that Shredder did a half gainer into the back of a garbage truck. So that's the only thing I know. Bigot on Socialist Media says just kick them out of the hotel and ban them when they're too fucked up. I mean, I'd rather have to refund them their money than sit there and have TMZ tell everyone that I killed a member of One Direction. Now I'm going to get my fucking eyeballs scratched out by a bunch of 19-year-olds. Actually, you know what? One Direction fans are probably 40 at this point. When did One Direction... Let's go break up. They broke up in 2016, so 8 years ago. Yeah. What, late 20s now? If you were a One Direction fan, you're well into your 20s. Hopefully your scratching people eyes out days have passed you by. I hope. Yeah, Atomic Ray with a good point. Did they blame the hotel when Baby Clapton went down? Rest in peace, Baby Clapton. No. No blame for no blame for the hotel there. Who do they blame for that? I know they go freak accident, but isn't it whoever left the window open? That the baby, you can't hold the baby accountable. It's a fucking baby. Approachable says now every time you check into a hotel, you have to sign a liability waiver, and they'll have warning stickers on the balcony doors. Probably. Dig Bick says, make your first stop after the show the Breaking Baldo news. The absurd hilarity is ridiculous. I've seen some of it. I got tagged in some stuff. I saw Breaking Baldo's news a little bit. That's very interesting. Some of that stuff that's up there. Weird, wild stuff. Let's go to this Tulsa City Council thing where apparently they did a Satan prayer, I guess. They did a satanic priestess and goddess did a satanic prayer at the this. By the way, this is what you're going to run into when you get rid of the Federal Department of Education, and there are 50 departments of education now, like, going out and doing their own thing. And they're like, yeah, you know what we're going to allow? We're going to allow prayer in school. The problem with allowing prayer in school sounds great when you think that like the whole country's Christian or whatever, because that's usually the prayer they're talking about. Sounds great in theory. The problem is that means everybody's prayer. So now that means you can't stop Muslims from praying in school. You can't stop, whatever you're Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and yeah, Church of Satan people. If they want to do a fucking Baphomet salute, they can do a Baphomet salute. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is the Tulsa City Council. They wanted to start praying before their meetings. So that, this is kind of the South Park thing. Either it's all okay or none of it's okay. Here we go.
Ms. Adams, would you like to come?
As a priestess of the goddess, I invoke the Gorgonea, champions of equality and sacred rage. I call to Medusa, monstrous hero of the
Medusa? I didn't know Medusa was like a saint in the Satan. Aren't the satanic, like the Church of Satan people, aren't they like gods of fantasy? And like, aren't they like kind of like the flying spaghetti monster people where they like mock Christianity because it's all like folklore and that shit. What are they doing? They're going like Medusa, Satan, Gagamo, or whoever they were invoking, Gagamo or whatever. Aren't these all fictional people?
Oppressed and abused. I open the eye of Medusa, the stare that petrifies injustice.
Talking about opening her pussy? Eye of Medusa. It's not Medusa's eye, isn't it? I understood Medusa as like she has the snakes in her hair, and if she screams and you hear Medusa's scream, you turn to stone. I didn't know it had anything to do with the eye. Boy, you know what I'm finding out? I'm finding out that I am really rusty on my my fucking Satanism.
I call upon the serpent that rises from this land to face the stars, the movement of wisdom unbound. May these leaders find within themselves the embodied divine, the sacred essence of the spark of the universe and the breath of the Awen. Place in the hands of these leaders the sacred work of protecting the sovereignty and autonomy of all our people. Gorgon goddess, make them ready and willing to be champions for all in this city, not just those in power. Shine a light for them that they may walk the path of justice.
You know, I got to be honest. I really thought a satanic prayer would be more exciting than this. I feel like this is giving Satanism a bad name. Like, I thought there would be like a guy painted red. You know, there would be like 3 or 4 people behind her with some Hail Satan shit and like the Dark Prince and all that. Now we're just getting Medusa and I don't know. We're getting like Miss Housewife here just talking about the devil. Boy, you know, I got to say, the devil's really fallen off lately. It used to be like rock and roll and Ozzy Osbourne and Alice Cooper and all. That was supposed to be Satan and the devil and rock and roll. Now it's just some 55-year-old lady talking about Medusa and her snake hair. Fucking boring, you Satanists. Come on. Be a little more exciting. Liven up a little bit. Come on. Act like you love Satan.
Protected and prepared, illuminating the darkness. Endow them with the fire of courage, the waters of compassion, the air of truth, and the strength of the earth itself.
See, that doesn't sound like you're praying to Satan. That sounds like, isn't that how you summon Captain Planet? Earth, wind, air, fire, water. And then you put all the rings together. Satan doesn't show up. That would have been a weird show. You bring up all those things, you get Captain Planet. He comes in, he's our hero. He's going to bring pollution down to zero. He's fighting climate change and shit. All while gay.
As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. May there be peace among you all. And so it is.
Thank you very much.
As they have a giant cross sitting there in the Tulsa City Hall. Oh, wait, no, that's a T. I thought that was a cross. That's a T with like a bird on it or something. Yeah, I have to say, I'm pretty disappointed in Satanists. They're pretty fucking boring, if I do say so myself. Zen Man Builds with $1 says her whispering eye. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. I thought they were talking about Medusa's pussy. I don't, I never thought I'd say this, but I had more respect for the Satanists before that. Hulkamasha Baby says, no, it's if you look in her eyes, you tard. Oh. Man, I don't think I needed to be called a tard. But it's, okay, so it's if you look in Medusa's eyes, then you turn to stone. What's the screaming one? Isn't there someone like if they scream and you hear their scream, you turn to something? How does Medusa turn people to stone? In Greek mythology, Medusa turns people to stone by simply having them look directly into her eyes. That's good because I am horrible with eye contact. It's perfect. Medusa, what else we got? Medusa, there's some fucking lady. Oh, the Banshee. What does the scream of the banshee do? That's what. In Irish folklore, the scream of the banshee is believed to foreshadow the death of a family member, acting as a warning that someone is about to die when heard. The banshee's eerie wail is considered an omen of impending death. Oh, the fucking Irish are a cheery bunch, aren't they? Gargamel is from the Smurfs, says Helgi. That's what I thought. I thought that they were invoking Gargamel and Medusa and Dr. Robotnik and all kinds of weird shit. Fauci's Pangolin says this is what happens in Tulsa when Stallone takes over, right? This never happened when that biker gang was in charge. Smells like patchouli and yeast, says J. Brock Contrarian. In Tulsa or here? Atomic Ray says when they bring in the Aztec skull whistles, that's when shit happens. But you know what? That's funny, but that's allowed. Again, if you allow, this should be a warning to anyone who wants, we got to bring prayer back to the schools. Just remember, if you bring prayer back to the schools, you're not just bringing your prayer, you're bringing everyone's prayer. And I don't know about you, but that sounds like really fucking messy and a giant waste of time. Helgi says, may the Mothman fly over and protect you, and may Sasquatch hold thy hand through the secret tunnels of the Denver International Airport. And the temples in New York, of course, with the bloody mattresses. Yeah, bigot on socialist media, this will backfire on them like the movie Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. I really don't think it's not a good idea to open the floor up to everybody's crazy shit. Because you're going to get some guy with what do you call it? A colander on his head saying he's one of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. And then you're going to have to deal with that. And again, there's going to be nothing you can do because it's all part of the rules. The governor of Oklahoma responded to this saying Satan is trying to establish a foothold, but Oklahoma is going to be a shining city on the hill. Tulsa City Council needs to stand strong against actions like this, and Tulsans need to remember who allowed this at the ballot box. I don't know. Like, aren't Tulsans, I feel like Tulsans are for the prayer thing. So, yeah, on one hand, if you stand strong against actions like this, you also have to stand strong against Christian prayer. Again, either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. Ash the Crash with $20. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You guys are already $30. Whoops. You guys are already $30 into this evening's goal. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys for the late rally and your generosity. Superintendent. The guy who's been doing all the interviews in Oklahoma lately about prayer in school. Satanic prayers are welcome in hell, but not in Oklahoma. Satanism is not a religion. Tulsa should immediately move to ensure this never happens again, and the person who allowed it should be held accountable. Well, who are you to say that anyone's religion is not okay? Like sorry, it has to be allowed. You opened Pandora's box on this one. But they, it's okay for my religion, but not for yours. That's not how the First Amendment works. Oklahoma's attorney general spoke on it, said if the governor and superintendent get their way, this priestess of the goddess could have her own religious school funded by your tax dollars. I'm fighting to protect our religious liberty by ensuring our tax dollars do not fund this kind of sacrilege. See, I agree with this guy. Oklahoma Attorney General Gentner Drummond. Attorney General Drummond is saying like he's the none of it's okay guy. He's the guy who's going, if we go the way the governor and the superintendent want to go, then you're going to end up with nothing but shit like this. The people who want to make a show of the whole thing. You can't, because you can't open it up and then say, yeah, but not you. It's not how it works, man. It's not how it works. Gargle Mel was Aaron's nickname in college, says Chips and Diff. course. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. Thank you very much for your generosity and your kindness. We appreciate it. Another 5-hour show in the books. We could have 2 more of these coming this week. We could have 2 more 5-hour shows if you guys continue to be as generous as you have been. Final evening show of the week is tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. Be sure to be here for that. Johnny will be live at 2 p.m. Central Time on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Follow us, subscribe to us, hit thumbs up on your way out the door. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you again at 7.